YouTube should be working.
Yes, ma'am.
It's working now. Look, it says it's working.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
It's working. Okay, bye.
Okay. So now here, uh, anyway, fast forward a little, but if you go back, Ritu Maharaj, when he appears, there is a glorious pastimes of his glories. How the sages, the Gandharvas, celestial singers are praising Ritu Maharaj. And they praise him again. So the proper rights in those purports, like how Ritu Maharaj did not take those praises. And they were glorifying the activity. And he said, look, I haven't even done them yet. And you are glorifying my activity. So don't do that kind of glorification. You can glorify me once I do those activities. Proper rights, how should one take glorification and how one should totally avoid it. And in ISKCON, you give one class, you get a lot of glorification. So how you should not even take those, how you should give it to your seniors, your gurus, and you should pass it on. Otherwise, it will hurt you. So now Prithu Maharaj, now there's a conflict. Now let's get into the conflict and see how the resolution happens. Now why could now Prithu Maharaj, now Indra, all ended. Indra was the king of heaven and Prithu was the king of earth. Right? Can you hear me? Being a king of heaven naturally would have been very opulent. Right? And much better than the king of earth. Are you with me, everyone?
Yeah.
Be with me, otherwise, no fun. But this episode, we'll see how king of earth is much better than the king of heaven in terms of consciousness and so, being a king of the earth, the online they're saying they can't hear. Okay, now it's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Okay, so what did I say? Being a king of the earth is can be much better than being a king of the heaven. What are the two things required? Consciousness and attitude. Why Indra could not tolerate Prithu Maharaj's sacrifice? Indra was given a choice as we went through that. Prithu Maharaj had, these are my notes. Okay, being intolerant, this is, if I'm reading my notes, it's going and it's almost, every time it's unmuting. And how do I?
You can unmute from
One second, give me a second. I'll open the. Okay, no, I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry. I'm good. Now, being intolerant and envious of Ritumara, opulence. So Indra was envious and intolerant to Ritumara's development. And he stole the horse as we discussed, right? Now these sacrifices which were happening were done very gorgeously, right? And Indra started creating obstruction and hindrance, right, in the performance of sacrifice. Now Indra steals sacrificial horse and creates heretics. He creates problems. And he comes in the garb of sannyasi. Ritu Maharaj was surprised that who was stolen the horse. He instructed his son, right? All that stuff he did. His son never did it so. Now, when Indra came, so let's spend some time, and he was so attached to his position as a heavenly king, and also the title as Satyakara, right? His acceptance of sadhu attire was his deep attachment rather than detachment. So when somebody wears this attire of sannyasi, he is showing to the world that he is detached. So he is showing the attire of sannyasi, but internally he is attached to his position, attached to his worldly things. So that's where Prabhupada says that this Dhari sannyasi came into picture because of Indra. So his attitude is attachment, but his attire is detachment. When there is an incompatibility in our inner nature and external appearance, one cannot one cannot run the show for long. So sometimes we come to know, Hare Prabhu, I heard that Prabhu was such a good devotee, and now all of a sudden he ran with somebody else's wife, or he found out to be having an affair. What is this? Because he or she is running their engine, their cycle of life. Inner consciousness is something different, externally it is. And when Krishna sees that, he exposes that person. Krishna will expose that person sooner or later. Don't think so long time you cannot run that side. So it's a very important lesson. Indra could not accept the renounced sadhu attire for a long time because his goal was his sense satisfaction and ego satisfaction. Similarly, Putna, when she adopted the attire of the witch, internally, what did she want to do? Save Krishna. Externally, she changed the attire from demon to the beautiful woman and came to offer her milk to the Lord. And Lord, still being so merciful, accepted her. So her attitude was to kill Krishna, but her own outwardly has killed him. Similarly, other demons in Vrajendra had the same attitude as Krishna. We won't go and get into that. So for us, if we take accept any attire, then we should honestly. So if we accept any attire, so now devotee attire we have taken. So honestly, we should take the devotee attire. How? We try to cultivate inner nature or attitude in a very honest and justified manner. We cannot say, yeah, Prabhu, I am a pure devotee person. I'm chanting 16 hours. I don't have any material desire. Because we are taking medication, right? Hospital to cleanse our consciousness. So we will get there. But whatever is our fault, if we get angry in any situation, we should check, we should rectify, we should do all that. Because we are devotee. So that's why when sometimes devotee behaves in a very different manner, the other party is shocked. Are you the devotee? How come he's saying this? But we forget that he's a patient. He or she will react in certain situations differently. You have Karela, you know, Karela, everyone loves Karela. So when you squeeze Karela, what will come out of it? you squeeze orange? So sometimes we are Kerala, sometimes we are orange. Most of the time we are Kerala. So you squeeze and Kerala juice will come out. What? And orange juice only sometimes. So if you more orange, less Kerala, that is better. So thinking that sannyasi's appearance would not be doubted, he took the dress. Seeing Indra's attempt again to steal, Prithu Maharaj sent out to punish Indra. Indra was repeatedly committing mistakes and obstructing the sacrifice. He knew that he himself has done hundreds of the sages and brahmanas immediately sprung into action. Just as that. Now Brahmaji comes. This is where we came. Right? Now Lord Brahma comes. And Lord Brahma comes because Indra didn't go to Vishnu, right? He didn't go to Vishnu. So Lord, that means Lord Brahma knew what is happening in his creation. He knows that there is a kala going on between these two. So Brahmaji is doing such a good administration that he knows what is happening. Sometimes when two VPs are fighting and lower people are thinking, "Hey, CA kuch karta nahi." Two VPs are fighting. As if CA doesn't know, he knows. He may be interviewing, he may not be interviewing. So Brahmaji knew this time how to. So Brahmaji intervenes. And when two sons fight of the same father and mother, right? Normally a younger child is more naughty. Elder is more little mature. So if there is a fight between the two, who will the mother instruct? Even though whose mistake it might be? So who gets instructed? Elder. Whose mistake? Younger. So गलती किसी और की? This is the process. So when Brahmaji came and he sees the condition of Indra and he is seeing the condition of Prithu Maharaj, whom is he going to instruct? And what is he going to say? What's done? Come on. I am on the 100th in process. अगर बंदी करना था तो 10वें में बोलते हैं या 50वें में बोलते तो 100 तो नहीं होता ना. अभी मैं 100 पे हूँ यार. Imagine yourself in there. Guru Maharaj said, no, Maharaj, I am about to get the stock options. $1 million. आप पहले छोड़ो ना. Imagine. I'm just giving you the example so that you fit yourself very closely in that past time. No, Maharaj, I can't do that. I'll give you 10% benefit. Let me go. Nothing good. Prithu, you have to back. And Prithu Maharaj did not even ask the question. Why, when, and how. Oh, he only asked how. No when and why. So, now you may say, Prabhu, ये तो बहुत बड़ा pastime है, this is Bhagavatam, which doesn't, it's not for me. I'm a conditioned soul, I have desire, it's okay. That's how I have a solution. So Brahmaji, are you sure this is your solution? To stop this 100 taking? Yes, better. Thank you. So while Indra was very stubborn, now why did he tell him? Because Indra was very stubborn. He saw the behavior of Indra. He is not stopping. He came 3 times to steal the horse. He said, ये तो बदतमीज है. इसको नहीं बोल सकते. I have to tell my elder son who listen to me. Brahmaji did not come and stop Prithu's sacrifices when he was doing 1 to 99. 1 to 99, no stoppage. If you are 25th, 50th, you would have stopped, right? No problem. Otherwise, this one may be 99th or 100th process. No, you don't. Then Brahmaji said you don't need 100 sacrifices. Why? Because if you, now still the choice was precious. If you want to be known as a great king, then go ahead and finish Indra right away with the sacrifice. You have the power. Indra cannot, Indra is, you have conquered him. Brahmanas are willing to put him into the fire. Go ahead and do it. If you want to rule as a big king. But if you want to rule the Lord hard and want to enter into the pages of Srimad Bhagavatam, then stop this. Pack it up. So 100 did not win, 99 will win. It is opposite way. In material world, only zeros win. 1, 0, 0, 0. 99 doesn't win. So $1 less than 100. But hey, I heard Prithu Maharaj last time 100 is bigger than 99 is bigger than 100. Only in spiritual. Right. So still Prithu Maharaj understood the intention of Lord Brahma and then stopped the sacrifice. So how did he stop the sacrifice? Because he understood the intention. Why Brahmaji stopped it? Why Brahmaji stopped it? Prithu Maharaj did not tell Brahma that. Another thing Prithu Maharaj did not tell Brahmaji is, look, you are a Guna Avtar, I know. I am Satya Veshatya. I am bigger than you. Shut up. Let me do it. If he wanted, he would have done that also, but he did not do it. He respected the hierarchy. He respected the hierarchy. Who is telling me? Oh, Lord Brahma. He is the secondary creator. I have to listen. Even though he is the incarnation of the energy of Lord Vishnu. He submitted to the will of Lord Brahma. Because Brahmaji is doing such a great universal administration, he had to respect and surrender to the secondary creator. So he did not say that you can't Shakya, but you are Gunavata. Take a side, let me know what I'm saying. So Prithu Maharaj was, that shows that Prithu Maharaj was very flexible. And Indra was very rigid. Why? How he was rigid? Through the pastime. How he was rigid? He kept coming in the state. Now, this rigidity is very good in devotional service to the extent I have to do my rounds, I have to do my sadhana. But when it comes to listening to authorities in spiritual life, you have to be flexible, you have to surrender. Prithu Maharaj was very submissive, and Indra was very adamant. Prithu Maharaj very submissive nature to the authority, but not while ruling the citizen. While ruling the citizen, he was doing his dharma properly, while maintaining that submissiveness. Arjuna, what was Arjuna's main contention in the battlefield of Kurukshetra? No? No, his main contention was what? Contention that he has to kill his relatives. I don't want to kill my relatives. Right? So, but at the same time, so if you look at Arjuna's character from two perspectives, one is as a devotee. His reasoning as a devotee not to fight was great. Beautiful reasoning. But from being a Kshatriya, those reasons were not good. Right? So it's not that he lost his devotee characteristic because he fought in the war and killed his relatives. No. He kept that submissive nature, but at the same time, he did his duty of fighting. That is the message of Bhagavad Gita. It's not that Krishna is saying, so your quality as a devotee you don't lose, but you utilize him at the right place and the right. The king has to rule. The king is saying, Tanada Vishnuchena, Sarvareva Sehashna, Amanina Mandan, Kirtan, some log king ko thapad maar ke chale. Right? King has to rule with the force. But he may be a saintly king, working for Lord Vishnu. So that's why when a devotee does something, you sometimes get bewildered. अरे devotee का मतलब क्या है? ऐसा नहीं पर हम लोग बस नहीं devotee comes in different flavors. आइसक्रीम के कितने flavors होते हैं? Vanilla flavor, pudding like lychee flavor, right? Proper right writes in the section of Bhishma Dev, Bhishma Dev was very rigid in his principles, but he was a pure devotee of the Lord. So like that. And Prithu Maharaj was detached. So Prithu Maharaj was flexible, Indra was rigid. Prithu Maharaj was submissive, Indra was arrogant. Prithu Maharaj was detached, Indra was attached. Prithu Maharaj was non-envious, forgiving, and Indra was deep rooted in the envy. So here Indra is playing a bad role, but Indra is also very elevated devotee of the Lord. But the comparison, the conflict, pastimes, these devotees are coming together. And so Indra was introducing non-religious principles of coming in the way of. And moreover, he was not bothered about what effect it is going to have on the populace in general. So he forgot about that. So he forgot about the bigger benefit of people, and he was only thinking about his own interest, which made him go down in his consciousness. Ritu Maharaj was responsible as he wanted to stop irreligious principles. That's why he was the king of the Adhikari. So Brahma spoke to Ritu Maharaj instead of Indra for these reasons. These are the reasons why Brahma spoke to elder brother and younger brother. So in this whole episode, who was wrong? Indra. Who had to listen to it? Life is tough. This is the path of spiritual life. When Prithu Maharaj stopped the sacrifice on the instruction of Brahma, now when Lord saw this, Prithu Maharaj is submissive, he is adhering to the hierarchy of spiritual authority, Vishnu becomes pleased. This is how Lord becomes pleased. When there is a conflict, and who is following what? So it's not a concept of at that time who is right, who is wrong. When there is a conflict going on, right? Especially between these two. So when we please our superiors and cooperate with their desire, then Krishna gets to be. This is love plus cooperation. तो मैं क्यों करूँ cooperate? वो क्यों नहीं करता? We ask this question. Naturally we will ask because there are conditions for. सब कुछ मुझे बोल रहा है, उसको तो कुछ बोलते नहीं है. नहीं मिली थी क्या बोलेंगे? Right? So forgive and forget. वो principle apply करना होता है. But at the bottom we know we like that person. Yes, we are having a conflict, but at the end of the day we are together. That is what there is in that book. Actually, personally, I will acknowledge on camera that I realized this in the last 2 years, more than I ever realized. Haribo. Haribo. That you realized? No, I'm still realizing. You get no way. Then Lord immediately appeared. Now, this is the beauty. This is the beauty. How did Lord Vishnu came? When did Lord Vishnu come in the sacrifice? Normally. When it is complete, he comes to take the sacrifice. Share of the sacrifice. Here the Lord appeared before even the sacrifice is complete. Because Lord is independent. Completely independent. Swaraj. Lord is not bound by anybody. But the same Lord, which is completely independent, Swatantra Ishvara, Nahi Nivaran. Nobody can stop that Swatantra Ishvara. Swatantra Ishvara, Nahi Nivaran. Bhakta Ichha Vina Prabhu Na Kare Gavan. He does not move another step without the blessing and permission of his pure devotees. Lord Chaitanya proved that in his pastimes. Swatantra Ishwar, Nahi Nivaran. Nobody can stop Lord Chaitanya. Can anybody stop Lord Chaitanya? Nobody. God is the supreme personality of God. But Bhakta Ichha Prabhu na kare gaman. Without the desire of his pure devotees, he will not even take next step. This is the Lord. Why would somebody not love that Lord and control him with his love in the heart? That is what Mother Yashoda, Lord Chaitanya, Ramananda Rai, Maharaj Pratap Rudra, uh, Haridas Thakur, all these devotees are exhibiting. Prabhupada said that. Prabhupada said so many times to his disciples. Somebody asked Prabhupada, dear Prabhupada, in your temples, why do you have Krishna Radha Murti? You know, people will think when they come, they'll say, Lord is so small, only this much. ये भी कोई Lord है? Why don't you do Virat Roop deity, Prabhupada? Prabhupada says, good idea. But while his Prabhupada is saying good idea, is thinking, what should I reply? Because Prabhupada is instantaneous reply. Then Prabhupada says, yeah, that's a good idea. But how are we going to decorate this deity? How are we going to get the cloth to decorate this whole universal form? And then he says, yeah, but we can make something. And then, by the way, Prabhupada, another reason is you only give this one plate for offering. Because it's a Virat Roop. You should give big things. Prabhupada said, the only problem is that if Lord thinks that, he is still hungry, he can eat the pujari also, other than the food. So we are a little careful. So we want to offer only little plates. So anyway, Prabhupada had humorous ways to shut him down. Another humorous way of Prabhupada was one day Prabhupada was taking a darshan of the deities. And Prabhupada kept looking at the deity, and this devotee was standing next to Prabhupada. And he was looking at Prabhupada and he was looking at deity. He was looking at Prabhupada, he was looking at deity. He didn't know what to do. And Prabhupada kept taking darshan for over 6-7 minutes. And he was getting anxious. This is the status of condition. So he ultimately ended up asking a question to break that attention of Prabhupada. He said, Prabhupada, did you see the flute which is Krishna is playing is upside down? The holes are on the other side. And Pujari made a mistake. Prabhupada then looked at the devotee. He said, what do you think? Krishna is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead? He can play the flute without holes? Then the devotee immediately left. And then Prabhupada went to the altar and told the pujari to turn the flute back. So this is how now with this past, when you hear this, you find out how transcendental is Srila Prabhupada. He's always absorbed, but at the same time he comes to external consciousness. He didn't say, hey, Chuk, you don't know anything. He didn't say that. In a transcendental humor, he corrected. Right? So that he feels enlightened. This is how pure devotees are in that. Anyway, coming back. So, now what happens? Now, wonderful. How much time we have to? Is it over time? Okay.
As long as you want this.
Now, so now, after hearing the instructions of Lord Brahma, Prithu Maharaj completely surrendered. Stop the yajna. Lord is pleased. Right? And he is in the shelter. Now he is seeking shelter. What to do next? Now another thing happens. Now the Lord is pleased, and Lord is giving darshan along with Indra in the arm. एक तो यज्ञ बंद करवा देना, 99 100 चल रहा था, आपने बंद करवा दिया। ठीक है, मैं सरेंडर्ड हूँ, पर इसका मतलब ये तो नहीं कि उसको सामने लेके आओ, गले में हाथ डाल के। The Lord came along with Indra, embracing Indra in the. Now, whatever may have happened in the behind the scene between Lord Vishnu and Indra, I don't know. And I don't want to speculate because it's not in Bhagavatam, but the Lord came with Indra in the with his arm on his neck. And Prithu is watching. Up what I have to do. So anyway, immediately when Indra sees Prithu Maharaj, he goes and surrenders on his lotus feet. He takes the dust of his lotus feet and puts it on his head. And then we see, there's a nice photo, then we see that Prithu Maharaj lifts Indra and embraces him. This is how he had no grudges left. See, we normally sometimes say, okay, take it, but we keep grudges as conditions. Prithu Maharaj, being such a pure devotee of the Lord, did not keep a single grudge. He embraced Indra. And then the Lord got super pleased. And then another beautiful thing happened. Can you think about that, Auntie? And actually then Lord requested Prithu to forgive him. Prithu Maharaj forgave Indra. Then Indra cried. Because now he figured out his mistake. What he did. And Indra cried like anything. And he asked forgiveness from Prithu Maharaj. And then Prithu Maharaj lifted him and embraced him. He said, no problem, you are a part of me. No issues. Then Indra rectified his mistake. So the thing is a devotee could not be killed, had to be rectified. Another senior devotee had to intervene. This devotee had to surrender. And then the devotee who has to be rectified did not leave bhakti as Ramachandra Prabhu was saying yesterday. If you say something to somebody, he said, forget it. I'm done. No. If you know why you are here, we need to rectify our mistake. We need to. That's why Vaisheshika Prabhu says, I am willing to be corrected in every step. Vaisheshika Das Prabhu is such an exalted personality. He said, I am willing to be corrected at every step. So this is what this pastime teaches us. We should not, I'm a big guy, I'm a this guy. I mean, we will be told so many things by different devotees. So we have to rationalize it, continue our seva, work with it. Then Indra gets transformed. So after this, Indra gets transformed. And he recognizes his mistake. He is willing to get transformed. So this transformation, if we within our heart know that we are getting transformed, this is the success of Krishna consciousness. If we are not getting transformed and chanting and doing more offenses and hurting more people, then we are far from getting transformed. Then Prithu Maharaj gained the entrance into the heart of Lord Vishnu. So that's what Paramahansa said. If you want to rule this earth for many lifetimes or many, you go and kill Indra, no problem. But if you want to rule, but Lord Vishnu will not be happy with you. But if you want to rule in the heart of Lord Sri Krishna Vishnu, you have to stop this. So he had this kind of stop. And then Brahmaji now is ready to go back. And Brahmaji also never accused Indra of his fault. Also, he didn't say he is at fault. No. And he also didn't say, like being a senior management, he didn't say, oh, ye to iski galtiyan marne do isko. Let him learn hard way. No. And Prithu is right, let him continue. Brahmaji didn't say that. So he managed Prithu and Indra's conflict in such a way that all the citizens of the world will be benefited, all the sages will be benefited, and all the sages and devotees of the world will glorify Prithu Maharaj's character for time immemorial. That's why he came in the middle of Bhagavad. So for immemorial time, Prithu Maharaj's glories will be sung. This is what. And we should not think कि मेरी glorious wish होगी तो मैं भी कभी भागवतम के पन्नों में आ जाऊंगा. That's not our purpose. So Brahmaji was able to transform Indra's character as well. So this is the punchline. Rejection is not preferred where reformation is possible. So where reformation is possible, you don't reject that person. And everybody has that way to improve. The other party who is saying has to be more patient, more tolerant, more patient, more patient, more patient. Otherwise, very easy to cut. Very easy. Takes a second. So that's why 99 became greater than 100. Even though 100 is greater than 99 in the number. But here 99 became greater than 100. So because of Prithu Maharaj's consciousness, why 99 became greater than 100? Prithu Maharaj's consciousness. So Prithu's forgiveness is greater than Indra's anger. Prithu's submissiveness is greater than stubbornness of Indra. Prithu's flexibility is greater than Indra's anger. Prithu's responsibility is greater than Indra's responsibility, and Prithu's detachment is greater than Indra's detachment. And Prithu's dependent on Lord Vishnu is greater than Indra's insecurity of losing a rose. So we should remind ourselves to depend more and more on the Lord. But not saying, Lord will do everything for me and you don't do anything. That is not the dependence on the Lord. That is irresponsible. You do your responsibility fully. उसके बाद whatever result you get, you accept it, either good or bad. It's a result. And if Krishna sees that yes, this devotee is seriously doing something, I want to help him. So then in that scenario, when Lord saw that Prithu Maharaj has done everything, and he is cooperating with the desire of Lord Brahma, Lord normally leaves that arena. Normally devotees said don't leave. But here opposite happened. Lord now does not want to leave the association of Prithu. He kept looking at it. Okay, how exalted is my devotee? So the Lord became so attached to his devotee that he did not want to leave his association. This is amazing, isn't it? This is amazing. So Lord did not want to leave the association of his devotee. Lakshmi Sahastra Satta Sambhava Seve Manam Govinda Madi Purusham. So millions of Lakshmis are serving the Lord in Vaikuntha. And here we think one Lakshmi goes, may not, my dear Lord, may Lakshmi not leave me. May my bank account always be full. But there Lakshmi was thinking, my dear Lord may not leave us. Lakshmi Sahasra, millions of Lakshmi. So if you have Krishna with you, you have everything. It's just a sign that you have to recognize that. It's just a matter of time when you recognize. So Prithu Maharaj thought that I did this sacrifice by the will of the Lord. This is very important. So Prithu Maharaj's consciousness was what? I did this sacrifice by the will of the Lord. And by the will of the Lord only I am stopping it. So this is harmony. This is harmonizes his thoughts and did not become agitated when he is told to do something different from what his actions were insisting. So he was submissive to the spiritual authority of Lord Brahma, and Lord Vishnu was pleased with him and gave him darshan. So if you want darshan of the Lord, we have to get in will of the Vaishnavas, will of Prabhupada, will of Guru. Hari Bol. So Prithu Maharaj sacrificed his. So what did he sacrifice? His 100 sacrifice. So Prithu Maharaj sacrificed his 100 sacrifice and gave into the desire of Lord Brahma. He did not negotiate with Brahma and then Lord instructed Prithu Maharaj to go ahead and rule the earth planet. And then there is a beautiful chapter where Prithu Maharaj now glorifies Lord. Anyway, we don't have time, so I can't get into that. But Prithu Maharaj glorifies Lord Vishnu in a wonderful version. and takes the katha forward. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Guru Maharaj ki jai, Jai Gaur Premanande, Vaishnav Satsang ki jai, Chakradev Prabhu ki jai. All glories to all the Vaishnav members. And all glories to Guru Maharaj, all glories to all the Vaishnava devotees who have explained this pastime. So all I did was just repeat. I don't have any realization of that, but hopefully I pray that the lotus feet of devotees will perform in one day we will be able to realize before this lifetime. Okay, any comments?
Any question? I have a question, Prabhu.
Yes.
Thank you for explaining it so wonderfully.
Little louder.
Yeah, so basically what I feel is, Prabhuji, you hear that God is a just God and Krishna is always very just. But in this particular pastime, I think the principle of justice has been circumvented, right? Because the one who deserved to be corrected was not corrected, and the one who deserved to complete his sacrifice had to give it up. So, where is the principle of justice here?
Yeah, this is a very good question. I was expecting this question.
You can repeat the question for who?
So, the Mataji asking a question that the one who deserved to be corrected did not got corrected right then and there, and the one who was performing his duty ended up being corrected. So where is justice? Uh, well, that is because both are sons of the Lord. That's why this is not a fight between demon and like in Samundra Mantha, it was demons versus demigods. Here it is between two devotees, one little higher elevated devotee and one little lower consciousness, mixed Mishra Bhakta. But at the end he is a devotee. So Krishna is not rejecting, Brahma is not rejecting, yeah, तुमने गलती किया ना, अभी तू सबर नहीं, because इसे उसने गलती किया, I have to correct him, but in a such a way so that he continues his devotion. He doesn't want to have him run away from devotional service and become an asura. Oh, many manta Bhagavan, to Bhagavan Parthana, atheist. No. By making him correct. Now, one is that's why I gave an example. One is a younger son, he is a little more mischievous, but he is a son. And elder one is a little more mature, he is also son. He is doing this. नहीं I want this toy. बड़े भाई के पास ये toy है, मुझे ये वाला toy चाहिए मामा. तो लड़ रहा है. फिर मम्मी क्या करेगी? मदर क्या करेगी? माँ क्या करेगी? बड़े को बोलेगी थोड़ा दे दे ना toy यार उसको. तू बेटा किसी और से खेल. You play with another toy. You play with this one. If she sits on explaining the younger one कि नहीं तू गलत है, what will happen? So mother's job is to correct her also, correct him also, and give and make sure that he is willing to take my instruction, right? And if the elder one started saying, "Mother, मेरे को नहीं बोल रहा है, उसको बोलो." नहीं नहीं बेटा तू समझदार है, प्लीज समझा करना, बेटा छोटा भाई है तेरे. This is how you will explain. This is the word. This is nature's law. This is how it works. But he was a devotee, so he has to be corrected. So how he got corrected? Lord brought him. Lord brought him up. He understands. Yes, I have to hear my authority. If the younger also rejects the authority of the Lord, then he is not a devotee. Then he will come into other category, right? So because he is a devotee, that when Brahmana was willing to put him in the fire to extinguish him, Brahma intervened. अरे क्या कर रहे तुम? बंद करो ये सब. No. And he didn't say इसकी गलती है उसकी गलती. He said बेटा बंद कर इसको. Close. Then he got rectified. So this is a beautiful pastime. How Lord rectifies our mistakes and cleanses our false ego and gives us our strength.
Thank you.
There is a question too from Bhagat on that. We can unmute. Get the mute here. Mute here.
Yes, Bhagat Prabhu, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
You're in India?
Yeah,
Twelve
12:15
fifteen
in
in
the
the
night?
night.
Can you mute
no, no, it's
someone?
10:21, Prabhu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Prabhu, thank you for this
Prabhuji,
wonderful
mute.
class. I feel like hearing it again and again from you, this particular pastor. Prabhu, I have two questions. Firstly, like how do we become flexible as devotees? Because we are very attached to our ideas, conceptions, and so many things. And sometimes, and another question is like there could be a possibility that we can also get cheated by some karmis who are in the garb of like who like pose as devotees. So how do we protect ourselves from that also, Prabhu? These are
Nice.
my two questions,
Nice.
Prabhu. Thank you.
First, I
Thank you so
what
much.
was the second question?
Prabhuji, before devotee, we can be treated by somebody who's posing as a devotee. But if we become flexible, what's your second point?
Okay, so your question.
Someone,
So
someone is
your question is that how to be more flexible, and if we become more flexible, then how if other takes advantage of us? Is that what the question? Second one.
Like trying to cheat others. So how do we protect ourselves from such people, like who are in the garb of like
Sannyasi.
who pose, yeah, who pose themselves like devotees, but like they act like karmis. How do we
Well,
protect
in this
ourselves?
pastime, Prithu Maharaj uh, did not uh, recognize that he was Indra and he is in a garb of sannyasi. Because we are reading pastimes from different perspective angles, so we come to know. So when we are doing our sadhana and practicing, we have to practically put certain things in our play, wherein we need to see our benefit as devotee. That am I, if I, so let's say some devotee tells you to do something, hey, if I, am I being purified if I do that service? Or am I remembering the Lord more or the devotees more? Then you take up that activity. But if somebody you know is exploiting you, then you should not be exploited. You have to have intelligence not to be exploited. Prithu Maharaj did not want to be exploited, but he was being cheated by Indra who was in the garb of sannyasi. But he didn't know that till somebody intervened. So instead of me putting, अरे वो ऐसा है वो चीट कर रहा है वो devotee नहीं है, because Prithu Maharaj didn't say कि he is not a devotee. वो तो we know कि Indra took the dress of a sannyasi and was stealing, but right. So we if we are if we know that okay that person is a devotee and we are working, then he happens to come out to be a non-devotee or one who is hurting you, then that Krishna will reveal to you through intelligence or through some other devotee. But if you suspiciously keep thinking कि अरे वो तो ऐसा है वो तो ये नहीं है ये चोला मना नहीं करता ये नहीं ये तो चार ये तो ये खाता है प्याज लहसुन नहीं खाता, then that is not our seva just to speculate and do feedbacks. We should look for ourselves how much what is the problem in me, because I cannot control others, I can only control my own. मेरा mind भी मेरे control में नहीं ना, my mind is also here wire sometimes, so I have to assimilate my thoughts and then come up with action plan. But if I am being exploited and or let's say if I come to know with some solid proof, you say, Prabhuji, मैंने देखा है that this person is not a sannyasi, is associating with so and so, okay. Then you don't say anything, don't expose, don't put a YouTube video or Instagram and expose that person or something. That's not your seva. You just withdraw yourself. If you have some doubt, with hand folded and don't blaspheme them. It is very hard to do, right? How can I not say something about a person? Because my tongue always wants to say, Jiva Begum, Udara Prastha Begum. Because tongue will start yapping. नहीं प्रभु मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोल रहा उसके बारे में मेरे को ऐसा then whole एक दो घंटा उसके बारे में फिर then all of a sudden ध्यान आ गया नहीं यार ऐसा नहीं करना वो माता जी devotee है वो भी सेवा मांगती है नहीं I should not say but on a spiritual level you can say okay somebody is giving you parallel instructions to another devotee and you are devotees are doing service under you and some other devotees are doing parallel instructions, then it becomes a talk of the town or talk of the day or whatever. Then that should be stopped. So उसके लिए थोड़ा intelligence लगेगा. But other than that, we should not blaspheme or things like that. So we should not jump onto the conclusion and say कि ये ऐसा है वो वैसा है. फिर तुम्हारा दिन से कि yeah, Indra is like this, so I will. Because he was obstructing in his dharma, so he had a problem with it. Not as a devotee, he had a problem with it. But when he came with the arms on the, when Lord Vishnu had arms on the neck of Indra, then Prithu Maharaj accepted it. So that hard thing. So we don't want to be exploited, but at the same time, if we know that we are being exploited by somebody, then we should withdraw and offer our dandavats without blaspheming them or saying anything about them. Because one thing I have learned is that Krishna, if any fault in us sometimes, Krishna will send you another person in your life or have somebody behave like him, which is tailor-made for you. Yes. So then one has to then झुक जाओ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, no problem. Let it go. Issue. Customize Krishna has sent tailor-made. So the tailor-made phrase which I heard from Gauranga Darshan Prabhu is some amazing thing. So I hope I answered your question. I don't know. So we have to be attached to our ideas of service, not a problem. But we should know how to best do the service. Sometimes Krishna tells us through devotees how to best do the service. Like for example, I'll give you. I cook for Sunday feast in our temple. My chef is my wife. Even though she may not be able to come sometime, but she gives me the recipe. Or I ask her, अच्छा इसको कैसे mix करें इसमें? How can I make it better? So she give me an idea, right? Now, if I don't follow her, and next time I bring the sabji and I have her taste करके देखो कैसा बना है. So she will taste it and she will say, you didn't follow the way I told you.
I don't tell them because I always
क्योंकि I end up my mixture. I say नहीं ये भी डाल देता हूँ थोड़ा अच्छा लगा. Then it ends up being a little wrong, and she catches the taste. Then I say तुम्हें कैसे पता ये डाला मैंने? बोलते come on. So I understand that. Okay, surrender. Use the recipe the way it is. Don't modify it because she knows better than me. So like that. Then next time I follow. I don't say, okay, let me keep adding till I make it perfect and tell her she's wrong. No. I accept. So have a good idea in mind. So you are not stopping the idea of good service, but you are learning from others who are better than you. And not to say that now I know better than them. Because Lord is pleased. We are pleasing Lord and His devotees. Okay, unko devotees ko acha laga. That's it. Like in my temple, they are mostly Westerners, and even a small chili there in their food, they jump out of the chair. Prabhu, you made it so hot. And if devotees are not happy, then Lord is not happy, right? That's the pastime, correct? We just read. So Just because I like spicy, अरे 2 मिनट डाल देना इसमें, क्या प्रॉब्लम? उसका सड़ेगा तो चलेगा, गुलाब जामुन 2 एक्स्ट्रा खा लेगा। नहीं, we need to we need to make sure that I follow what they say, because it's not about me, it's about them. And if I need extra, I can put it from the top, एक jalapeno का. So like that. Okay. So thank you very much. Mancha Kalpataru. Guru Baba ki jai, Prabhupada ki jai, Guru Maharaj, HG Kratu Das Adhikari ji ki jai, Bhakti retreat ki jai. All glories to all assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to all glories to all assembled devotees. Hare Krishna.
Please get 3 big Haribos for Haribol! Wonderful talk, great pastime. Loved hearing it. Thank you for making it a little bit comedic. It made it fun for everyone to listen to. So, Haribol. Next up, just a second. Lunch is 1.5 hours. You should talk right now. Okay.
Dude, no one asked.
Fast.
No, dude, this is look. First do the talk and then we'll have lunch. Easy. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. First do the talk so not everyone leaves. Prabhuji, look, if we do it afterwards, no one's gonna be here. They're gonna be, oh, make a break to our break to you. So just do it right now.
We'll meet. We'll meet at 2 o'clock for his talk.
Whoa.
We'll meet at 2 o'clock.
Whoa.
2 o'clock. That's an
That's
hour.
good.
Nah, that's an hour. Is your thing good?
We don't know. We're still trying
Is
to
your
figure
thing
it out.
good?
We don't know. I think we're
Okay, we will have 1 hour lunch break now, and then at 2 o'clock we will resume. Gopal Prabhu is going to be giving a talk, a short talk on Harinam Sankirtan and Japa, a book by HG Kratu Das Adhikari. He's going to be doing the introduction and summary, which will be at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard. Hare Krishna. Please enjoy lunch for Shah if you can.
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare,
Recording stopped.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Rama Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গৃহে থাকো বনে থাকো সদা হরি বলে দেখো 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 সুখে দুঃখে ভুলো নাখো বদনে হরি নাম করো রে সুখে দুঃখে ভুলো নাখো বদনে হরি নাম করো রে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে মায়া জলে বদ হয়ে আছো মিছে কাজ লয়ে মায়া জলে বদ হয়ে আছো মিছে কাজ লয়ে ভক্তি বিনোদ উপদেশ একবার নাম রসে মতরে
Bhakti Vinod Upadesh Ekbara Prase Matore
গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে হরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে গায় গোরা মধুর স্বরে কেশিগত বংশী বধ যদাশ্রকানা যাহা সবলীলা তৈল শ্রীনন্দ নন্দ শ্রীনন্দ যশোদা জয় জয় গোপগা শ্রীদামদি জয় জয় ধনুবাৎসগা জয় বৃষভানু জয় কীর্তিরা সুন্দরী জয় পূর্ণমাসী জয় অবিরা নগরী জয় জয় গোপীশ্বর বৃন্দাবন মা শাখা বটু দ্বিজরা জয় রাম ঘট জয় রোহিণী নন্দন জয় জয় বৃন্দাবন বসি যত জন জয় দ্বিজ পত্নী জয় নাগা খান্যগা ভক্তিতে যাহারা পাইল গোবিন্দ চরণ শিরাসমণ্ডল জয় জয় রাধা শ্যাম জয় জয় রাসলীলা সর্বমনোরম জয় জয় জল রস সর্বরস পরকিয়া ভাবে যাহা ব্রজেতে সৃজনভ পদ পদ্ম করিয়া স্মরণ দীন কৃষ্ণ দাস করি নাম সংকীর্তন জয় রাধে জয় কৃষ্ণ জয় বৃন্দাবন শ্রী গোবিন্দ গোপীনাথ মদন মোহন শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শ্রীবাসাদি গৌর ভক্তবৃন্দ শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য প্রভু নিত্যানন্দ শ্রী অদ্বৈত গদাধর শিবাসাদি গৌর ভক্তবৃন্দ শ্রীকৃষ্ণ চৈতন্য Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Vatsala Sri Gaura Hari, Vajabhakata Vatsala Sri Gaura Hari, Sri Gaura Hari Sahi Goshta Bihari, Nanda Jasomati Chita Hari, Ela Holo Damodara Ishaye Kana, Bova Mandire Bashi Karaha Bojana, Nandirani Deshi Bashi Giri Baradari, Baladeva Saha Saka Vaise Sari Sari, Shukta Shakhari Vaji Lalita Kushmanda, Dalidana Dugda Tumi Dadi Mocha Kanda, Dabora Mash Boda Roti Kabritana, Saskuli Pistaka Kir Kuli Payasana, Kapura Amrita Keli Ramba Kirashara, Amrita Rasalanga Dwadasha Pakora, Luchi Sini Sarpuri Ladura Sabali, Bojana Korena Krishna Hoye Kutuhali, Radhikara Pakayana Bibida Byanjana, Paramayanande Krishna Korena Bojana, Chale Bale Ladu Khai Sri Madhu Mangala, Bagala Bajaya Deya Hari Bolo, Yasoda Bhavani. Bhojanande Priya Krishna Subhasita Bari. Sabe mukha prakaloy Hare Sari Sari. Asta mukha prakaliya Jata sakagane. Anande vishrama kore Baladeva sane. Jambula rasalane Shambula masala. Tahake Krishna Chandra Sukhe nidradela. Vishalaka Sikhi Pucha Chamara Dulaya. Apurva Saya Krishna Sukhe nidayaya. Yasomati Anga Priya Danishtaya Nito. Shri Krishna Prasad Radha Kunje Hoye Prito. Lalitari Sakhi Gana Avashesha Paya. Mane Mane Sukhe Radha Krishna Guna Gaya. Hari Lila Ekamatra Jahara Pamoda. Bhagavati Jai Thakur Bhakti Vinoda.
Hari bol.
Sahi Gosta Bihari.
Recording in progress.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Jaldi! Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Radhe Joyo
Haribo, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Gokula Tharuni Mandala Mohite. Gokula Tharuni
Hari Bol.
Damodar Rati Vardhana Veshe Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipine Se Hari Nishkuta Vrinda Vipine Se
Yeho.
Radhe Joyo Joyo Madhava Daite Radhe Joyo Joyo Madhava Daite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mohite
अरे मस्ती में अभी हो
गोकुल तारुणी मंडल मोहिते राधे जय जय माधव
कृष्ण
राधे जय जय माधव दैते
मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ
वृषभानुदादि नव शशि लेके
हरे राम
वृषभानुदादि नव शशि लेके ललित सखी गुण रमित विशाखे ललित सखी गुण रमित विशाखे राधे जय जय माधव दैते
हरे हरे
राधे जय जय माधव दैते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल मोहिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल मोहिते राधे
पहले मैं
जय
सोच
जय
रुक गया
माधव दैते
अपना सोच के रुक गया
राधे जय जय माधव दैते
मरवा दिया थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया
करुणम कुरु मयि करुणा बलिते करुणम कुरु मयि करुणा बलिते
हरि बोल
सनातन
हरि
वर्णित
हरि
चरिते सनक सनातन वर्णित चरिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल मोहिते गोकुल तारुणी मंडल मोहिते राधे जय जय माधव दैते राधे जय जय माधव दैते Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Actually,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Bol.
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Record हो गया यार.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Come on, continue.
let's go downstairs.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama
Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya
Hare Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Hare Nama Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Keshvaya Hare Keshvaya Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshvaya Nama Gopal Govindana Srimadhunuda Gopal Govindana Srimadhunuda Giridhari Gopina Madan Mohan Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Sita Jananda Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Vasanatana Vataraguna Nirupasanatana Siti Bhagopal Vataraguna Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopal Govindana Srimadhusuda Govindana Giridhari Gopina Madan Mohan
Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna Krishna Yadavaya Namaha
Hare Rama
Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Keshavaya Namaha Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namaha Namaha Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Namaha Gopal Govindana Srimadhusuda
Krishna Krishna Hare
Giridhari Gopina Madan Mohan Giridhari Gopina Madan Mohan Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Patita Pavana, Toma Vinete Hona.
कैमरा चालू है, कैमरा चालू है।
Jahani kote Dashan pavitra koroi Haristhane aparade Hare
बरोबर टाइम कितना हो टाइम चलो
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Are you muted on that then?
Okay, hello. We're going to be welcoming His Grace Prabhupada from ISKCON Toronto, who's going to be giving us a awesome lecture
Lord Krishna
on
lifting
Lord Krishna
Hare
lifting.
Krishna. Let's give him one more warm, big Haribol! So, Prabhupada Prabhu, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. Haribol. There you go.
Bro, you serious? No. Is he not here?
No, he's in the Zoom. He's in. I don't know, but
Figure out. Oh wait, it says right there settings.
yeah, he's here. I think he's speaking, but you're pinned to the screen.
Oh, I didn't put. Oh,
Yeah, he's speaking on his camera.
my bad. Now I should be here for speaking.
So pen or bottle?
I can't. You do it for that video. Roji, what's your Telegram? He's unmuted. Straight face.
In the retreat, all the devotees bring the home deities there in the retreat.
That's so wonderful, beautiful.
Yeah, so they're all.
Hari Bol, that was beautiful.
Yeah. It's almost going to start.
Prabhu, you're on mute.
Let's try this again. We're going to reintroduce Rupanga Das Prabhu, so please give him one big Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Hari Bol.
We are reading and giving a lecture on the lovely pastime of love. So please give him, Prabhu, the floor is all yours.
Hari Bol. So I'll just take 2 minutes to introduce Rupanuga Prabhu, and then Rupanuga Prabhu will start the session. Is that okay, Prabhuji?
Yes, Prabhuji, that's okay.
His Grace Rupanuga Prabhu is a disciple of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami and is exalted Vaishnav in our community. He is retired from IBM from very senior management position. Prabhuji have been serving with Shri Radha Gopinath in ISKCON Toronto for almost 40 years now, and he has served in various capacities in the councils and initiation committee, DT worship. And Prabhuji has good expertise in presenting this Vedic literature in a very easy to understand and simple way, which a person like me can easily relate with their day-to-day life. So I'm really very grateful to the Prabhuji that at a very short notice, Prabhuji has agreed to give his time today afternoon. So Prabhuji, we'll love to hear your session today. Thank you very much, Prabhuji. Please.
Thank you, Radhikaraman Prabhu. Thank you, Adi Prabhu. I appreciate your kind words. I also appreciate very much the opportunity you have given me to serve His Grace Ketu Maharaj and all his disciples. I know some of you very well. You are all wonderful devotees. So I feel really honored to have this opportunity to serve you in my own feeble way. The topic you have chosen is a beautiful, amazing topic. And frankly, the world that's what it's about. Cooperation. Now, you say love, trust, and cooperation. Of course, that's the highest, but I thought just to understand and appreciate the difference between cooperation without love and trust and cooperation with love and trust. The great difference that the presence of love and trust makes in the quality of cooperation, not just among the devotees, but everyone. So I thought I would illustrate that as well before I get into the particular pastime that I wish to present to you today from Srimad Bhagavatam. So I was looking at, what is cooperation? What does it mean? And the definition I liked best was that cooperation is willingness to work with other people, irrespective of our differences. It's easy to cooperate whenever there are no differences, and I'll talk about that in a second. The other thing I wanted to point out was that cooperation is highly valued in the material as well as spiritual world. Of course, when we cooperate for serving Lord Krishna, he becomes very pleased. Actually, when you think about it, the ability to cooperate with each other in order to please Lord Krishna, that's synonymous with bhakti. I mean, that is what bhakti is. And we get many examples in Srimad Bhagavatam emphasizing the importance of cooperation. And I know that some of them are scheduled to be discussed during these 3 days. Actually, I think one of them at least is even today, later on. And I'm thinking about the story of Prachetas, who was so appreciated by the Lord for the friendly relationship among themselves, that he appeared and he wished them all good fortune, and then invited them to ask a benediction of him. As you know, that's fourth character. In the same canto, we also read the story of Dhruva Maharaj, where the particular instance I'm thinking about is Narad Muni explained the principles of cooperation to Dhruva Maharaj. And basically, what he said was that when one meets a person who's more qualified than himself or herself, he should be very pleased and have the desire to serve that senior person or more qualified person. When he meets someone less qualified, then there should be compassion towards this person. And when he meets someone equal to himself, then he should make friendship with him. So both the Lord and the Lord's purest devotee, Narad Muni, are emphasizing the same point, that is cooperation. So, I mean, we know it's highly valued, as I said before, both in the material world as well as the spiritual world. But unfortunately, it's not that easy. There are challenges in getting, or actually, honestly, giving cooperation. Why is that? Well, one reason is that we prefer to work with people who think like us, who behave like us, who speak like us, and who help us, who understand us, and most importantly, who appreciate us. But think about it. To find such like-minded people in this material world is like finding a needle in a haystack. I think you have a better probability of finding the needle in a haystack than finding many people who are like that. Why? Because we are born different. We look different. We have different set of qualities. We have different preferences. We have different styles. Therefore, unless we learn to appreciate each other's unique qualities, unless we learn to live with our differences, and unless we appreciate each other's contribution, cooperation is going to be very difficult. I mean, that's the honest truth. We have to have that appreciation. We have to be able to transcend those differences. Excuse me. And I'm thinking about one example here of appreciation of the effort by the other people despite the differences. And I'm thinking about the building or construction of the bridge, the Ram Setu, that the servants of Lord Ram, the monkeys and the bears, were asked to construct across the ocean to Lanka. And all these big, huge monkeys, led by Hanuman, were bringing these big rocks and big slabs of or parts of mountains, I should say, and throwing them in the ocean. Huge, huge pieces of stone. And then there was this little tiny squirrel who also wanted to help. So he was assisting in the building of the bridge by throwing what? What could she throw? Particles of sand into the ocean. Because of his small size, that's all, or that's the best that this squirrel could do, throw some sand particles, while all these monkeys and bears were throwing huge slabs of stones, even parts of mountain. But the squirrel was also working just as hard. So actually Hanumanji started to laugh at this little squirrel's effort. But when Lord Ram noticed that Hanumanji is mocking this poor little squirrel, he immediately reminded Hanumanji that, remember, the squirrel is doing his best as per his capacity. It may be insignificant in your opinion, but he is doing the best he can. And Hanumanji immediately, completely understood the message of Lord Ram. And he actually asked for forgiveness, not just from Lord Ram, but from the squirrel itself. As I was meditating on all this, it occurred to me that we spend most of our life cooperating with each other. I mean, that may come as a surprise statement, but we actually do. Sometimes without realizing, sometimes deliberately. For example, don't we cooperate when we are driving on the street or the highway? How do we cooperate? We follow all the laws and the bylaws. Don't we cooperate when we work together as a team on a project? Mostly because we want to keep our job and want some recognition, but we're doing that. Similarly, when we're traveling on a plane, we follow all the rules. Put your seatbelt on, don't smoke, don't walk in the aisles, all those kind of things. We are cooperating. But this type of cooperation is based on fear. Fear of penalty, fear of fine, maybe fear of jail even, or all of the above. Here, not cooperating is not an option, therefore we cooperate. It's not based, or at least not necessarily, based on love or trust. It's just that fear that we got to do this. Even trust is not automatic. Sometimes we are forced to trust other people because there is no other choice. So let me give you an example. Suppose we are planning to fly someplace and we board the airplane. We have to trust that the pilot of this airplane is fully qualified. And today, he or she has not shown up drunk out of his mind. Because there's no opportunity for us to interview the pilot or examine his or her certification. We just trust that everything's okay. Yet, when we board the plane, we follow all the rules, we cooperate. Right? Of course, this trust is not spontaneous. It's not coming from the heart. It's coming out of helplessness. What else can you do? Another example of forced cooperation is in a business deal where the cooperation is based on a mutual need and dependence, the vendor and the client. And the trust is based on the contract that the two parties have signed. So the trust is coming from the contract. Again, go back to the fear of penalties, etc. And that's why those of you who are involved in some kind of contract negotiations, and I did almost all my life working for different vendors. So part of contract negotiations were always part of my job. Sometimes it can take months to come to a negotiated terms and conditions. And occasionally very big deals, like I'm talking $500 million plus, these fall apart because the two parties cannot agree on terms and conditions. I was managing a outsourcing business where a client would give their people, their whole infrastructure for IT, and ask us to run it for a fee. And we'll be performing their key operational tasks. But in all of those contracts, there would be many, many people on both sides who were appointed for just one responsibility, and that was overseeing the compliance with the contract. That's all they did. So where's the trust? It's the forced trust being brought on by the need to follow the terms and conditions of the contract. So why am I telling you all this? Well, the absence of love and trust very quickly results in dissension and disagreement in any engagement, whatever type of engagement we're talking about. If love and trust is not there, the dissension and disagreement will happen. But when love and trust are present, then all that diversity doesn't matter. There's unity despite the diversity of opinions and needs, cultural background, you name it. It allows us to transcend all the diversity simply due to the presence of love and trust. Now, the love can be for each other or for a common purpose or object. So, Krishna, we could be loving each other because we all want to please Krishna. In Krishna consciousness, actually, that is the whole reason for cooperation, because we all have that common purpose. We all want to please Krishna. And that common purpose, actually, you can compare that to throwing stones in the water. I'm sure almost all of you, if not everyone, has done that at some point in your life, where you are standing beside a river or pond of water, whatever, and start throwing stones, which make circles, waves, and all that. But if you throw the stone at the same point in water, it will produce multiple circles, but they will be all concentric and there will be no clash. You throw them at different points, it's clashing, and you get all these waves and those kind of things that are, uh, disturbing the water. Similarly, if everyone is throwing the water in the same, sorry, throwing the stone at the same point, in the sense of pleasing Krishna, when pleasing Krishna is the center of our intention, then all the circles are concentric, and therefore we are able to agree to disagree when there's difference of opinion. But we agree to disagree and continue working cooperatively. Because why? Because we're all serving the Lord, even when there are differences. That's what we say. The principle remains, the details may vary. And we know that a lot of people, actually unfortunate, but a lot of people leave ISKCON or Krishna consciousness movement. But if you talk to them, at least I have never in my life talked to anyone who left ISKCON and who said, I did not like the philosophy. I'm looking for something higher. There is nothing higher than the philosophy we have. Yeah, okay, some said that, Maya got them, they wanted to do this material thing or that material thing, so they left. But most people I found, they leave ISKCON or Krishna consciousness or Hare Krishna movement, whatever term you want to use, because they leave because they did not find, please note, they leave because they did not find sufficient love in their relationships to fulfill their need for a loving relationship. By the way, that's the need of every soul. We all want to be loved. So when we don't find that, we tend to leave. Now, we are all neophyte, right? We are all beginners. And I don't mean to insult anybody, but we are all beginners. We are all trying. So even though the idea is to feel the love of Krishna, that's the prayojan, that's the ultimate goal, purpose of life, but we're not there yet. It's difficult for us to feel the love of Krishna directly from Krishna. So we feel love of Krishna in our relationship with the other devotees. When we experience that love from other devotees, our relationships become stronger. But when we fail to experience that love of Krishna coming through our relationships with other devotees, it becomes very hard to remain Krishna conscious. It becomes very hard to stay in our movement. And of course, this goes without saying, Srila Prabhupada, what's the word I'm looking for? Personified this whole concept. His love for his disciples was so great, and he conveyed his love for the disciples in so many ways that it is that love in his heart that is manifesting in the heart of all the listeners. I'm talking about the beginning days, that It was that love that convinced the hippies of those days, the militias of those days, to open their hearts to Srila Prabhupada and to his teachings. I actually was told by one of the Prabhupada disciples, very long time Prabhupada disciple, back from the 60s. And he said, in the beginning, we did not understand what Prabhupada was saying. His accent was so thick. We had no idea what he was saying. But somehow it felt good. We were feeling the vibrations of the love coming from him. And that just kept us there and made us try harder and harder to understand what he was saying. They said they had never felt that level, that quality of love from their own families, their own society, or their friends. And as a result, they were willing to give their life for Srila Prabhupada. And there are many examples of that. I don't have enough time to go into those kind of details, but I just have to give you one example, which really touched me. I met a Mataji in Vrindavan 4 or 5 years ago. She told me when she was 21, she's a French lady. She met Prabhupada in France. The first day, maybe not first day, maybe first week, Prabhupada called her and he said, I want you to go to Russia. I want you to go there and marry one of my disciples who was trying to preach Krishna consciousness in Russia. She said, Prabhupada, I don't know the language. I don't know this person. This is not in my culture. And he said, go. She said, so I went. And she stayed there for 20 years because she loved Prabhupada. I can go on for the rest of the hour, but I'll stop there. So basically, what I'm trying to convey to all of you is that the cooperation may be possible without love and trust, but when love and trust are also present in our efforts to cooperate, then there's a different feeling, there's a different mood, and there's a different pleasure we feel in cooperating. Because why? Because then we are not cooperating because a certain law has to be followed, or a tradition has to be maintained, or we are afraid of some consequences of not cooperating. None of that. Rather, we are cooperating because we want to. Because now it's fun. Now it's giving us pleasure inside. Now it's making our soul happy. And that's what brings me to the pastime that I wish to discuss with you today. And that is the lifting of Govardhan Hill by Lord Krishna, as described in the 10th canto. There was a tradition in Vrindavan at a time when every year all the cowherd men perform a big puja for Indra, the king of the demigods. And this would be one day after Diwali. And they would make grand preparations for Indra's worship. And this was going on every year. So one year, when Krishna was 7 years old, he saw this great amount of activity going on, and everybody's looking so busy. So he went to Nanda Maharaj, his father, and he said, Baba, what's going on? It looks like you're preparing for a festival. But we just had Diwali. So what is this festival? And why do we celebrate it? Now, Nanda Maharaj is busy, he's got so much to do and lead all these people to do it all properly. He doesn't want to pay attention to a 7-year-old kid asking these questions. He knew that we have to all get ready for the puja, vegetables have to be cut, grains have to be washed and ground, and spices have to be prepared, and all other things. In addition, the roads had to be cleaned, houses had to be decorated, Brahmins had to be prepared for yagya, on and on and on. As they used to say, yada, yada, yada. So Nanda Maharaj did not answer. So Krishna asked again. There's still no answer. So Krishna went right up to Nanda Maharaj, grabbed his kurta and started tugging at it. And he said, Baba, I keep asking you a very simple question, and you simply keep ignoring me. Please, please tell me what's going on. What are you trying to do? And why are you doing it? Well, it looks like some kind of puja. I get that much. But tell me why you're doing it and who are you doing it for? And he said, Baba, I'm your son. There should be no secret from me. So please tell me. Well, kind of hard to ignore Krishna, as we all know. So Nanda Maharaj looked at Krishna. Of course, great affection. And he said, Krishna, we are cowherd men. And our livelihood is based on the cows giving milk and the bulls plowing the fields. So we can grow grains. But for the cows to give milk and for the bulls to be strong, there must be nice grains and nice grass. And in order to grow grains and grass, we depend upon the rain. And Indra is that demigod responsible for providing rains. So he's in charge. So therefore, it has been the tradition in our village for many generations. It's nothing new. Many generations amongst all of us. That every year, at this time, one day after Diwali, we perform a puja to satisfy Indra. So that when he's satisfied, he'll give us nice rains, just the right amount, and we'll have nice crops. Well, Krishna heard and didn't like the answer. I guess because Krishna had a different plan. He remembered, only Krishna can do this. He remembered what he is going to tell Arjun later on during the battle of Kurukshetra. When he says, Ye api anya devata bhakta, yidanti shadhyandita, te api mameva kaunte, yidanti avadhipurvakam. He said, those people who are serving the demigods with great degree of faith, they are also actually serving me, but in a manner that is not prescribed. He also wanted to prove to the world, not just Nanda Maharaj, to the world, that the Brahmins and the cows are more worshipable than Indra. And he wanted to show his mercy upon his devotee Indra, who had become a little too puffed up of his position and power. But above all, there was a deeper plan. He wanted to spend quality time, a whole week of it, with his pure devotees for the residents of Vrindavan. So, actually, he played another game. He presented what is now known as the Karma Mimamsa philosophy to Nanda Maharaj. This philosophy basically says that we will get the results and our destiny is determined strictly by our karmas. And Krishna said, it's not the demigods, it's our karma that determines our destiny. The demigods are forced to give us what is destined by our pious and impious activities, whether we worship them or not. They have no choice, they have to give it. And then Krishna added, he said, actually, it is not Indra, it's the Govardhan hill and the cows that are providing our sustenance. So why should we worship a demigod like Indra? Let us take all that paraphernalia that you're planning to use for Indra and let us use it all to worship Govardhan hill, the cows, and of course the Brahmins. And then Krishna told them how to do it. He said, first, you offer mountains of wonderful bhoga to Govardhan Hill. And when he is satisfied, then you perform arti, followed by a fire sacrifice, a yajna, all dedicated to offer to Govardhan Hill. And then after the fire sacrifice, everyone should get prasadam. And after prasadam, we should all do a parikrama around Govardhan Hill, circumambulate the Govardhan Hill. And since then, that was the first Govardhan parikrama ever. Since then, it has been the tradition by devotees to circumambulate the Govardhan Hill. I'm sure many of you have done that, probably more than once. Well, when Krishna speaks, people listen. So Nanda Maharaj was also listening attentively. So what do you think he did? Well, we'll talk about this in just a second. Nanda Maharaj knew very well. He knew very well that what Krishna was talking about in terms of demigods being forced to act and the whole karma mimamsa philosophy was bogus. It's just not right. He also knew that if they did not do their offering to Indra, he will be super angry. And he knew Indra can cause or will cause havoc in Vrindavan. So he knew all the dangers, all the risks of doing what Krishna wants. But he also understood Krishna's desire. Therefore, despite knowing full well that there will be negative consequences, he agreed to Krishna's proposal. Why did he agree? One reason only, one single reason, and that was to please Krishna. To Nanda Maharaj, pleasing Krishna was more important than his own life, his own property, his livelihood, and his comfort. His attitude was, come what may, we will please Krishna. And Nanda Maharaj conveyed that point to all the elders in the village, and everyone wholeheartedly agreed, we will do what Krishna wants. Why did they agree? Because they all loved Krishna and they all wanted to please Krishna. And this news soon spread all over Vrindavan. And knowing that this is what Krishna's desire was, suddenly there was a wave of enthusiasm and joy in the hearts of everyone. It was like a movie suddenly turned from black and white to technicolor. The music suddenly changed from something sober to bhangla, balle, balle, balle. Everybody's happy, dancing. So what happened? Why this transformation took place? Well, very simple. Before, they were working out of a sense of duty and frankly, out of fear of India. Some had been doing it simply to keep their family tradition, even without fully understanding the reason behind it. They were doing it because their parents did it, their grandparents did it, and their great-grandparents did it, so they were just doing it. There was no real understanding, and therefore, there was no emotion, no real emotion behind it. Just do it, get it over with, and I'm done, I'm safe. And of course, some were doing it out of greed. Just if Indra is happy, we'll get a bumper crop. But now it was different. Now they were doing it out of love for Krishna, out of singular desire to please their Krishna. And they were doing it because they wanted to do it. And they wanted to do it because they loved Krishna. And that changed the whole paradigm. That changed the whole equation. And certainly it changed their mood. Now they were working to please Krishna, which gave them great ecstasy in their own heart. Now they were dancing and they were singing and they were running around with a big smile on their faces. And there was spring in their steps. Suddenly, every move they made was a dance. Every conversation was a song. Whether they were fetching water, cutting vegetables, or bringing vegetables to those who were cutting the vegetables, or cooking puris or laddus or gulab jamun or sandesh or whatever. but their every motion was like a dance. And so they prepared and they offered a big mountain of various types of bhogas, more variety than ever before they had done for Indra. And they also prepared, Bhagavatam says, lake fulls of liquid bhoga also. Then Krishna personally assumed the form of Govardhan Hill. And everyone saw the Govardhan Hill, personified as the Supreme Person. And the hill started eating all the offerings. He would literally extend his hands and take hundreds of puris and sweets or vegetables, in his hand and put it all in his mouth at the same time. And as soon as he finished one plate, he would roar, Anyor, 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 which means give me more, give me more, give me more. And the Brajvasis offered him more. Then the Govardhan Hill extended his arm and broke a bamboo stick. And he used this stick as a straw to drink all those lakefuls of liquid bhoga. Done. Finally, there was nothing left. And he was still roaring. Anyor, Anyor, give me more, give me more. Well, there was nothing left. So Krishna and all the Brajavasis bowed down to this glorious form of Govardhan Hill and they offered him a tulsi leaf. Well, as soon as he got tulsi leaf, he was completely satisfied. And then a miracle happened. Suddenly, everything he had consumed appeared again. All those mountains of prasadam, the lakes of liquid prasadam, all those kind of things, they all reappeared. And then it was distributed to everyone. Of course, first to the Brahmins, and then the older cowherd men, and then cowherd men and ladies, and then the animals also, cows and other animals. And then when everybody had finished honoring the prasadam, Krishna led all the Brajvasis in the Govardhan Parikrama, where they are circumambulating the hill. Now, how many people went? Everyone. Every resident of Vrindavan went for the Parikrama. Of course, the ladies and the elders sat in bullock carts. They were followed by men, the younger men, and the young boys were walking in the front. They were walking, they were talking, and they were playing while doing this parikrama. And a boy would toss his stick in the air and catch it. Another boy would toss a stick so that the stick was doing somersaults in the air and then caught it. Another boy would chase a friend and all this kind of things. They were just having great time. No discipline, no need for discipline, no rules. Make your own rules, play it. They made up games as they walked. Everyone was so ecstatic. It's like the core of their heart was completely satisfied, full of ecstasy. Of course, because of so many people, sometimes Krishna could not see Radharani. She could not see Krishna. So Krishna would, on the excuse of herding the cows, he'll go behind, like he'll start walking backwards towards, not backwards, going back towards where Radha and the Sakhis were walking. Excuse me. He will go past them, but he made sure he touched her body. So Radharani will look at him, in an apparent anger, false anger, you can say. And then they will both relish the sight of each other. What a glorious festival. What a glorious festival. Why was it so glorious? Because Krishna was pleased. Simple reason. Krishna was pleased. That made everything glorious. There's a very famous verse. I'm sure you've all heard this. When you water the root of a tree, every part of the tree is satisfied. Just like that, when Krishna is happy, all the devotees are happy and they find the ultimate bliss. Suddenly it turned into a wonderful festival of joy. And everyone was enjoying it. But one person wasn't enjoying it. Yes, you guessed it. Indra was outraged. He was furious. His ego was hurt. His desire to be honored was not being fulfilled. And he saw somebody else being honored and worship in his place. And as it often happens, in his anger, he forgot who's Krishna. He forgot Krishna is the Lord, the supreme controller, the supreme enjoyer, and the supreme proprietor. Indra's anger made him lose his intelligence. And he decided to teach the Brajvasis a lesson by destroying the whole village. And he called for the most powerful clouds called Samvartak, which actually only come during the time of Pralaya, the apocalypse. And he ordered these clouds to flood and destroy Vrindavan. It is described that these clouds can pour down more water on earth in 1 second than Niagara Falls can in one whole month. So that gives you an idea of how hard it was pouring. The whole village was being inundated with water. There was thunder, there was lightning, and the torrents of rain. The winds were blowing at, 200 kilometers an hour. The cows were crying. They were feeling so much distress. The bulls were getting pelted by the rain on their back, and they were looking at the sky in anger and roaring like anything. And everybody was afraid. So they all came to Krishna. And they said, Krishna, you are our shelter. You love your cows. Your name is Govinda. So please look at these cows. See how much distress you are in. Please help us, Krishna. Now, how many people do you think said, I knew we shouldn't have listened to this little boy. I knew this was going to happen. Nanda Maharaj, why did you have to favor your son like this? Now, because of him, everyone has to suffer. No. As you already know, not one person spoke like that because no one thought like that. Krishna remained their object of love even in this crisis. Well, Krishna heard them. He smiled. And we heard them pleading for help. He simply said, follow me. And he started walking towards the Govardhan hill. And suddenly a funny thing happened. As they lined up to follow Krishna, suddenly there was an umbrella courtesy of Krishna's Yoga Maya. So that now no one was experiencing the fierce wind or getting wet from all that wind. And Krishna walked to this Govardhan hill and gently lifted the hill like a small boy would pick up mushroom. That's how easy it was for him. And he lifted it up and he said, come on in. All of you just come on in. Everything's all right. Just don't worry. Just come in. Don't worry. This hill is going to be serving us as an umbrella and protect us from the rain that Indra is causing. So everybody entered, including the cows and the bulls and the calves and, of course, all the men and women, regardless of their age. They all entered. And they all gathered around Krishna. Under this hill, which now appeared like a beautiful jeweled umbrella. They all made circle and they stood in those circles around Krishna, gazing upon him with so much love in their eyes and their hearts. Every person, every devotee, every cow, every calf, every gopa, every gopi, everyone felt Krishna is looking at only at them. Only at them. Krishna is good at that. He does that when he's in Ras Leela. Every gopi is thinking he's only with her. But basically all Krishna is doing is he's reciprocating with love each of his devotees' personal desires, personal feelings. So that's all he's doing. They feel intimate, he feels intimate. They feel personal, he feels personal. But he's able to do that with everyone at the same time. So the Gopas were gazing at him with so much love in their hearts. And they were praying not for theirs, but they were praying for his protection. The young gopis were gazing upon Krishna like the chakora bird gazes upon the moon, just not even looking anywhere else. head tilted up, and just looking at him. They brought Krishna to their heart through their eyes and lovingly embraced him again and again and again in their hearts. And Krishna was doing the same thing with all of them. All of them were in complete ecstasy. Everyone wanted to serve Krishna according to their particular relationship. So the Brahmins were offering blessings. The elder Gopas were encouraging Krishna, and the elder Gopis were praying for his safety. But his friends were there too, same age friends. They were not impressed. What's the big deal? Madhumangal, one of his closest friends, he said, Yo, Krishna, don't start thinking you're so strong. It is by the power of my Brahmin energy, the Brahmatej, that this hill is being upheld. His other friends put up their sticks under the hill as if they were holding it up. And they told Krishna, hey, we are holding the hill up with our sticks, so you can relax, be happy. Like seriously, like nothing that Krishna ever did impressed his friends very much. They were always kind of blasé about everything he did. It's like, what's the big deal, man? Like, so you do it, I do it. And then they said, we can still defeat you in a wrestling match, anytime you want. Just bring it on. That was their love for them, for Krishna. And they were cooperating in their own way due to that love in their heart. Well, his mother was there too. She was just being mother. Mothers, the best thing they do is being the mother. So first, she lovingly touched Krishna's hand and said, oh, my darling son, your hand is so soft. It's more soft than butter. But the Govardhan hill is very hard and so heavy. And she started crying, the tears of love. And she began to pray to Govardhan hill. She said, oh, most compassionate Govardhan hill, please listen to my prayers. Please become very soft and very light. Please float on the finger of my child so that he does not feel any distress. And then very moment she turned to Krishna and she started to chastise him. Why did you have to make Indra angry? Why? We have been doing this puja for generations. Why did you have to object to this? And she started crying. Well, Madhumangal was watching all this. Madhumangal, the friend of Krishna. And he said, oh, Maya. By the way, Maya means mother. Like, oh, Maya, please look at it differently. If Krishna did not make Indra angry, we would not be here together seeing Krishna lifting this hill and having so much fun. And he was laughing very hard as he was saying that. Well, Yashoda Maya didn't like that. She didn't appreciate that at all. She said, listen, you, how can you have fun when your friend, my son, is lifting such a heavy load? Look at him. He looks pale. He's trembling. He's tired. And she started to cry again. Well, Krishna spoke. He smiled at his mother and he said, Maya, nothing can be more fun than this. Giriraj, the hill, is floating in the air. He's putting no pressure on my finger. It's like he's just caressing my finger. Don't worry, I'm not at all tired. And Mother Yashoda said, how can it be that after so long you're still not tired? If it is true what you're saying, then I want to see Govardhan float in the sky. And Madhumangal spoke up again. Don't be afraid, Maya. Giriraj sits on the lotus side of Krishna by my Brahminical power. Therefore, because I'm chanting my mantras, Krishna is feeling no pain. Yashoda yelled at him again, saying, I'm dying here and you're joking around. The problem with you, Madhumangal, is that you think everything is a joke. Go sit in the corner and eat your laddus. She threw him away. Threw him out, I should say. Anyway, Nanda Maharaj then came in and he said to Yashoda Maya, it's okay. No need to scold this poor Madhumangal. He's speaking like that just to encourage Krishna. It's okay. Well, so while all this was going on, Krishna decided he was going to play his flute. So while he's still holding the hill on one finger of his hand, he took out his flute with his right hand, placed it on his beautiful lotus lips, and started playing a beautiful tune. But as soon as he started, Madhumangal jumped up again and shouted, Please put down your flute. Do not play your flute. I've seen the effect of your flute many times before. Anyone who hears it starts dancing. And the stones turn into liquid and liquids become solid. The rivers stop flowing and they make solid columns of water. Krishna, if you play your flute now, Giriraj might start dancing in ecstasy and fall off your fingers upon us. Or it might turn into water and drown us all. So everybody, all the cowherd boys began to pray, Oh Govardhan, Oh Giriraj, please remain steady and don't shake, don't dance, don't melt. But then, they realized Krishna really wants to play his flute. So they said, Oh Govardhan, please maintain your composure. Just enjoy the sound of Krishna's flute. So we can enjoy it too, but please don't dance, don't melt. While all this was going on, the other Brajvasis were simply busy, lovingly gazing upon Krishna's threefold bending form. They were simply drinking the nectar of his beauty. And of course, Krishna was doing the same thing, reciprocating. Well, but his attention was on Radharani. So one gopi noticed that, and she said, Radhe, you're so beautiful. Please do not make your eyebrows dance. Krishna is looking at you so intently. If he notices your eyebrows dancing, his hand will shake and the hill will fall. Another gopi said to Radharani, Krishna has tears in his eyes because he's looking at you so intently. But the cowherd men are thinking he's tired. So they're putting their sticks under the hill to hold it up, thinking that they're actually helping Krishna. But they don't know that it is actually your gaze upon Krishna that's empowering him to lift Govardhan hill. How beautiful is that? Radharani looked at, she was feeling very shy. She looked at the ground, but then she returned Krishna's gaze with all her love. And as they say, that made Krishna's day. They locked their eyes. But as they were doing it, Lord Krishna noticed Balaram is looking at him with a knowing smile on his face. So clearly Lord Balaram knew what's going on here between Radha and Krishna. So Krishna felt very embarrassed. And in that embarrassment, actually his hand shook a little bit. And the cowherd noticed the shaking and they put the stick up again and say, don't worry, we got it. And then continue. Now, time check is 3:28. I can go on, but I need to know if how tight you're on your schedule. I can stop right now. I think it's a reasonable break point. I don't know if you're allowing questions, so you guide me, please.
Can someone from the organizer let him know the answer to the question? Haribol Dhir Krishna Prabhu. Prabhu, you can continue for 5-10 minutes.
Okay, no, I probably don't need much more than 5 minutes. So
yeah, please,
thank you.
Please.
Okay, so this was a very special time for the Brajvasis. It was the only time when everyone in Vrindavan could be with Lord Krishna 24 hours a day and feeling the love of his glance. Because on regular days, Krishna will go to the forest, leaving the gopis behind. At night, he'll be in his house, leaving the gopis outside and his friends outside. So daytime, the gopis were missing him. Nighttime, the parents were missing him. His other friends were missing him. Somebody was always missing Krishna. But this 7 days, 24 hours a day, nobody was missing Krishna. They were able to feel the love of his glance. They were able to feel his company and enjoy it. There was perfect reciprocation of love between Krishna and the Brajvasis. Mother Yashoda was feeding him. Brahmas were offering their prayers. Gopis, elder gopis were blessing him, and everybody else, the younger gopis, the boys, simply gazing at Krishna and bringing him deeper and deeper into the course of their heart through their eyes. And they were embracing him with their love. Krishna was embracing them back. Of course, while all these wonderful pastimes were taking place, under the hill, outside, Indra was absolutely furious. He actually sent a spy to report on what was happening in Vrindavan. The spy went, came back, and said, the clouds are pounding the hill with pillars of water at very high speed. Yet on top of the Govardhan hill, the deer were just wandering around, totally unaffected. The birds are just singing nice songs. No one is in distress. The winds are blowing at very high speed, 200, 300 kilometers per hour, but not a single leaf had fallen off a tree. Not a single blade of grass is bent out of shape. The only change is the hill looks very clean. And then he said, the spy, he said, all the dirt from the hill has fallen off to the ground and made a protective boundary around the hill. So now no water from the ground can go inside where the Brajvasis are enjoying their time with Krishna. And then another spy came in. He said, my dear Lord Indra, you would not believe what I have observed. And they said, what? What did you see? And the spy said, the hill actually has risen much higher than normal. And they said, how is it possible? Go see what all the residents are doing. So the spies went back and came back to report that there's nobody there. They must be either burned to ashes from all that lightning or died in the floods because there's not a single person or animal outside. So Indra was very happy. Said, finally, some good news, and he blessed the spy to have long life and all those kind of things. The spy went away, but came back very quickly. And he said, no. Nobody's dead. There's a great party going on under the hill. They're singing, they're dancing, they're just having a great time, totally oblivious to what is happening outside. And it appears that the whole hill is resting on Krishna's hands. Now, this angered Indra even more. He mounted his elephant Ravat and started throwing thunderbolts on the hill. But all those thunderbolts simply bounced back with no effect. He was so frustrated, he started yelling at the Samvarta clouds to work harder. He reminded them the consequence of the failure, and they started using all their powers to pour the rain until they were totally exhausted. They came back to Indra and said, we are defeated. There's nothing else we can do. We have been at it for almost 7 days. We're totally spent. Back to you, my Lord. For the Brajvasis, those 7 days were like 7 moments. For Indra, those 7 days were like 7 millenniums. Finally, he surrendered. He was totally out of strength. He gave up. He stopped the rains, and the sun came out. When the rain stopped, the sun began to shine. Krishna told the Brajvasis, now you may all return home. Everyone was very happy that the storm has ended, but they were also very sad at the same time that they had to go home. They didn't want to go. They didn't want to leave from under the hill. But that's what Krishna's will was, so they left. First the elder gopis, elder gopas, the young gopis, etc., etc. But they kept looking back at Krishna, just gazing upon him with great love. But the cows wouldn't leave. And when they left, they came back. They did not want to leave Krishna. They didn't want to stop gazing upon Krishna. So Krishna finally looked at them, and with his eyes, he said, it's okay. You can give up my association for now. We'll have more of this. So then finally the cows also left, and everybody was outside. Krishna put the hill back onto the ground, just like it was before, and everybody welcomed Krishna according to their position. So Nanda Maharaj embraced him, smelled his head. Balram embraced him. He was crying from the affection he felt, and everybody was acting, reciprocating accordingly. Now, why did I choose this particular pastime? I wanted to illustrate the effectiveness of cooperation when everyone is working with the common goal of pleasing Krishna. And they all have trust in Krishna's ability to make everything right. And they are moved by their love of Krishna. And when that happens, Krishna returns the favor by giving the same pleasure, giving them the same pleasure that he feels that he feels in his own heart upon seeing this cooperative spirit of the devotees. It also shows how miserable the non-cooperators become as a result of the absence of love in their heart for Krishna, as a result of the absence of any degree of surrender in their heart for Krishna. So, when love and trust are there, cooperation is spontaneous. It comes from within. When it comes from within, it doesn't matter what the differences are. It doesn't matter what the constraints or obstacles are. Everyone joins together to transcend all those kind of things and achieve the common purpose. For the devotees, the common purpose is to please Krishna. And as long as every one of us has that goal, success is guaranteed, bliss is guaranteed, and Krishna is there with us, in front of us, for us to simply enjoy and feel his presence. So with that, I will stop. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Please forgive any mistakes or blunders I may have made. But once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I feel honestly very honored and humbled by this opportunity to serve you. This case, Kriti Maharaj ki jai, his disciples ki jai. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji, for the wonderful class, Prabhuji. Very nice, Prabhuji.
Very beautifully explained concept, Prabhuji.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that is what I always like in your classes, that with such a deep Vedic literature, you put it in such a simpler way that it really sinks. I'm so thankful to you, Prabhuji. Can I ask one small question? Is it okay?
Sure, if you have time, I'm fine.
I just, in the beginning of the class, you mentioned something, a side comment, that some people who leave ISKCON or leave Krishna conscious movement because of they lack sufficient love or sufficient loving relationships. That. So can you please, Prabhuji, highlight or advise something what we as a individual level or at a collective level should do, make sure that people who join in Krishna consciousness should never leave? What we can contribute at that level?
Sure, Prabhu. Thank you very much for an excellent question, Prabhu. Very relevant in our society today. We should always remember one thing, that Prahlad Maharaj said, other place in the scripture says, obtaining the human birth is very rare. Extremely rare. Durlabha manusha janma, as Prahlad Maharaj said. Very, very rare. So this is with great fortune that one gets a human birth. Having obtained human birth, it is very rare for one to be above the simple sense gratification. Khao piyo mauj karo mitron is the motto of most people in this world. Eat, live, and be merry. So whatever gives them sense gratification is what they want to do. So among the humans, it is very rare for one to want to be a devotee. And Krishna says, Chaturvidha bhajante mam, jana sukritino arjuna, artha arthathi jnani cha bharat arshuna. So he says 4 types of people come. So it's so rare for somebody, for some spiritual credits they have, to come to visit our temple. Take a book or chant. It says in the Bhagavatam that one who chants has already performed all the fire sacrifices, had studied the Vedas and performed all sorts of pious activities. So a very rare individual has shown up by mercy of Krishna, by mercy of Krishna's devotees. But they're still carrying all their anarthas with them. The envy, the greed, the desire for prestige and honor is all there. And they have come to an environment which is not totally comfortable to them. It's not totally familiar with them. They're trying. They're trying. So when we don't treat them nice, and the first thing that goes wrong, they say, this is not for me. I can go back to my other friends, share a glass of scotch or rum or whatever, and we all have a great time. So why am I coming here? It's Sunday night, I could be watching some TV show or watching football games, whatever. So we almost, when we let them go like that without offering our love or establishing loving relationship, we are actually offending Krishna. He says, I took all this trouble to send this one soul, a rare soul, to the temple, and you turn him away. So you're not only not respecting this person, you're not respecting me. On the other hand, what did Krishna also say in Bhagavad Gita? Nacha tasmat munishyesu kashin me priyakritama. Bhavata name cha tasmat bhuya priyataro bhuvi. He says, the person who spreads my glories, who explains Bhagavad Gita to other people, becomes very dear to me, so much so that there never has been, there is not, there never will be a person more dear to me than that person. So this is our choice. We want to offend Krishna, or we want to become the person who Krishna loves the most. That's our choice. Is it easy choice or not? Well, on paper, it should be very easy choice. But in practice, it looks like it's not. Because so many of us are guilty of not giving our love to the newcomers, not taking care of the newcomers. And many times, as you know, Prabhu, very well, new people come and we take them, say, hey, a great devotee, come do some service, wash these pots. And the next 4 hours, this poor guy is washing pots. Next Sunday he comes, same thing. Next Sunday he comes, same thing. Finally, he starts to feel exploited and leaves. Nobody ever sat down with this person. Ask him about him. What brought him here? What are his sore points? What are his concerns? What questions can we answer? Connect him to Bhakti Vriksha or whatever. I mean, there's so many ways we can express our love for this person, but we don't do that as a practice. I'm not saying nobody does it, but as a practice, we don't do that. And so they leave. And Prabhuji, I mean, I'm ashamed to admit, but I'll tell you, in our temple, typically used to be the congregation size was 400 to 500 people every Sunday. I noticed that every 5 years, half the people disappear. Every 5 years, like clockwork. Half the people disappear, like 250 people gone. Fortunately, a new 200, 250 people come in. So the number looks the same, but if you look at their faces, every 5 years, one half is gone. One half is new faces. Why? We talk to them. And they say, there was nothing holding me there. You go where your friends are. You go where everybody knows your name. You go where you think people care for you. And above all, you go where people make you feel good about yourself. We all want to feel good about ourselves. So when those things don't happen, we go where we feel good. And we, the temple, we, the devotees, lose that opportunity to have one more person become connected to Krishna and offend Krishna in the process. So we have that thought process. It would be easy to spend some time, give our time to these new people, help them feel connected. And I'll give you one more example. A person, a man, came home looking very upset, very upset. And he was literally shouting, and he told his wife that he was going to change his bank. He was no longer going to bank with this particular bank. And she said, what happened? And he said he had gone to the branch, some work, and they did not treat him right. He's so upset, he does not want to do business with this bank. So wife looked at him in a very understanding manner that the wives are good at. And she said, sure, honey, go ahead, do it. But just remember to call the mortgage company, to call the telephone company, to call the utility company, to call this company and that company where you have this automated checks going from this branch. So call them all to change, that you've changed your bank, give them new check numbers and all this kind of stuff. And he looked at her and said, too much work, forget it. And he did not change the bank. Why am I telling you this story? There were so many tentacles, forgive the word, tentacles that the bank has on this man. It's not easy for him to leave, even though he's very upset. We need to create the same environment for people in our temples, where there's so many connections, there's so many friends, there's so many services they have been enjoying doing, that even when they're upset, they say, too painful to leave my friends, too painful to leave the services, too painful to leave the association of the Lord himself. So I don't like what I'm seeing, but I'll come back anyway. Then they won't leave. And that's what we need to do. Have so many hooks. And I'm trying to use them as a very positive word. So many hooks that they have so many loving relationships. There's so much enjoyment. There's so much fun for them. Just for one little fight or something they don't like, they don't want to leave. And then they will stay. And that's the trick, bro. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Willie. Thank you. So nice of you.
Feedback. Can we please get one big Haribol for Rupanuga Das Prabhu? Haribol!
Haribol!
Thank you very much for a wonderful class and a wonderful pastime too, Prabhuji. It was very, very fun to listen to and very engaging. So thank you very much, Prabhuji.
Thank you.
Next up, we're gonna have Anand Krishna Prabhu introduce our next speaker.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So our next speaker is going. Hare Krishna. So our next speaker is a special guest, president of this temple. We will be having our Bhakti retreat this year, Nilmani Prabhu. Prabhu and Nilmani Prabhu and his wife, Radharani Mataji, have been serving this temple for a very long time. And Prabhu is also spearheading the new ISKCON of Parsippany temple, the construction, and I think right from start of the temple, he's looking after everything. So we'll welcome him with a loud Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Thank you. So firstly, I'd like to
unmute from your computer.
Unmute?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So firstly, I just wanted to thank Prabhu, Gopal Prabhu, all of the disciples, well-wishers of Kratu Prabhu, who is also a Siksha Guru for me and a well-wisher. I'm also a well-wisher for him. Being acquainted with Kratu Prabhu many years. In the old days when His Holiness Radha Govind Maharaj used to come to New Jersey, I remember 1 or 2 times taking Maharaj to visit Kratu Prabhu in his apartment. And at that time, Kratu Prabhu taught me by example that how to receive Maharaj and welcome him and do Pada Sevana and so forth. So just such a humble, exemplary person, even though he's also an initiating guru, he always received Maharaj with so much humility and good wishes. So, and since then he's come, stayed with us once or twice here in New Jersey too, and so it's so nice to be with all of you as his disciples, well-wishers, and nice to be a little bit part of your retreat. And I'm really very happy that you chose to conduct the retreat here in Towaco this year. Really, hopefully, yes. Please keep praying, and maybe even next year we will see. So, okay. So Anand Prabhu asked me to speak on love, trust, and cooperation based on Srimad Bhagavatam. I struggled a little bit with this theme, and I really actually was going to spend most of this morning trying to prepare for it, but somehow Krishna changed my plans this morning, and we were doing some other work which was, I think, more important for your retreat. But we will do our best to give you a little bit of understanding that I have got from Srimad Bhagavatam and a little bit of the research I had a chance to do on some of these topics. It's actually quite interesting because all of 3 top topics, love, trust, and cooperation, are so crucial and core to our Krishna conscious philosophy, our Krishna conscious practices, and so forth, and how you bring them together, and how Srimad Bhagavatam illuminates them in so many different areas. You know, I've just tried to pick a few snippets from Srimad Bhagavatam, which I thought were interesting to me, and hopefully they'll be interesting to you too. So I don't think we need to sing Jai Radha Madhava, right? We can skip Jai Radha Madhava, or should we sing? It's up to, you know, what to sing. Okay, there's Kakals, you can sing Jai Radha Madhava. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimati Radha Govinda Goswami Niti Namine Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. So as I was saying, these topics, so I've tried to look at each of these topics a little bit in context of some of the stories from Srimad Bhagavatam. So this first quote I found, Canto 3, where Prabhupada says that love of God is not an ordinary commodity. It's not so easy to obtain love of God. And this is quoted in the context of the prayers, not the prayers, but the interaction between Gautam Muni and Devahuti. And the background here is, as you may know, or most of you will know, that Devahuti was a queen. She married Gautam Muni, and Gautam Muni, they went to the forest. And in the forest, Gautam Muni resumed his normal practices of austerity and practice of sadhana bhakti and so forth, and very, very strictly. And even though Devahuti, she's used to a palatial life, she was a queen, she's used to having servants and living a very, very opulent lifestyle. She understood and adopted a lifestyle to serve her husband, who was performing so many austerities. And over so many years, Gautam Muni just continued to perform his austerities, his puja, his bhaktis, and so forth. And Devahuti consistently, she served him, and to the extent that over the years, her bodily beauty was lost. She became frail. She became, she was such a beautiful queen, but all of her natural luster and things, as she also performed austerities with her husband, she lost some of her bodily glory and beauty there. So here, after many, many, many years, Gautam Muni is recognizing the sacrifice made by Devahuti and speaking. I'm not going to try and recite the Sanskrit, but these Sanskrit verses are quite beautiful. They're from Canto 3, Chapter 27, 6-8. But let's talk about the translations a little bit. Translations also have a lot of deep meaning. So the first verse, in verse 6, Gautam Muni says, "O respectful daughter of Swayambhuva Manu," right? So Devahuti, she's the daughter of Swayambhuva Manu. "Today I am very much pleased with you for your great devotion and most excellent loving service. Since the body is so dear to embodied beings, I am astonished that you have neglected your own body to use it on my behalf." So Gautam Muni recognizing the sacrifice Devahuti made for him, right, and dedicated herself fully to his service, not caring about her bodily needs, herself, her enjoyment, her satisfaction, her happiness. She just dedicated herself totally to Gautam Muni and did everything to serve him in the mood of a totally dedicated wife. So this, and Gautam Muni recognizes this. So he says, "I have achieved," Gautam Muni still speaking, "I have achieved the blessings of the Lord in discharging my own life of own religious life of austerity. So Kadamuni, having practiced all these years of austerity, he had attained so many perfections, so many siddhis, and he had become so advanced in devotional service, in bhakti, in the process of self-realization. So he's saying here that, I've recognized that I have attained some things by this repeated practice and meditation and Krishna consciousness. And he's acknowledging that, yes, you may not have experienced this, right? Although you have not yet experienced these achievements, and what is the result of these achievements? He says, these achievements, they will free you from fear and lamentation, right? So these achievements, so Kadamuni is saying, I have achieved this, and I am free from anxiety and lamentation and so forth, but you have not achieved that state. But now, because you have been engaged in my service, I shall offer them all to you. And so Kadamuni is saying, I'm giving you all of the pious credits, all of my attainments, just because you have dedicated yourself and you've been engaged in my service. And he says, just look at them. I'm giving you transcendental vision, just to see how nice this freedom from this material existence is, and this attainment of higher consciousness is, right? And then in the third verse, he says, what is the use of all these enjoyments other than the Lord's grace, right? So all of these things that have been attained by Kadamuni, they have been attained by Krishna's grace, the Lord's grace. And Kadamuni is saying there's no use of enjoyments other than these things that we can attain from the Lord's grace. Any material attainments, material achievements, they are subject to be annihilated simply by movement of the eyebrows of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And we all know that any material achievements, they are temporary. We may have them for some time, and very soon we will either lose them, or certainly at the time of death, we will lose any material achievements, material accomplishments, material wealth, material opulence, that all gets left behind. But by your principles of devotion to your husband, you have achieved and can enjoy these transcendental gifts very rarely obtained by persons proud of aristocracy and material possessions, right? So these things cannot be attained by ordinary practice. All these freedom from anxiety, this closeness to the Lord, this understanding of our real identity, all of these attainments, they're not so easy to obtain for regular people in the material world. But here, Devahuti was able to attain them simply by serving her husband. So here, Prabhupada has some interesting points. We won't read all the purports, but I've tried to capture some key points from some of the purports here just to understand and reflect on this. So Devahuti was so faithful to her husband that not only did she serve him with great devotion, service, and respect, but she did not care even for her own health. So this, Prabhupada is saying, is the classic example of selfless service. When we can perform some kind of service where we don't care about our well-being or our happiness or our satisfaction. We only care for the satisfaction, the happiness, the peace for another person or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Prabhupada's acknowledging that Devahuti, out of her dedication to her role as a faithful wife, she served her husband with full dedication and devotion, and gave up any concern about her own health, her own condition, her own well-being. This is called selfless service. Now he acknowledges that it is the duty of a faithful and chaste wife to help her husband in every respect, especially when the husband is engaged in Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada acknowledges that even though we may not be so inclined towards Krishna consciousness, if our spouse is so inclined, if we can somehow just engage with them assist them, support them, encourage them, then we will also advance. So, and the result in this case, as we see, Gardam Muni amply rewarded Devati, right, with so many siddhis and so forth. And later on in the story, as we know, he had this wonderful aeroplane that he took Devati in like a city, a whole city, and so forth. So just the patience, dedication resulted in getting all the credits, all the rewards, both materially and spiritually for Devati. So by serving her devotee husband, Gardam Muni, Devati shared in his achievements. So this is also an interesting statement. And I remember a quote from Radha Govind Maharaj that for a wife, she doesn't have to endeavor so hard in devotional service and bhakti. It says she automatically gets 50% of any bhakti performed by the husband. And I remember someone asking, does it not work the other way? And Maharaj says, no, it doesn't work the other way. It's a one way. It's one way. So Mataji is your, just all you have to do is support your Prabhujis and husbands, and automatically you're 50% of the way there, right? So the more your husband does, the more you benefit also. So Devati shared in his achievements automatically, and she got everything. Similarly, Prabhupada makes this one very nice point. A sincere disciple, simply by serving a bona fide spiritual master, can achieve all the mercy of the spiritual master simultaneously. So, right, a very crucial point that just by serving selflessly with full dedication and devotion, that we can automatically get the mercy of a spiritual master. Yasya Prasada, Bhagavat Prasada. Right, so this is the mood of the devotee. And Prema Pumartho Mahan, to achieve love of Godhead, is the highest perfection of life. Right, so this in essence is the whole thesis of Srimad Bhagavatam. Right, to teach us how to develop the love of Godhead. How can we truly attain this? And again, as we know, Bhagavatam, all it is stories, the interaction of either the Lord himself, his direct incarnations, or his devotees. And just by hearing, reciting, understanding these leelas, we gradually understand more about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and we develop this taste for understanding him, which ultimately takes us to the highest perfection of life. So making key point. So Gardam Muni bestowed upon Devati the best gift which can be bestowed in any human life, right? Which is the grace of the Lord or the mercy of God, right? So this gift of bhakti, gift of devotion, what can be more valuable than that? Most valuable gift he bestowed on her just out of her loving devotional service to him. And this is in the purport where Prabhupada says that we shouldn't think this is such an easy thing to attain. It's not an ordinary commodity. We sometimes in the material world take love very cheaply. We don't understand the true depth of the meaning of the word love, right? Love of God is not an ordinary commodity. It cannot be purchased. It cannot be easily acquired, right? It's very rare, and it's something we have to work for. And Krishna Prema, Krishna consciousness, it is the highest gift which can be bestowed on anyone whom we presume to love, right? So here, the story tells us that when we think of this concept of love, it has to be related to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to Krishna. That's the ultimate entity, ultimate person that we have to try to imbibe love for, to try to develop love for, and try to serve to the best of our ability. And this indeed is bhakti, bhakti or devotional service, as Srila Prabhupada put it. There's a lot more in these purports. Again, in the interest of time, I just picked out a few key sentences, but if we have time, you can read these purports. Very nice Prabhupada makes these, it elaborates on this idea of the importance of service, and not just service directly to the Lord, but service to his devotees as well. When we truly dedicate ourselves to serving his devotees, he's equally pleased, if not more pleased, and we get the same benefit. So another story I'd like to just reflect on here with all of you from Srimad Bhagavatam, story of Pingala. Right? Pingala in the 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 8. And this is in the section of Uddhav Gita. Uddhav Gita, and Krishna is explaining the interaction of with Yadu Maharaj and this Avdut, and this Avdut, who is Dattatreya, has 24 gurus, and from each of these 24 gurus, he's learned something. And the 18th guru in that list of 24 is a prostitute, and Yadu Maharaj is saying, what can you possibly learn from a prostitute? That can be of value. What can you have possibly learned from this? So the Avdut explains what he learns from the story of Pingala. Says the conditioned soul considers himself to be the lord and enjoyer of the material world and considers the purpose of life to be sense gratification. The more one tries to enjoy the material world, the more one's illusion increases. So this, in essence, is the learning from the story of Pingala, that when we try to structure our life to try to enjoy ourselves, enjoy our senses, try to enjoy the material world, try to seek happiness in this material world, the more we are drawn into the depths of the material world, and the more we are placed into illusion, the more we are tricked, the more we are fooled, right? And this is the realization of Pingala. So the prostitute was very proud of her ability to please men, but now she laments that she did not try to please the Supreme Lord by loving service. So the story was that on one specific day, Pingala waited and waited and waited for an appropriate suitor. She dressed herself up so nicely, put makeup, made herself very beautiful, and was there waiting and waiting. As actually in one version I read, generally a prostitute doesn't get attached to her suitors there or her customers. But in one case, Pingala got attracted and attached to this prince. And the prince said, I will come back and see you. And so on that day, she turned down all of her other customers, and she was just waiting and waiting for the prince to come to see her. And from morning, she dressed herself up nicely and just waited and kept looking out of the window and the door. And prince didn't come, and she kept looking all day, and then night came. The night she waited until the night, and he never came, he never showed up, right? So, and then she realized, she somehow had this realization, this unexplainable fear of detachment, that, what am I doing? Why I'm trying to arrange my life to enjoy something, but it's just ending in frustration. So she realizes this, that I'm wasting my life away, I'm wasting my time. What have I been doing all these years? When the Supreme Lord, he is the actual enjoyer of everyone and everything. One must learn how to please the Lord by service, not try to be pleased ourselves. Like this prostitute, the Avdut is explaining to Yadu Maharaj, that one should understand that if we give up the devotional service of the Lord, one will become a victim of the illusory energy, which will just lead to unending suffering. So understanding this principle, that this rare gift of devotional service, this rare gift of human body, is something very valuable, and we should try to use it appropriately. So Pingala is lamenting, besides me, what woman could be so foolish as to devote herself to this material body? thinking that she might get some pleasure and love in this interesting word, contraption. You know, she's referring to this material body as a contraption. And in the verses and purports, she describes this body as just a framework of bones covered with skin and full of blood, stool, and urine. And you know, how can we possibly think that we can derive pleasure and love from this, you know, a bag of bones and blood and stool and so forth, right? So she's contemplating, or she's thinking and reflecting, how could I ever have got myself into this situation? She's concluding that we have to make the best use of the material body, which is a bad bargain, right? Material body is something unfortunate. We're in this material body by some, you know, situation, some activities we may have performed in the past, by some desires we may have had. We're in this material body. It's a place of suffering. It's going to be grow old and disease, and it's going to give us pain. It's going to give us pain at all stages. So what should we do is we should surrender our body, mind, and words to the Lord. When we do that, we're able to pay the price of that surrender. Then what do we get for paying that price? We can actually purchase the Lord, right? So when we fully surrender unto the Lord becomes purchased, and the Lord takes responsibility for looking after us. So this is, again, conclusion. So she says, with devotion, I accept the great benefit that the Lord has bestowed upon me. Having given up my sinful desire and ordinary sense gratification, I now take shelter of him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So this gift of devotion, this unexplainable, sudden mood of detachment, this realization of what she was doing, this, she says, this is a great gift the Lord has bestowed upon me. So now, having received this gift, I should take full advantage of it and surrender into the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And she says, now that I've done this, I am now completely satisfied, and I have full faith in the Lord's mercy. So we remember the famous verse from 1-6, right? Savai pumsam parodharmo yato bhakti adokshaje ahitaki apratihata yatma suprasiddhati. Yatma suprasiddhati. Now I am completely satisfied, right? So Pingala realizes that, you know, by full surrender, full ahituki apratihata bhakti, like uninterrupted, unmotivated bhakti, I can now achieve full satisfaction, and that will come of its own accord, and I shall enjoy my life with the Lord, because ultimately he is the real source of love and happiness. He's the real source of love and happiness. So again, another teaching from the Bhagavatam here is that when we think about the source of love, the real source, the true source of love, that is the Supreme Lord. And realizing that we have to strive to cultivate, practice, develop that true love of Godhead, which may take a long, long time, maybe even many lifetimes, but still having that realization, as Pingala did, that is the beginning. Okay, so changing the focus a little bit on to trust. So trust reminded me of the story of Dhruva Maharaj. So Dhruva Maharaj, as we recall, he wanted to get the kingdom, which he deserved as the son of the king. And he would not settle for being reduced or insulted, right? So he became adamant. He demanded from his mother, who do I have to see? What must I do to get my own kingdom, right? So remember, he's only a 5-year-old boy at this stage, but still he became so determined, he became so insulted, frustrated, but at the same time, he was dedicated, determined to find a solution, find an answer. And Suniti, his mother, answered him wisely. The only way to get what you really want is to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And then we understand, Dhruva Maharaj says, well, where can I find it? How can I worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead? And Suniti says, well, I don't really know where you can find the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I have heard that saintly people go to the forest and somehow make acquaintance with the Supreme Lord. So Dhruva Maharaj, of course, he decides to go to the forest. And on the way, he meets Narad Muni, right? Because he had such a great desire to find that Supreme Lord, that Supreme Absolute, based on his mother's instructions. Narad Muni, the eternal spiritual master, came to him. And so the first point around trust we look at here is Dhruva Maharaj's trust. A young boy trust in his mother's words to say, you just go, if you want to find the Lord, just go to the forest. That's all. So he had so much full faith in his mother's word that that's it, he left. Even at that young age, he just left. And then, of course, then the next lesson of trust is when he meets Narad Muni, right? Narad Muni, the eternal spiritual master. And again, we know that Narad Muni tries to dissuade Dhruva Maharaj, saying, you know, you're just a little boy. Don't take this so seriously. Just go back to the palace and play. When you grow up, then you can take up this kind of things more seriously. Right now, you know, just go back home and you know, enjoy life. Narad Muni, as our spiritual masters sometimes do, tests the future disciple, tests for his determination, tests for his willingness to surrender, tests for his dedication, right? So, of course, Dhruva Maharaj is relentless. He says, no, I'm going to the forest. Either you help me or I just go on my own. When he dissuades him, there's wild tigers and animals. What will you do in the forest? Dhruva Maharaj, not dissuaded at all, goes. So finally, Narad Muni, understanding the sincerity of Dhruva, explains to him, okay, you go here, you chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, in this way, that way, that way. So in this way, Dhruva Maharaj, then again, he accepts the word of his guru's words and follows strictly, right? Follows them strictly. So Prabhupada makes this point in the purports that when one is sincerely searching for God or Krishna, Krishna sends that person, a bona fide spiritual master, to give instructions how to reach him. In Bhagavad Gita also, we remember, Tesham Satata Yuktana, Vajatam Priti Purvakam, Dadami Buddhi Yogamtam, the Lord gives the intelligence by which to attain him. So in the same way, the Lord sent Narad Muni, and Narad Muni gave him the instructions, gave him the direction to go. And so with that full faith in his mother's words and his guru's words, that staunch faith, right? Trust and faith are very interchangeable. You know, when we have faith, we have trust. You know, we have trust, we can have faith. So this staunch faith, this staunch trust led to his ultimate success. Similar story with Prahlad, right? We hear Prahlad's unshakable faith and trust in the Lord, right? So again, we all know the story, how Hiranyakashipu's henchmen, they tried to kill Prahlad in so many ways. They tried starving him, they tried poisoning him, they tried cursing him, they tried beating him, they tried stomping him with elephants, attacking with animals and pythons, and throwing off mountain peaks and with stones, fires, blizzards. Everywhere you can possibly think of, they tried to kill Prahlad. Each case we know Prahlad had staunch faith, staunch trust in the Lord. Krishna will save me, Krishna will save me. If he wants to save me, he will save me. If not, that's up to him. In this way, each and every time, we know that he remained unharmed, and not even a hair on his head was harmed, right? So again, that conclusion from this is that when we can have such staunch faith and staunch trust in the Lord, if we can ever attain that level, then the Lord is duty bound to protect us, right? He has no choice. If we are fully surrendered to him, he will, he has to protect us. And so many examples are there. Prahlad Maharaj is there. In Gujarat, we hear the story of Nasimeta. Similarly, to the extent we surrender, to that extent the Lord reciprocates. Bhagavad Gita says, right? Right. So despite all of Hiranyakashipu's attempts, Prahlad depended on the Lord in every instance. The Lord protected Prahlad in every single way. He remained untouched. And we know this angered Prahlad even more, right? Actually, when we hear about Hiranyakashipu and so forth, he had everything. He was materially, he was the most wealthiest, most opulent person in the world. But the one thing that drove him so much anger and frustration and so forth was Prahlad's total dependence on the Lord, right? He could not understand how can someone be so dedicated, so surrendered to the Lord in light of everything else. And that envy, that actually this is in one sense another illustration of love in Srimad Bhagavatam, right? Prahlad's love for the Lord's love for Prahlad, and this was what Hiranyakashipu envied and made him burn up so much that ultimately led to his own destruction, right? So Prahlad's another story. And there's a nice quote here: spiritual maturity is measured in terms of preserving faith in God, not by external behavior. So sometimes we can test ourselves, how advanced we have become, how matured we have become in a spiritual sense, when we are in desperate situations or difficult anxiety. How much do we call out to the Lord? How much can we depend on the Lord? How much do we say, "Oh Lord, this suffering you're giving me, that's just your mercy. Actually, I'm supposed to suffer much more, but by your kindness, you're just giving me a little bit of suffering." Instead of being resentful, instead of feeling frustration and anger, right? When we can retort to the Lord, pray to the Lord, just as Prahlad did in every single situation, just humbly praying to the Lord, right? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, consistently without any concern or anything else, right? So when we can have even a little bit of that faith and trust, then we can see how much progress we've made spiritually. So this was just a couple of examples on trust and faith. That again, there are many other stories in Srimad Bhagavatam that we can extract this importance of faith and love. And this gives us a glimpse of how love and faith are tied. Love and faith, especially when it comes to loving the Lord. So just the last section, and this section is a little bit incomplete because I didn't get total chance to finish it. But this theme of cooperation is also another theme that it's actually harder to find cooperation specifically in Srimad Bhagavatam directly. But what's really interesting and thought-provoking is, as we all know, how much Srila Prabhupada stressed this principle of cooperation, especially among devotees. We'll start with this little story of from Srimad Bhagavatam, story of the Prachetas. And again, we know in the story of the Prachetas, background, the Prachetas, they're the sons of King Pratinabihari, and they underwent severe austerities deep beneath the sea, I think for 10,000 years, right? They were based on the order, carrying out the order of their father. They undergo these deep austerities. And what were they doing there? They actually had met Lord Shiva first. Lord Shiva had taught them how to worship the Supreme Lord. Now, Shiva had given this Rudragit, these mantras by which they can worship the Lord. And in this, they were able to satisfy the Supreme Lord, Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And Vishnu comes on Garud to see the Prachetas. But what's really interesting is the Lord is not so impressed that they perform these austerities underwater for 10,000 years. They've suffered so much and they've gone through so much pain and agony in trying to worship the Lord. That doesn't impress the Lord. And what does impress the Lord is, as the Lord will say, how much they cooperated, right? So again, one lesson here we learn from here is that the devotee never attempts to reach the Supreme Lord directly. He always finds a way through other devotees. So in this case, the Prachetas went through Lord Shiva to try and reach Lord Vishnu. Right? The most important way to achieve the Lord is to go through the disciplic succession of devotees. We don't try to jump over and go to the higher level directly. We go through the disciplic succession with respect and humility. So performing all these austerities doesn't seem such a happy endeavor, yet the students, the devotees, if they're serious, they will undergo such austerities to attain that favor of the Supreme Lord. So, if they're serious, they can do this. But the Lord finally, after all these austerity, appears on the shoulder of Garud, seems like a cloud resting on the mountain known as Meru, and with a merciful glance and a voice like thunder, the Lord addresses the sons of King Prachin Barisat, who are very much surrendered unto him. Right? And what he says is very, very key here. He says, "My dear sons of the king, I am very much pleased by the friendly relationships among you." Right? This is key. It doesn't even mention that you went through all these austerities and did so much for me and went through so much suffering. He stresses the point, I'm very much pleased by the relationships amongst you. And what is the center of those relationships? All of you are engaged in one occupation, devotional service, right? So this is the unifying factor, that when everyone is centers on devotional service of the Lord, and even though there are differences of opinion, differences in methods, differences in inclinations, somehow if that end goal is the same, and if that recognition is the same, that yes, we are all trying to aim for that end goal, somehow let's try to help each other. If we can't help each other, let's encourage each other, support each other, recognize each other in what they're doing, right? So many devotees are doing so many things and I'm not doing anything. This is the mood, right? So I'm so pleased with your mutual friendship that I wish you good fortune. And now you may ask for any benediction in me, right? So this was a key point of cooperation that even the Lord recognizes in the story of the Prachetas. Duplicate side. So as I said, I was going to do some more on the theme of cooperation. I didn't really get a chance, but we can look at some of Prabhupada's quotes on this theme of love and cooperation. This is an article from an old Back to Godhead, right, where he says, to love is to cooperate, right? And again, we all have heard that Srila Prabhupada's last words, his last desire, was that his followers cooperate to spread this Krishna conscious movement everywhere. And that remains still today a key driving force, right? So again, in 1977, when Prabhupada's health was deteriorating and he returned to his Vrindavan, his secretary suggested he make a will, right? So when he was making that will, Prabhupada requested all his GBC members to come to Vrindavan to witness the will. And the secretary said, I'm sure they will come because they love you. And the secretary made this comment. Because they love you. Right, so this Sureshwara, his operation is even amongst the devotees, right? So we foster this. He gives some thoughts and ideas. We'll just look at a few key points here, there, right? And even Prabhupada had quoted the Gaudiya Math, right? Gaudiya Math. And even though Bhaktisiddhanta had ordered his leading disciples, you work together with this GBC work, but somehow or other they couldn't do it. So after the departure of Bhaktisiddhanta, that non-cooperation between the senior members of the Gaudiya Math resulted in fragmentation and eventual disintegration of that whole Gaudiya Math. And Prabhupada was determined to try to arrange things such that ISKCON would not undergo a similar fate. Here's a nice quote. It says, when you do something in cooperation with the Lord, that is called bhakti. So it's an interesting definition of bhakti, right? So cooperation with the Lord. To test our actual dedication and sincerity to serve the spiritual master will be this mutual cooperative spirit to push this movement and not to make factions and deviate, right? So this is long before his departure in 1973. He recognized this was going to be a big challenge and difficulty, right? So he emphasized this in so many ways. And the day he signed his will, he reiterated this point. Your love will be tested by how, after my departure, you maintain this institution, right? So at the same time, Prabhupada wanted this cooperation, but he was a realist, right? It's not utopia. He says, don't expect utopia. It's not, cooperation doesn't just turn on the switch like that. It's not the spiritual world here. We're in the material world. And Prabhupada even saw this when he was here. So even just after he formed his GBC, one of his members wrote to complain that, some other devotees were doing this, this and that, and Prabhupada disagreed. It's not so much that because there may be some faults in our God brothers and God sisters, or because there may be some mismanagement, right? We all tend to blame management, right? Management is the problem. Right? Management is the problem. So Prabhupada saying not because of mismanagement or the lack of cooperation that this is impersonalist. No, it is due to the nature of the living condition to always have some fault. So Prabhupada knew that we cannot expect utopia. We are humans. We're going to have some misgivings, imperfections. And even in the spiritual world, he said there is some fault and envy. But that is not the same as the fault and envy in the material world. In the spiritual world, it is transcendental because it is all based on Krishna. Sometimes when one devotee would serve Krishna very nicely, the others would say, oh, she has done so nicely. Now let me do better for pleasing Krishna. This is envy, but it is transcendental without malice, right? So contrasting this to material envy, when we see someone doing so much better than us, getting more advanced than us, we become, why can't I be like that? Or, let me try to catch up. No, let's encourage, support. Envy without malice, how wonderful, right? So we cannot expect utopia. I know that's impersonalism, but even within Krishna consciousness, we cannot expect utopia, right? Because we are persons, right? Lackings have become transcendental because despite, if they're in the service of Krishna, lackings also, because they're tied to serving Krishna, they can be overcome. So Prabhupada, the analogy is given like a judo master who uses negative energy to his advantage. He finished his point, challenging his man to see the positive. He says, devotees of Krishna are most exalted persons on this planet, better than kings, all of them. So we should always remember that. And like the bumblebee, always look for the nectar or the best qualities of a person. Not like the utopians who are like flies who always go to the open source or find the faults in a person. And because they cannot find any utopia or because they cannot find anyone without faults, they want to become void, merge into nothing, right? So he says, look for the good in someone rather than to look for the faults, right? If Prabhupada's thesis is to cooperate and his antithesis is to not expect utopia, how does he synthesize this? And no, it's not so easy to synthesize, but this is where this famous term comes, unity in diversity, right? Which is, again, another principle that ISKCON strives to develop, build on, and promote through. So again, another story, when another GBC man wrote More Dissension in the Ranks, Prabhupada was philosophical. He said, material nature means dissension and disagreement, but for Krishna consciousness, its success will depend on agreement, even though there are varieties of engagement. In the material world, there are varieties, but there is no agreement. In the spiritual world, there are varieties, but agreement. So again, different individuals have different inclinations. They like to do things differently. The only way to harmonize them is to have this concept of shared purpose, and that shared purpose is simply to please Krishna. So Prabhupada would illustrate this. He gave this example of concentric circles. Concentric circles. He says, no matter how many circles we draw, if they all share the same center, they never clash, right? So in the same way, if pleasing Krishna is at the center of our intentions, we can figure out our disagreements. We can agree and we can continue to work cooperatively to serve the Lord, even when differences arise. So Prabhupada knew this was going to be a challenge throughout, and the history of ISKCON has proven this. So, I mean, this is an interesting article. I won't go through it all, but sure. Yeah, it's a BTG. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. Sure. But anyway, thank you for your attention and giving me again this opportunity. I hope I've said something that was informative or made you think a little bit, so forth. Really, this is nothing that I developed. I just tried to pull a few things together. And really, my gratitude to you all, because when I have to do this, it forces me to read and study and reflect also. So thank you all so much. Yeah, Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much for this wonderful class. Of course, you walked us through different aspects of Srimad Bhagavatam, how we can experience and practice love, trust, and cooperation. I especially like, of course, all the points were great, especially noted the point which you made from Srila Prabhupada that we should not expect a utopia. There will be problems. We just need to learn to kind of practice and learn from those situations, so that there are problems in the spiritual world as well. Of course, not the same that we have here. They are on a transcendental level, but the more we practice here, the better we get prepared for the next life. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if you have to summarize your Krishna consciousness journey.
Oh, Krishna.
5 minutes. Because I'm sure you must have gone through so many things. I'd love to hear your sweet and sour story. I'm sure it's all sweet. Sour is another taste.
Before you begin, I'll just take 30 seconds. My sincere apologies. So I wasn't prepared to introduce you. It was literally a couple of minutes before I decided that I will introduce you. So it was partial introduction, a couple of things just like to me that I introduced you. But Prabhu is so it's a custom here at ISKCON that when we introduce the speaker, we let devotees know, people here in the class know who the spiritual master is. Prabhu is a disciple of Goswami Maharaj. And so is Mata, his wife, Radharani. So there's a Bhakti Shastri also. Currently, Prabhu is pursuing Bhakti Vaibhav.
No, no, that's plenty.
As you just started the class, it struck me that was one of the things that I wanted to bring to everyone's notice. Please kind of go and you can summarize your journey in ISKCON. I would like to hear.
So I don't know if I really recall the beginning, but my mother will tell you my journey in ISKCON, or the Hare Krishna movement, began in London. I grew up in London. Maybe when I was around 10 years old, so a long, long time ago. And this is probably around maybe 1968 or so, that Srila Prabhupada visited our apartment in London at that time. And she has a little picture of me in the background with Prabhupada sitting there. And so she will claim that that's the beginning of my Krishna consciousness career, if you like. But I don't have much recollection of that day or event. The photo is nice to look at from time to time and see that Srila Prabhupada was there with us in London. He came with his initial disciples, Malti and Shamsundar and Yamuna and so forth in the early days. But since then, of course, growing up in London, we used to occasionally go to Bhaktivedanta Manor, especially on some of the festivals. I recall some of the visits there. Really, I became more interested in Krishna consciousness after studying and graduating. I immigrated to Canada, and I was in Edmonton, Alberta for 3 years. And at that time, there was a small center in Alberta, in Edmonton. And I was single at that time, and somehow I got involved with the devotees, and I would go to the temple regularly and participate in the programs. And that's when I started chanting slowly. And then over the years, I became more serious. It took a long time because that was in maybe 1984, 85. And then finally took initiation from Radha Govind Maharaj in the year 2000, right here in Towaco Temple. So anyway, gradual progress, and even we moved to, I got married during that time, and we moved to Toronto. I remember going to the Rath Yatras with my children when they were very, very small, almost babies, toddlers, and we got very involved with the His Holiness Bhakti Marg Swami and the temple in Toronto. We would go regularly, and he had us perform in his dramas, and in so many ways help with some of the Rath Yatra things and other things there in Toronto. And then in the 90s, we moved to New Jersey, and since then I've been associated with the Towaco Temple many years, and since basically 91, 92, doing our best to keep this temple running, operational, and building a new temple, which is, we believe, the desire of our deity Sri Sri Gaura-Nitai. Otherwise, we don't know how we could ever have started such a project or even got this far. So somehow or other, it's their desire to have a new home, and we're just trying to be their instrument and somehow make it happen despite all of the obstacles and challenges and things that we'll face. So, but that's about it. We met Maharaj when Radha Govind Maharaj, when he was doing his Bhagavad Saptas. He started coming to America in, I think, 96. He did his first set of Saptas in Houston. And then the following year, he came to New York, New Jersey area. And somehow we became acquainted with him. And you can understand, right, that all these years you're still not sure, but then at some point Krishna says, okay, you're serious enough, he sends a guru and something clicks, right? So just hearing Maharaj's katha, I'm not so good in Hindi, but somehow I was able to understand Maharaj's Hindi, and just hearing his kathas made my Hindi a little bit better. But that was there, and we had the opportunity when Maharaj came to this area to serve Maharaj, and travel a little with Maharaj and attend his kathas and help organize his kathas and things. So we had the good opportunity to travel with Maharaj in India to his home village in Bihar, and attend some of the kathas in that area too. That's really about it, trying to serve here in Towaco Temple since that time. So.
I know everyone's tired. It's getting afternoon. Food's finally digesting a little bit, but can we please get 3 big Hare Bols for Nilmani Prabhu?
Hari Bol. Hari Bol.
Fantastic presentation. It was really well formatted, and it was very easy to, even for me, to follow along, which is a first. But thank you for a great presentation, Prabhu, and thank you so much for allowing us to host our Bhakti retreat here at the mercy of the Lord. Hare Krishna. And now, what do we have next? Kirtan next? Kirtan. Who's singing Kirtan? Amla and Aditi are going to be singing Kirtan up next. Hare Bol.
हरे कृष्ण प्रभु जी आवाज नहीं आ रही प्रभु जी धन्यवाद अपना हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण प्रभु जी हरि बोल हरि बोल।
Hello, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Sound is not coming. No sound.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, just give us a second.
29.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up we have a class by His Grace Gokulandas. He's going to be giving us a class on atrocities of Ashwatthama, leading into Queen Kunti Devi prayer. So please give him a warm Haribol welcome in. Prabhuji, the floor is all yours. Hare Krishna.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, Prabhuji, you can see your screen.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Prabhuji, you're audible.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, I'm really enjoying this Bhakti retreat. It's a more hybrid retreat for me. And we'll start with Mangalacharan. My subject today will be atrocities of Ashwatthama leading to Queen Kunti prayers. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Paschata Desatārine Om Ajnānatimirandasya Jnānanjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Ena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah Tasmai Sri Guruve Namah Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Mena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadanti Swapadantikam. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesa Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radha Vrindavaneshwari Sutavanu Sute Devi Vrishavanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpataruvasya Kripa Sindhu Evata Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namo प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Hare Krishna, everyone. It's really a pleasure to share my topic today, which is about the atrocities of Aswasthama leading to Queen Kunti prayers. And this is based on Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1. Of course, it's chapter 7 and 8. That's what I'm trying to cover by the overview. But the whole theme of love, cooperation, and trust is such a wonderful theme. I have been listening to all these classes and even Guru Maharaj and Guru Ma. And it really makes us more attracted that in the congregation or even as God brothers and God sisters, we should develop so much love, trust, and cooperation among us. And there is nothing better than Srimad Bhagavatam, which leads us to this kind of. So, having said all this, we are starting with a first verse where it says, Parikshito Arth Rajasri, Parikshito Arth Rajasri, Janma Karma Vilapanam, Sansam Chapandu Putranam, Vakshe Krishna Kathodayam. It's more like we have been listening more love and Krishna and love and cooperation and trust. And that being the theme, what I am saying is the stories that involves now. Even the asuras have that kind of love, that kind of trust and cooperation to achieve their evil goals. So what Sutta Goswami thus addressed the Rishis headed by Saunaka. Now I shall begin the transcendental narration of the Lord Sri Krishna and topics of the birth, activities, and deliverance of King Parikshit, the sage amongst the kings, as well as the topics of the renunciation of the worldly order by the sons of Pandu. So here it is, what Sri Prabhupada says, Srila Prabhupada says, the Lord Krishna is so kind to the fallen souls that he personally incarnates himself amongst the different kinds of living entities and takes a part with them in daily activities. Any historical fact, old or new, which has connection with the activities of the Lord is to be understood as a transcendental narration of the Lord. Without Krishna, all this supplementary literature like Purana, Mahabharata, says, although these beautiful stories that we have in Mahabharatas or even in Srimad Bhagavata, where a lot of bhaktas, a lot of devotees, glorifications are there. It sounds like stories, but without Krishna, these stories has no meaning. These are just historical facts without Krishna. So the presence of Krishna is what makes it more transcendental. Transcendental topics of the activities of the Lord Krishna in Srimad Bhagavatam begin from the battle of Kurukshetra. It is very well known to us, general parts of what the Kurukshetra war was all about. That's where the Mahabharata was actually sung. So beginning from the battle of Kurukshetra, the Lord himself spoke about him in Bhagavad Gita. The difference is Lord himself speaks Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna. While in Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna, his lila, his glories, his purest devotees, and so on by Sri Vyasadeva. So Vyasadeva has sung the song of Bhagavatam, and Krishna himself has sung the song of Bhagavad Gita. And like Prabhupada says, that all these new devotees, all of us have to first start studying Gita. It's like getting an undergraduate course in ISKCON. And while we finish Srimad Bhagavatam, that is like doing master degree in ISKCON. So now we are talking about atrocities, so we have to know what this Aswatthama is. What is he trying to do? Since we are going to discuss about these great warriors, Krishna had to come and descend himself, even for Ram. They could have done the same job sitting there in the Vaikuntha. They had to. We are going to discuss these warriors' atrocities, cruelties. Let us understand the strength of these asuras. To have this evil figure over the good in presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So who was Aswatthama? Aswatthama is also known as Droni, everybody, while they were doing these archeries. And his wife Kripi, she was sister of Kripacharya. So along with his father, he fought in Kurukshetra war, in Mahabharata, and from the Kauravas side, he was against the Pandavas. He's considered an avatar of Shiva, and he's one of the 7 Chiranjeevis. These are the immortal living beings in Hinduism who are to remain alive on the earth until the end of the current Kali Yuga. This is a mystery, a mythical fact. But it is a virtually Am I okay? He was born with a gem on his forehead, which makes him powerful. Then at the living being lower than humans, he can protect himself from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Well, Dronacharya was an expert in warfare. But since Drona lived a simple life of a Brahmin, he was not able to even afford a milk for his son. He goes to his friend King Draupad for help, but he refused, saying a beggar and a king cannot be friends. And after this humiliation and seeing the plight of Drona, Kripacharya, who was guru in the Dhritarashtra kingdom, invited Drona to Hastinapur. And there he became the guru of Pandavas and Kauravas both. So on the 10th day of the war between Pandavas and Kauravas, when Bhishma falls, Drona is appointed as the supreme commander of the Kaurava army. Pandava and Kaurava, Aswatthama was trained along with them. Krishna knew that it is impossible to defeat armed Dronacharya. So he makes a plan to defeat him by convincing him that his son Ashwasthama was killed on the battlefield. And after hearing this, he will disarm himself in a grip. Now, this is the strategy used by Krishna. This is one of the four in the Krishna not lifting the war, any weapons, but he was guiding how to counteract these people. But in fact, when they had this plan of Krishna works as Bhima kills an elephant named Ashwasthama while claiming it to be the son of Drona. So in a grief, Drona disarmed Krishna knew that it is impossible to defeat the armed Dronacharya. So he makes a plan to defeat him by convincing him that his son Ashwasthama was killed in the battlefield. And after hearing this, he will disarm himself. Now this plan of Krishna works as Bhima kills an elephant by name of Ashwasthama. And while claiming it to be the son of Drona, in a grief, Drona disarmed, enraged by the death of his father, Ashwasthama unleashed Narayanastra, a weapon gifted to him by his father, on the Pandava army. Narayanastra has a power to destroy one Akshauhini. You know, one Akshauhini, what does that mean? The battle formation consisting of 21,800 plus chariots, 21,800 elephants, 65,000 horses, and 109,000 infantry entirely. This is just a one Akshauhini. So Krishna saw him using the weapon and asked the Pandava to bow down to it, as this was the only way to calm the Astra. So the Pandava did the same and saved their lives. After the failure of Narayan Astra, Ashwasthama got more engaged and used the Agni Astra on the Pandava. Although he could not kill the Pandava because he managed to eradicate most of the Pandava's army. Well, after Narayanastra and Agni Astra failed, a war took place between both parties. Ashwasthama succeeded in defeating many Pandava's army. So what is happening here? I'm not able to see my PowerPoint. Okay. So when Duryodhana was killed by Bhima, then remaining Kaurava warriors, including Ashwasthama, made a deadly attempt to kill the Pandavas' brothers in the night when they would be sleeping. And on that night, Krishna took all 5 Pandavas somewhere else, and Ashwasthama entered into the tent of Pandavas and mistakenly killed all the 5 sleeping sons of Pandavas and set the camp on fire. When Pandavas returned to the camp and they learned about this dreadful incident, they became inconsolable. They went searching for Ashwasthama to sage Vyasa's ashram. On seeing Pandava, Ashwasthama is the last option devised the Brahmastra. Astra from a blade of a grass or invoke it against the Brahmastra, it is like a nuclear weapon. It's the evolution of Brahmastra and a shower of meteors to annihilate the enemy. The weapon can be invoked by using sacred mantras. Arjuna invokes the same Astra when he received the Drona himself towards Ashwasthama. On seeing the powerful Astra heading for a head-on collision that would result in the total annihilation of the entire earth, Vyas asked both. Vyasmuni, here we can see, Vyasmuni asked both of them to withdraw this weapon. But Astasama is unable to do so because Drona never taught him how to withdraw this astra. And this limits him from using the weapon for only one instance. Well, here it is now. Draupadi, the mother of 5 children of the Pandava, after hearing the massacre of her son, began to cry in distress with the eyes full of tears and trying to pacify her in her great loss. Arjuna spoke to her after beheading him with the arrows. From my Gandiva bow, I shall then wipe out the tears from your eyes and pacify you. In Krishna Lila, a lot of unavoidable uncertainties are there. Draupadi didn't know that her sons will be killed. Mother Devaki didn't know her sons will be killed. Pandava's life was full of calamities. Brajavasis tolerated rain, storms for 7 days. Every calamity, Krishna was present. Many, many such pastimes. But no one complained. This is love. They loved Krishna. They had trust in Krishna. And that's why everyone cooperated. They trusted Krishna at every step of the life. Heavy price was paid, but they got rewarded by associating with the Lord himself. Everyone cooperated in Nandagam. They could have told Nanda Baba, that look, your son is creating so much havoc within them, and that's what's giving us this rain and floods and calamity. But they didn't. Nobody uttered a word. Everyone cooperated. Everyone cooperated in Nandagaon. What they got is a love. Of Krishna forever. Prabhupada, there's a whole book on the subject. Am I audible now? When the son of Brahmana, Arjuna chasing him at a great speed, his horse were tired. He used the ultimate weapon, Brahmastra, which is like I earlier said, a nuclear weapon. As his life was now in danger, a glaring, thundering light spread in all directions, and he began to address Lord Krishna. This is Arjuna, who entrusted Lord all the time. He was his Sarathi in the war. He glorified the Lord. No limit to your different energies. You are competent to instill the fearlessness in the hearts of your devotees. Flames of material miseries can find the path of liberation in you. You are the supreme personality of Godhead who expands himself all over the creations and is transcendental to the material energy. After several glorification, is requesting for a help. Mercy and love and Aswastama have a demoniac ideas to kill millions to save himself. This is the beauty. The Asuras, they don't care how many people will be destroyed. They care for themselves and to save themselves. Such is the story in COVID. We don't know whether China was responsible. But COVID is like another Brahmastra, a bioastra, which have caused the whole world to seize everything has stopped. People are so scared, all of us. And even in this ultimate crisis, Arjuna did not forget the duty of bowing down, paying obeisances, no compromise in performing devotional service. The lessons for us is when we see Gurudev, when we see a sannyasi, when we see a senior devotee, glorify them. Let us mention good points mentioned by them in their class or in their preachings. We can serve them with water when it is required, or bring their shoes, or ask them how we can serve them. And by such humble Vaishnava attitudes, full of love and cooperation, we develop the mutual trust. Arjuna had it all: love, cooperation, and trust in Krishna. Cooperation and trust in Krishna. Finally, he arrested Ashwasthama and bound him with the ropes like animal. And at this point, Krishna asked him not to show mercy as he killed the innocent boys in their sleep. I'm just kind of leaving slokas and go right in translation, because the story goes that this man is an assassin. He's a murderer of your own family members. And not only that, he has also dissatisfied his master. He is but the burnt remnants of his family. Kill him immediately. This is what Krishna is telling Arjuna, that kill this man, because survival of a man like this is more harmful for society. So Ashwasthama, son of Dronacharya, is referred here as Papa. In the slok, tada asu vidyatam papa atayap atma bandhuha bharatasuta vipriyam vibrating kratvan kulapamasna. But he also dissatisfied his master. He's burned the remnants of his family. Kill him. So Ashwasthama, son of Dronacharya, is referred here as a papa, sinner. Atatai, assaulter. Atma Bandhu, killer of Arjun's son, Viprayam. Let me see if I have that slide. Yeah. So this man is an assassin, murderer, just we discussed. And what he's trying to say is Ashwasthama, son of Drona, is referred here in this sloka as he's a sinner, Atatai, assaulter, Atma Bandhu, he's a killer of Arjun's sons. Vipriyam didn't satisfy his master. Here, through early verses, Krishna is reminding Arjuna. This is chapter 7 we are talking. Here we are talking again the atrocities of Ashwasthama. That here through earlier verses, Krishna is reminding Arjuna that before returning to camp to bring Ashwasthama before Draupadi, you promised Draupadi to bring forth the head of the killer of her sons. A religious person does not kill intoxicated, insane, asleep, nor he kills a woman, boy, or surrender souls, or even creatures. This is what Krishna is trying to convince to Arjuna. Cruel and wretched person maintains his existence at a cost of others, whether human or animals or any living entity. Prabhupada says his master Duryodhana was even dissatisfied and did not approve his heinous act of killing. In essence, this material world is full of anxiety. Dukhalaya sasvatam. Animal slaughter, terrorism, killing innocent children, women, families, war, and many such calamities are living examples. And not to mention COVID, which has also taken many, many lives, innocent lives. Many families are broken. Many orphans are on the street having no parents. And the world is going through such a chaos even today. A devotee, na jivo na maro, whether you live or die doesn't matter. But after leaving this body, he wants to go back home. A king indulged in the sense of sense gratification will end up in the hell anyway. So Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj is teaching us to make a life perfect. And to make life perfect, then chant and pray for animal killers, animal eaters. Give them prasad and opportunity to hear Krishna, Krishna Katha. Prabhupada said if animal killing, especially cow killing, can solve 40 to 50% of the world problems. The bird flu and the chicken flu and the swine flu and the plague and the COVID are all examples of pain being given to others, living entities. The only cure for calamities is to love and mercy of Lord Krishna. Let us cooperate to make these wonderful creations of Krishna. It appeared as Krishna was testing or teasing Arjuna to kill Aswastama. Arjuna did not like to kill Aswastama, but he knew Krishna's double mind, that internally he did not want him to kill Aswastama. To understand the spiritual master's mind, lots of intimacy is required. He was Arjuna's charioteer, Achyuta Mitra Sutta. Very useful lessons for us. That Arjuna understanding the mind of Krishna. Our progress is depending on Gurudev's guidance. Our endeavors are based on Guru's instruction to shoot the right target. Do what actively pleases Gurudev rather than pursue only what he asks us to do. This is what our senior Vaishnavas are also telling us, like Chaitanya Dev Prabhu, who is giving us a nectar of Bhagavatam every night. And there's a lot of lessons we have learned on Bhagavatam by dissecting each and every sloka. What I try to cover in probably 40 minutes, he tried to cover this in probably 40 weeks, because he looked at every comma, full point, every word that is written. Do what actively pleases Gurudev rather than pursue what he asks us. Should be able to make maximum sacrifice for the pleasure of spiritual master. Prabhupada had tears and hugged Tamal Krishna Maharaj when he got a deed for Juhu land. I also know that Tamal Krishna Maharaj, when New York Ratha Yatra, they were not giving permissions. They were banned to have Ratha Yatras on 5th Avenue. But it was Tamal Krishna who went to the mayor. Even though it was prohibited, he convinced them that we'll be driving 3 hand-driven carts and distribute free prasadam to everybody, free food to everybody. So this is not like a parade. This is a spiritual cars that will be guiding to, and still today we are lucky that New York Ratha Yatra is going well. No permission is given to any other religious parades like this. And that was also a Tamal Krishna's magic. When he told Prabhupada that I saw the mayor, I convinced him about 3 hand-driven cart and a free food that we'll be distributing. Prabhupada laughed and he said, that's like a Vaman avatar, you know. You asked him for 3 steps. He asked for 3 steps to Bali Maharaj. You asked for 3 hand-driven cars to Mayor of New York. And we are able to have a first big Rath Yatra. This was back in I presume was 76 or something. So I'm not sure about the year, but it was in early 70s, yeah. So Prabhupada also had tears and hugged Tamal Krishna when he had Juhu land. There were a lot of problems going on. And they were all suffering. They were living in the tents. There were a lot of Scorpios and this and that. And these mafias were not trying to inch Prabhupada, so Tamal Krishna and others, whatever strategies he were. So when Prabhupada said how you did it, they said it was the blessings of you, Maharaj, and blessing of Krishna that we succeeded in doing all these incidents. So why we came to ISKCON? To become fully Krishna consciousness and learn the science of Krishna, Krishna Prem, And Prabhupada gave us everything. He gave us the temples. He gave us the philosophy. He gave us the books. Even to satisfy everything he has, he gave us the prasadam. And above all, he gave us the spiritual master. Our spiritual master is only Diksha Guru that is preaching, is going all over the world, and tirelessly he has been serving the community. So as we saw that from verse 42 to 48, Draupadi's Vam Swabhav means is displayed. She's a very mild and gentle. As soon as Astasama was brought before Draupadi, she expressed should be arrested like a culprit and brought before her, especially when he was your teacher's son. Astasama was brought before Draupadi. She expressed the captor as the intolerable for that Brahmana. Draupadi was ready to forgive and forget Astasama in spite of his erroneous sins he committed. This is Astasama committed sins of killing her sons, who was out to kill Pandavas, but by mistake he killed. In the tent, Pandavas were taken out by Krishna somewhere. His sons were in the tent, and this story we just looked at it. So she exhibits the characteristics of a pure devotee. This signifies that a devotee of a Lord can tolerate all sorts of tribulation personally, but they are never unkind to others, including the enemy. And this is what Draupadi signifies. These are characteristics of a pure devotee, a full of love, a cooperation, and trust even in a harsh tragedy. Here, Draupadi rejected idea of killing Astasama. He is the son of a guru surviving in the form of his son. His son is like a guru. Release him, she said. He's like our spiritual master, dharmayam, obligation to guru, nyayayam. Thinking about Guruma being the Dronacharya's wife, Kripi, the thinking about Guruma, almost respectful person and mother like me. Son is a representative of his father. Sakaruna, do not make his wife cry like me. Samam, never insult or cause pain to respectable elder. Nirvelikam. In the end, Yudhishthir fully supported Queen Draupadi, which were in accordance with the religious principles, and everyone, including Krishna, Arjuna, and Pandavas, they all ultimately agreed that we should let this man free. The personality of Godhead Krishna said, a friend of Brahmana is not to be killed, but if he is an aggressor, he must be killed. If he is an aggressor, he must be killed. All these rulings are in scriptures and you should act accordingly. You have to fulfill. All these rulings are in scriptures. You should act accordingly. You have to fulfill your promise to your wife, and you must also act to the satisfaction of Bhivasena and me. So this is like contradictory thing. On the one hand, he was saying not to kill him, while on the other hand, it ends up that he agrees with Draupadi. And finally, everybody, like just we say, then Arjuna could understand the motive of the Lord by his equivalent orders. And thus with his sword, he severed his both hair and jewel. It's not like killing him, but it's like just defame him, insults. Just Arjuna could understand the motive of the Lord by his equivocal order, and thus with his sword, he severed both hair and jewel from the hair of Ashwastama. So these were Ashwastama's atrocities. The Pandavas, Draupadi, everybody went through it, and that alone was worth mentioning, because the whole story now about Kunti's prayer begins with this kind of atrocity. She has paid heavy, heavy price. And she is also again humble and so kind. She does not even utter a word against the calamities she went through. So here it is, I think, with atrocities of Ashwastama, the Pandavas' sons were killed. Pandavas and Draupadi and everybody just did the right rituals and ultimately gave Agni Sanskar to their dead bodies. Now I'm entering more into Queen Kunti prayers. Ashwastama, defamed and degraded warrior. He's going to make again a last attempt. People never lose their nature. The Asuras, he knows that they did so much mercy on him and that they let him go. But still today, Ashwastama say, defamed and degraded warrior is going to make a last attempt to kill the so-called last heir of Pandavas. Krishna is in the center of all massacre, where millions of people died. The whole clan was destroyed, creating distress and turmoil in the kingdom. The entire mission was to establish dharma, like we know. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya chaduskritam dharma sansthapanaya sambhavami yuge yuge. When the Lord descends on the earth to re-establish dharma, every living being have to pay unbelievable price or heavy price. No one has power to change these calamities or reforms, whatever the plans super personality of Godhead has. He is the ultimate decision maker. The character and integrity of everyone is tested when they are going through the stress and trauma of aggravating environment. Lord Krishna was about to depart to Dwarika. Now that the war is over, the Pandavas are now taking over Hastinapur and everything is ready. So now he is going back to his palace in Dwarika. So when the Lord descends on the earth to reestablish Dharma, okay, I think we went through that, but the Lord Krishna was about to depart to Dwarika. The sons of Pandu, the Vyasadeva, the Brahmanas, they were all present. The Lord exchanged greetings and observed all social customs. As soon as he seated on the chariot to Dwarika, Uttara came hurrying toward him in fear. After glorifying and paying obeisances, asking him for immediate protection. Pandavas always protected by Lord, who also protected everyone. No one can save himself from these cruel miseries, the death and calamities in this material world without surrendering to Krishna. Cowherd boys were dependent on him. And ISKCON, by the mercy of Lord and Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj, we have to also continue our chanting and dancing and feasting. Associating and serving these can put our senses under control and Krishna consciousness prevails. Our love, cooperation, and trust can strengthen. Our only shelter is Lord Krishna, who promises, Sarvadharman paritajya mamekam saranam braja ahatvam sarvapapevyo mokshayishyami ma sucha. Here he is, he says, come and surrender to me. I'll relieve you from all the sins. We live in this material world with unaccountable miseries. struggled and attacked by so many problems. The material world is not a sense of hope. The wealthy, the money and the honey and families and the troubled association do not bring that happiness. We must surrender it to the Lord by chanting and perform the devotional services. Mother Uttara took a direct shelter of Krishna because her family was taking shelter of Krishna also. Mother Uttara was now a widow after war. Abhimanyu's death. Abhimanyu was also killed in the war, Kurukshetra. So she's yet requesting protection from Lord, but not for her, for the child that was in her womb. So as we saw, this Aswasthama was after Pandavas to destroy them and wipe them out from this planet. But behind every action, there is a reaction. Gurudev also teaches us, Krishna has everything except our love. We have to give that love by serving and associating with Vaishnavas. Love devotees, the Guru Maharaj and Krishna. He reciprocates those of us who live for a cause, and the actions and reactions will be effective. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave 3 foundation of principles. Nama Ruchi, Vaishnava Seva, Jiva Daya. Guru Maharaj said Ruchi. Ruchi means the taste. Is chanting Harinam Kevalam, Harinam Kevalam, Yogati Anyatha. No Ruchi, no Seva, no Daya. No love, no cooperation, no trust. Fall down. This is where we fall down. Develop love and Seva and chant and be in Krishna consciousness as much as we can. So this Kunti Devi offers her obeisances because when Krishna was ready to live, she offers her obeisances to Lord. She was quite aware that Krishna is original personality of Godhead. Although he exists within and without everything. And she says, yeah, Krishna exists within and without everything, but he is invisible. He is described as a chief among all living entities. Queen Kunti experienced this in person. That Lord Krishna was present before her. Krishna entered within the Uttara's womb to save her embryo from the attack of Aswasthama's Brahmastra. She was puzzled whether Krishna is all pervasive or local. Krishna was on a rath, present inside as a Paramatma, and yet he took another form to protect Uttara's womb by encircling embryo. In Bhakti, Krishna is in equation. You can know him by intelligence. Krishna has everything, but living entity's love for which he is hankering. This love can be transmitted by seva only. By Kripa of Guru Maharaj, Prabhupada, Krishna. Even you need Krishna's blessings. And that is why Bhakti Yoga is the highest form among all the 4. Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Dhyana Yoga. We have all kinds of yoga, but Bhakti Yoga is Sarvasreshta, is the topmost. Why? Attentive hearing, conviction is a service, love, and ultimately surrender to Krishna. Guru Maharaj sings one of the bhajans all time. I think recently also he chanted, Hari ne bhajata haji ko लाज रे जेनी सुरता समरिया साथ वदे वेदवाणी रे एवाले मीना ते बाईना जेर હળાહળ પીધારે વિભીષણને આપ્યું રાજ હણા કંસ માર્યો રે પંચાળીના પૂર્યા ચીર પાંડવ કામ કીનારે. This clearly says that there is no other alternatives. Nobody has lost any name, fame, anything. Hari ne bhajata haji. Koini laj jata nathi jani re. It pretty much sounds like Hindi poem. And Maharaj also loves to sing this one. I heard him the other day, very first day. So what Krishna says, but you can see me. Kunti Devi says, earlier we said, he says, you are everywhere. You are like omnipresent, omniscient, So Krishna says, but you can see me, praise me. Then why do you call yourself ignorant? This is when she say, you descend to propagate bhakti among Paramahansa, among Muninam. And Amla Atmana, one who is distinguished between Jad and Chetan, between the matter and spirit. So she says, you descend to propagate bhakti among these high-level souls, the exalted devotees. How can I, as a woman, know you perfectly? This is the humble stage of Queen Kunti. She is trying to identify, although she knows she is an aunt of Krishna, but now she has recognized him as her Lord. She says, how do I know you perfectly? This is the humble stage. Queen Kunti is identifying shortcoming as a woman body. Well, similar things has happened. Prahlad Maharaj identified himself as a demon body. And Sri Rupa San. So the pure devotees with humility humble. Krishna is knowable by his causeless mercy. Seva is not just by learning and brain. It's not just a Gyan Marg. The price devotee has to pay is to fulfill the desires of Krishna. Surrender unto me. Do not blame Krishna. Do not expect things from him. He has plans for everyone. He has even plans for devotees. He protects. This is the true glorification where Kunti Devi says, Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Govindaya Namo Nama Govindaya Namo Nama. Lord Krishna's relation with his parents and others. Queen Kunti is highlighting Krishna's relations with Vasudeva, the father, Devaki, the mother, the Nanda Maharaj and Gopals and the cows, but not Yasoda Mata yet. The order of fortune is being described here in this verse. Vasudeva Maharaj is so fortunate. So is Mother Devaki. Sarva Jagan Nivas. She carried Krishna, the foundation of entire cosmos, in her womb. Her whole role was to bring Krishna to the world, but could not participate in Krishna's childhood or pastimes. Nanda Maharaj is even more fortunate. couldn't participate and witness. So these glories of Supreme Personality of Godhead are studied throughout the literature. Mother Yasoda considered that Supreme Person as an ordinary child. Lord Shiva, not even Goddess of Fortune, who is always better half of Supreme Lord, can obtain from Supreme Personality of God the deliverer from this material world. Such a mercy as received more fortunate. Even the cows are more fortunate. So Madhurya Bhav is only possible in Vrindavana. He could not have performed these butter thief pastimes in Mathura. A Makhan Chor, a song. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu there found that no one is fortunate as the resident Gopi. For the satisfaction of the Lord. Is reciprocating with the love or is hankering for love. The Krishna Prem is what this devotion is all about. Brahma says you are Adi Narayan, a source of Narayan from whose navel I was born. So this is all described in the spirit of Vrindavana. I think we had a lot of discussion on this by Chaitanya Dev Prabhu when we have a nectar of Bhagavatam from him. And it's an amazing class. I suggest anybody who has a time to attend our every night classes of this nectar, which you can't even forget. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu who then took blessings from Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Ramana, to get blessing from Vaishnava is to serve them. Devotees, serving Vaishnavas, serving exalted senior Vaishnavas, Guru Maharaj, this is ultimate path to Krishna Prem. There is no parallel to the childhood pastimes that were exhibited in Vrajabhumi, eternal affairs of Krishna Lok. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed us how to worship Krishna. Lord gave his own conclusions. So that's when it says, Krishna Vasudevaya, Nanda Kumaraya, Nanda Gopa Kumaraya, Govindaya Namo, Govindaya. How to interpret that? Lord Krishna as a Govinda and the cows, indicating there that a human prosperity depends more on these two items. Brahminical culture and cow protection. Now, Brahminical culture is what we get at ISKCON. No Brahmanas are born. It is the karmas, it is the way you serve the Lord, you become Brahmin. Govinda is a protector of a cow. Go means sense, Govinda. Go is also a cow. Namo, we sing this. Namo Brahmana Devaya, Go Brahmana Hitaya, Jagadahitaya Krishnaya, Govindaya Namo Nama. My Lord, you are well-wisher of the cows and Brahmins. You are the well-wisher of the entire human society and the world. Sri Rupa and Sanatan Goswami requested Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to deliver them, since they are more sinful than Jagai Magai. They were serving the matches. In Kali Yuga, practically we are serving meletas only, remedy to chant seriously and enthusiastically in the morning as a first priority. ISKCON is producing Brahmanas, one who is very well versed with Kippur, This is what Sri Prabhupada says, whoever is Kripa. So as we saw, Kunti Maharani glorified the fortune of other devotees. Now she says, I am fortunate, I am seeing you directly in person. Darshan of original personality of Godhead. Until now, she still has a relation as nephew, but she knew he is a super personality, supreme personality of Godhead. Fallen souls of Kali Yuga are unfit to approach Krishna, but can still approach in Archa Vigraha form. That is the one who knows the difference between soul, spirit, and matter. This is intelligence, a measure of intelligence per Bhagavad Gita. Sri Prabhupada says temples are important to provide facilities for less intelligent people in Kali Yuga, and for sadhu sangha and serve devotees. Archa Vigraha, in eight elements it's described. These 8 elements, Archa Vigraha means, we just saw the difference between soul, spirit, and matter. That's Archa Vigraha. So Krishna endows more favor to devotees who are in great danger. But these 8 elements, mind, wood, earth, metal, jewel, paint, and drawn and sand. Krishna endows more favor to the devotees who are in great danger. Mother Kunti compares with the mother for transcendental comparison by protection of Devaki and her children. The classic example of love by mothers. Sometimes they put pure devotees in danger and helpless conditions, so they become more attached to the Lord. I'm trying to skip the slokas, but considering the way time is shifting up. So 24 was my, yeah. Vishanmagne Prasad Darshana Dasat Sabaya Vanavasa Kristata Muge Muge Aneka Maharatas Stroto Dronya Astra Sachasma Hare Abhirakshita. My dear Krishna, your Lordship has protected us from a poison cake, from a great fire, from cannibals, from the vicious assembly, from suffering during our exile in the forest, and from the battle where great generals fought. And now you have saved us from the weapons of Aswasthama. Now we see why Aswasthama atrocity was equally important, because Aswasthama alone fought such a war that he wanted to eradicate Pandavas from the earth. Queen Kunti is expressing this transcendent emotions. Since Queen Kunti, a widow, I couldn't have more mercy on me. Devaki experienced only 1 point danger. Only, but for me, the sun. She had no lamentation for others. Her faith and loyalty in you is very staunch, unflinching faith. Her love towards you will not destroy that same kind of calamity like Devki. Devki had gone through, but that is why I need more mercy because Devki has more love toward you than me. This is how she compares the Devki's love or Krishna's love toward Devki. And but this is transcendental. It's not a case of anything. It's basically a transcendental comparison. This is how by glorifying other devotees over self, devotees put themselves in a humbler position. And this is how they show how fallen they are. Mother Devaki was put in enormous difficulties by her own envious, insecure, and fearful brother. But all dangers and calamities faced by Queen Kunti and her sons and family are Vishan poison cake. Bhim was administered poison cake and drowned. But with Krishna's mercy, he came with a strength of 10,000 elephants. We don't want to go into the story. You know, he was drowned in the water with the cake. And when the snakes poisoned, the snakes, they thought either the snakes would kill him or he will be drowned in the water and killed. But the snakes ultimately gives him a nectar, and that nectar makes him so powerful. And there's a whole little story on it. But basically what Queen Kunti is trying to tell Krishna, that my sons had to go through Vishan. They had to go to Mahagani, a great fire in a lakh's house. Lakshagra, they call it. Purusada, Darshana, cannibals, you know, these hidambas. And a Vanavaskrut suffering in exile for 13 years in jungles. They didn't have enough food. They had to suffer with the insects, animals. Fighters like Drona, Bhishma, and Karna in many battles. The material world is totally unsecure without you. May I have all these calamities repeatedly to gain the release from the repeated birth and death. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukha dosanu darshanam. Now these prayers are not out of emotions. They are from her heart and sincerity. Her inclination to surrender to Krishna is so strong that she is analyzing that I went through so many uninterrupted calamities, but what did I get out of it? A sense of surrendering to Krishna when calamities were happening. As long as I have you with me, vipada santu taha sasvata. Calamities are all welcome again and again. Srila Gurudev's preaching is an intoxication. It also gives us a kick, a shot in the head. Queen Kunti feels that the pride of Apunara Bhava Darshanam, no longer seeing the repetition of birth and death. Again, this material world is certified by the Lord in Bhagavad Gita as a dangerous place full of calamities. Bhagavad Gita 8:15 says, Dukhalaya Sasvatam, just we saw earlier. Prabhupada says that the misery is a compulsion in this material world. For the spirit soul, the misery is optional. Because spirit souls, time eternal, less intelligent people have no info. For a world which is full of bliss and joy, they are in a temporary happiness with sense gratification, leading to a permanent misery. So mission of human life and ISKCON is be Krishna conscious at every moment of life and make a progress in spiritual realization. Misery is compulsory, but suffering is optional for devotees. This is the catch I learned from our Bhagavad Nectar. Misery is a compulsory, but suffering is optional for devotees. Let us learn not to live in the pain, but live in pain. Let us learn not to live in pain, but live in pain and transcend pain. That pain, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I mean, like Kavi Krishna Das explains, even that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took a birth for similar reasons. Prema Rasa, this is from Kaviraj Krishna Das Krut Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 4:15-16, which is trying to explain even why Lord appeared, the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prema rasa niryasa karite aswadhana raga marga bhakti loke karite pracharana rasika sekhara Krishna parama karuna ei doi hetu hoite ichara udgama. The Lord desired to appear was born only for two reasons. The Lord wanted to taste the sweet mellows of love of God, and he wanted to propagate the devotional service in the world of the spontaneous attraction. And thus he is known as supremely jubilant and most merciful. So, if the devotees are in sadhu sangha to serve the Lord by devotional service, it is all gain in spite of all calamities. Navada Bhakti is in step forward in going back to Godhead. Guru Krishna Kripa Paye Bhakti Lata Bija. By mercy of Prabhupada and Guru Maharaj, we come in contact with the Lord, and that is the gain. One who is not progressive, who is not attached to material opulences, possessive, not progressive. One who is not possessive, attached to this material opulences, and is a transcendental in consciousness, can have a ekagra, steady mind, ekagra mind, and intelligence in leading to peace and thereby happiness. Lord destroys those who offend his devotees. We saw Aswastama. Lord was there. The whole incident had to go. And Aswastama was eradicated from the Pandavas. In Queen Kunti prayers, up to now, up to 28 verses, she was praying to Krishna. She was glorifying Krishna's name, fame, and form, and qualities, and appearance, and pastime, which we quickly glancing through, because whole Kunti prayer, it will take months, as I said. But we are just trying to summarize, so it is taking a little longer, but I should be done in few minutes. Even just reciting these verses and word-to-word meaning by Prabhupada purified our consciousness greatly. I recently heard what a Bhakti Rasamrita Swami, he was saying that whenever Prabhupada was sick in New York in 72, when he was very sick in Vrindavan, he used to call this Brahmanand Swami and say, right after Nasim prayer, please recite this Kunti prayers, Kunti Devi's prayers, because Nasimha prayer in New York and Vrindavan, but he will always prefer the Kunti Devi. So that's where the first book was written, was the teachings of Queen Kunti by Prabhupada, because he loved these prayers so much. He thought that relieved him from the pain. It keeps us in uplifting and advance spiritually in a transcendental situation. Queen Kunti is describing the qualities of Krishna as a Bhakta Vatsala. His pastimes appear like a common human being, but actually they are transcendental and without material contamination. Without it. These are bewildering pastimes of the Lord. You descend among animals, men, sages, and aquatics, and verifying this is bewildering. Janma karma chame divyam yo vedi tattvataha. This is what he's reciting in Bhagavad Gita. And where he says, Janma karma chame divyam yo vedi tattvataha taki deham punah janma. So, Mother Queen said, Mata Yasoda took a rope to bind you. Your eyes flooded with tears, and you were afraid of Yasoda Mata. Hearing your affairs are super excellence. Again, in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Kaviraj explains in Aditya Lila, you know, just like she said, we had a Bhakta Vatsalva and Yasodama had a Matruva. So you associate with Lord in any you associate with him, because hearing your affairs are super excellence. Chaitanya Charitamrita, he's saying, Mora Putra, Mora Sakha, Mora Pranapati, Ei Bhave, Ye More Kare Sudha Bhakti, Mata More, Putra Bhave, Kare Na Bandhana, Atina Gnane Kare Lalana Palan. So you can see, you can pray him in Sankhya Bhav, Madhurya Bhav, Dasya Bhav. And then the Lord appeared to answer these prayers of Mother Devaki and Vasudeva Maharaj to kill asuras for the welfare of mankind. He appeared also in response to Brahma's prayers to destroy the trouble of overburdened earth. Lord appeared to rejuvenating the devotional services of hearing, remembering, and worshipping. A devotee should feel completely dependent on Krishna and feel there is no other shelter than Krishna. There is no other shelter than Krishna. Krishna, those who continuously hear, chant, and repeat your transcendental activities or take pleasure in others doing so, certainly see your lotus feet, which alone can stop the repetition of birth and death. O my Lord, you have executed all duties yourself. Are you leaving us? And in conclusion, are you leaving us today, though we are completely dependent on your mercy and have no one else to protect us? Now when all kings are at enmity with us, because now Maharaj Yudhishthir was a king. They had fought such a great war, and many kings are now their enemies. So what is ultimately she's trying to request is, in conclusion, Lord responded by smiling. And smile was enchanting. Though we are completely dependent on your mercy and have no one, but his smile was a power, mystic power. After you leave our kingdom, mark with your lotus feet, there will no longer be so. All cities and villages flourishing in all respect, full of abundance, the grain, the trees and fruits and flowers and flowing rivers, and hills and ocean full of wealth are due to your glancing over them. In a deeper sense, he is asking to cut material aspects of her relationship. In response, Lord responded again by smiling. And smiling is enchanting by his mystic power. He smiled as he was pleased and accepted the prayers. I think I tried to summarize the end so fast because Krishna Stuti, Kunti Mata's Stuti is such a long subject. But ultimately the conclusion is Lord finally stays back in Hastinapur. And then the Katha goes on with Bhishma Pitama and blah, blah. Hare Krishna. I know I took a little longer than supposed to, but please forgive me. And I hope Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Anybody has any questions or? Hello?
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, thank you very much. Wonderful presentation, little speech. We very much enjoyed it, and we were thankful that you could be here online, giving us wonderful presentation. Haribol! Haribol! So thank you very much, Prabhu. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a presentation by Damodar Krishna Das. So Prabhuji, can we get one big one? Haribol for Prabhuji. Haribol! Thank you very much, Prabhuji, for joining us. The floor is all yours.
I'm just wondering, after almost towards the end of second day, how much of how much of enthusiasm and kind of whether it's the right time to discuss something very serious, which is based on trust cooperations. But I'll take it as a service to Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada, and I'll try to make it a bit more interesting. So let me share my screen. Do we have
You are mute, Prabhuji. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was just I was trying to check with the organizing committee whether it's the right time to do, because I know it's a lot of devotees are right from the morning very patiently attending, and I can understand that towards the end of second day it could be a little too much to digest such topics. So is that okay? Shall we continue now or we should take a break?
Prabhuji, feel free to continue on your class. We have all the time in the world. We can go at any pace we would like. So feel free to give your presentation. We are all ears.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. Om Ajnanam Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yeno Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manovistam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swa Padantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Jutapada Kamalam Shri Gurum Shri Vaishnavangsha Shri Rupa Sagrajatang Sahagana Raghunathang Vitang Tang Swajivam Savadaitam Savadhotam Pariyana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanitamsha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Krit Maharaj Iti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Namo Mahabadannaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namine Gauratishe Nama He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namaste Tapta Kanchana Gaurange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya Narayanam Namaskritam Naram Chaivam Narottamam Deving Saraswati Vasam Tato Mudirayet Nashtaprayeshu Avadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavatam Uttamam Sloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naistiki. So today's topic is transcendental cooperation in the light of the Prachetas. The life of the Prachetas in Srimad Bhagavatam has been described in 4th canto, chapter 25, 30 and 31, and in 6th canto a little bit. Now, 4th canto is quite unique in its own way, in its own rights, because we have the great life and the great life and glories of 3 great devotees, starting with Dhruva Maharaj, right, who is an example being always cited when we take when we in that particular famous verse that Chatur Buddha Bhajante Mam Kyano Arjuna Sukritina. So Artho Arthartho Jigyasu. So Dhruva Maharaj's example is taken in that particular verse as the four kind of people who approaches the Supreme Lord, right, for four different reasons. And Dhruva Maharaj exemplifies one of the reasons of Arthartho. Similarly, Prithu Maharaj, who is the personification of one of the process of one of the 9 processes of devotional service, which is Archanam, right? Prithu Maharaj exemplifies, and he has perfected that particular process. So his example also is being taken. And then finally, the Prachetas, right? The Prachetas, they are known for their cooperation, right? And of course, the fourth canto is also quite glorious in a sense that we see the great devotees of the Lord, how they appear and give us instruction, which is very practical. We see Narad Muni giving instruction to Dhruva Maharaj. We also see Narad Muni giving instruction to Prachin Varhi. We see Narad Muni giving instruction to Prachetas. So what we're going to cover over the last 1 hour is a brief background, family background of the Prachetas, and then what happened in their process of personal quest or spiritual quest, and then what happened, what was the interaction they had between the Lord and themselves, specifically in the light of cooperation, and finally what benedictions they really wanted, and what are the learnings that we have, and how we can apply those learnings in the context of the Gaudiya tradition, in the context of tradition of Gaudiya, the history of Gaudiya tradition. So let's start with the background of the Prachetas. So as we have heard from many exalted devotees today, like of Chaitanya Prabhu, Nilmani Das Prabhu, Rupanuga Prabhu, they all spoke about Prachetas, their exalted position, how they actually exemplified some of the great qualities a devotee should have. So Prithu Maharaj, so how, the Prachetas actually have a family lineage back to Prithu Maharaj. So Prithu Maharaj, as we have heard his pastime, he had a son named Vijitas. Vijitas was also called Antardhan. Vijitas had got 2 wives. One of the wives' name was Navaswati, and from Navaswati's womb, Havirdhan was born. Havirdhan, right from the beginning, he was a self-realized person, so he didn't want to take up the royal duties for a long time. He begot 6 sons, and after that, he gave up kingly duties and went to the forest for spiritual quest. So out of those 6 sons, the eldest one was the Barhishat. So the Barhishat was very expert in different fruitive activities or the Vedic ritualistic sacrifices, and so much so that it was almost to the level of addiction. Before a particular sacrifice got over, he will start another sacrifice. And whenever he used to sit, as some of you might be knowing that when we do the fire sacrifice, we need kusha grass, right? We have to sit on kusha grass, and he and this ritualistic sacrifice almost become synonymous. And whenever he used to go, the kusha grass automatically will grow there. And so Prachin Barhi begot 10 sons in the womb of his wife called Satadruti. Satadruti was the son of Ocean and was very beautiful. And it is said that while Prachin Barhi was getting married, with Satadruti by the order of Lord Brahma in front of Agni. Agni also felt attracted to Satadruti because of her bodily charms. And now Agni is supposed to be very pure, and normally we witness all the auspicious activities, in front of, we do perform all auspicious activities in front of Agni, keeping Agni as a witness. But such a great exalted personality also falls prey to sensual infatuation. And actually the attraction towards opposite sex is so strong and dominant, even great personalities cannot overcome the urge, and as a result we perpetually entangle life after life. And only by practicing devotional service in association with devotees we can break such tight knots. And Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, supporting this particular position, that kamat krodham bhavad begam sanyukta sasukhi naraha. So the urge of lust and sense gratification continues to lust till the last breath. What to speak about moment or phase of life? One has to tolerate them till the end of till the end of last breath. Otherwise, and once such a person who can tolerate can only be fixed in the process of bhakti yoga. So it's a test for all of us. It's a test for all of us to see whether we are progressing, how much we are progressing in bhakti yoga. Anyway, Prachin Varvi was, like I said, was expert in all Vedic fruitive activities, etc., etc. He was Brahma actually gave him the position of Prajapati because he was a very expert. The 10 sons that Prachin Varvi got from the womb of his wife Dhruti, the 10 sons collectively are called as Prachetas, right? And after they were born, after some time, Prachin Varhi sent them to the forest to perform austerities. Now the question may come that why austerities? Why, at such an early age? Now, there was a fantastic arrangement was there as part of our Varnashrama Dharma, that at a young age, all the princes, irrespective of the social or political position, everybody was supposed to go and take the life of brahmachari, right, for some time. Why? Because the prince's life or household life, right, or in case of Prachetas, it will be the life of a prince. They are exposed to so much of opulence, authorities, influence, command and control, right? That one can be victim of uncontrolled sense. And if I do not have sense control or control over senses, then with so much of opulence, I can be, I can take a wrong direction. I can take wrong direction very easily. So it was very important for such authorities or such people who are in a respective, who are in a very important positions, right, to have proper control over senses so that they can rule the country in a nicer way, right? So in the older age, the rulers of the kings would send their sons to the to the ashrams, to practice austerities, celibacy, mind control under the able guidance of a sadhu, having very very basic facilities of the forest, and there will not be any differentiation between a king's son versus an ordinary student, right? And after that, they are supposed to come lead the kingdom in a very responsible manner for a while, and after that, again they are supposed to go back. That was the rule. There was a unwritten rule that's been followed, through generations, that they will also they will go back to perform their banprastha, right? And our Guru Maharaj says that the time for banprastha is Ekavan Vrindavan, right? 51 is the age. So because the palace life could be quite distractive because of the avenues of sense gratification, King Prachin Varhi realized that the need of sending his sons. Now think about Prachin Varhi being a very fruitive, always engaged in fruitive activities, a very materialistic person, sending his sons, making sure that they have proper control over the senses. So one good thing he did. Anyway, on the way to the forest, they found a very calm and pleasant lake. I think they were going towards the South India. And if I'm not wrong, I think I heard from someone that if you have been to a temple called Guruvayur in Kerala, towards the entrance of the temple, if you look at the right side, there's a big lake. And it is said that the Prachetas actually performed austerities in that lake. So whenever you get a chance, or whoever has gone there might have already seen it. It's in that particular place. So on the way to the forest, they found a very calm and pleasant lake with clear water, filled with lotus flowers, birds chirping, voice of bumblebees coming out. Right, it's a very pleasant atmosphere. And not only that, they also heard a pleasant sound of musical instruments. So Prachetas were wondering what is the source of such celestial music? Where is it coming from? And then they found that Lord Shiva coming out of the lake with his associates. Right now, Shiva, looking at the determination of the Prachetas, appeared before the Prachetas to teach them that how to approach Supreme Lord. Right? We see in the case of Dhruva Maharaj, and I believe Nilmani Prabhu was also, His Grace Nilmani Prabhuji also saying that the learning that we have in this particular pastime between Shiva and Prachetas is that we cannot approach the Supreme Lord on our own capacity. We have to take shelter, we have to take hand-holding through a guru, so who can take us to the Supreme Lord. And then when Shiva saw the Prachetas, he was so pleased, and he said that Yappara Brahma Sa Sakshat Triguna Jiva Samjita Bhagavatam Vasudevam Prapanna Sapriyohime. So Shiva is glorifying the Supreme Lord as well as the devotees. Shiva is saying that Supreme Lord, who is beyond the realm of three material modes and the origin of all living entities, and whoever surrendered to that Supreme Lord Vasudeva is very dear to me. Right? So Bhagavatam Vasudevam Prapanna Sapriyohime. So Lord Shiva likes the devotees of Krishna more than his own devotees. Right? Because many of the devotees of Lord Shiva worship him for material boons. Right? We have seen many asuras actually performed all kind of austerities to get boon from Lord Shiva, and Lord Shiva out of obligation had to give boon, and finally he had to he repented. He didn't like having such people with demoniac nature or demoniac qualification approaching him and asking for material boon. But Shiva becomes very, very pleased, especially if someone approach him with the attitude of seeking blessings or seeking mercy to pursue in the devotional path. So Lord Vasudeva's devotees actually are very dear to Lord Shiva, right? Lord Shiva himself is a very exalted Vaishnava. As Srimad Bhagavatam says that Vaishnavam Yatha Sambhu, the greatest of all Vaishnavas, right? So I was talking about Yapparam Ramse Saksa Triguna Jiva Saman Samjitat. So now what happens? So Lord Shiva enlightens the Prachetas with the Rudra Gita. Right? That is what the conversation or the instruction that Lord Shiva gave to the Prachetas is basically known as Rudra Gita. So the whole process of bhakti. So basically, Rudra Gita describes the whole process of bhakti yoga. Rudra Gita has 4 parts. Right? In the first part, Shiva offers obeisances to all the controlling deities. So who are actually controlling our subtle bodies. So basically, all the controlling deities are nothing but the first quadruple expansion of Balaram, the Chaturvya. So first one is the Vasudeva, then Sankarshan, then Pradyumna, and Aniruddha. So the purpose of offering obeisances to all these presiding deities is to purify our antakaran, right? And first to purify our own internal and external senses. And Vasudeva is the presiding deity of consciousness. So Lord Shiva offers prayers to Vasudeva for the purification of consciousness, right, from material contamination, because he is going to talk about Bhakti Yoga, right? So it is important that whenever we discuss about any devotional topic, or especially about Krishna Katha, we must do that Shuddhikaran, or we must do the purification of our Antakaran, right? And next, he offers his obeisances to the Sankarsana, who is the deity of false ego, right? So our true ego is that I am the servant of the servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord. But our false ego says that I'm the master of the master of the master of the master of the Lord, right? So that is where it is important to pray to Sankarsana to get rid of our false ego, right? And then Pradyumna, right? Pradyumna is the presiding deity of intelligence, right? So what happens is that so that our intelligence become fixed in Krishna's service. Our intelligence becomes fixed in planning and scheming for Krishna's service. So that's why it's also important to offer obeisances to Pradyumna. And finally to Aniruddha, the deity of the mind, right? So that he can engage our mind thinking about Krishna all the time, right? The function of mind is thinking, feeling, and willing. And all three has to go in Krishna's service. So this is the first lesson, not that Shiva by his own action is teaching us that how we should take up the whole conversation about Krishna's pastimes, Krishna's glories, etc., etc. We need to have a thorough purification before we start that conversation, right? So once we have Chitta, Man, Buddhi, Ahankar, all these four put together, right? The Antakaran, once the Antakaran is purified, then we are ready to talk about Krishna Katha. And Shiva, Lord Shiva also then offers to various other demigods, offers his prayer, and then so that can dedicate himself in Krishna's service to this conversation. Now, the first verse that Shiva talks about is so beautiful. So it talks about Darshanam na didukshanam. Oh Lord, please give us your darshan. We are very eager to have your darshan. Dehi Bhagavad Chitam. Right? What does that mean? Give us the darshan of that form which is very dear to the devotees. Rupam Priyatanam Swanam Sarvendriya Gunanjanam. When we take darshan of Krishna's form, that is pleasing to all senses, not just eyes, but when we see Krishna, it's pleasing to eyes. Krishna playing flute is pleasing to our ears. Krishna wearing beautiful garments and tulsi garlands, the fragrance coming out his body is also pleasing to our nose. The food offered to Krishna is pleasing to our tongue. And when we offer prayers to Krishna and chant holy name, it's pleasing to our tongue as well. And when Krishna blesses us, it's pleasing form of touch, right? So Krishna's form is not just for the pleasure of our eyes, but Krishna's form is pleasing to all senses, right? And that's where Shiva says that Rupam Priyatamam Swanam Sarvendriya Gunjanam. Gunanjanam. Sarvendriya Gunanjanam. All the all the senses, not just one. And then Lord Shiva also says that Snigdha Pravad Gunasmamam Shyamam. Krishna's form is soft, bodily complexion is dark like monsoon cloud. Krishna's form is collection of all beauties, etc., etc. And finally he says that Krishna is the Sarva Sundarya Sangraham. So these are all very practical how we should approach the Lord, right? When we are speaking about Lord's glories, etc. So this is how Lord Shiva actually practically imparting his realization to the Prachetas, right? And not only Krishna's physical form is beautiful, Krishna's character, heart is also beautiful. He gives more credit to the devotees, right? By taking for himself. Classic example of how he took a lower position when Pandavas were fighting against the Kauravas, right? In the battle of Kurukshetra. Sujata Ruchiranam, right? Beautiful hands decorated with transcendental weapons, captivating smile of the face, right? Sujata. Likewise, Lord Shiva keeps describing Krishna's beauty. Normally, devotees start from describing the lower part of the Lord's bodily feature, but in case of Shiva, Rudra Gita, Shiva starts with the up, from the top. right, from the top, and he goes all the way to the bottom. So in the interest of time, probably we'll not cover all of it, but it's a very unique way of offering prayer to the Lord, and that's what Shiva simultaneously is teaching the prachetas that what they are going to do in the coming days and months and years. At the same time, he's also taking that opportunity to offer his prayers to the Lord. So, and then after describing the form of the Lord, then Lord Shiva highlights the importance of the association of the devotees, right? So this is the second part of the Rudra Gita. So Krishna ardhena apitulya na swargam. This is a very important verse. Krishna ardhena apitulaye na swargam na punarbhavam. Krishna ardhena apitulaye na swargam na punarbhavam. So if you take a weight balance on the on one side, if you put half a moment of association with devotees, on the other side, if we put liberation and heaven, right, that half a moment of association would be heavier. So that is more valuable than heaven and liberation. So Lord Shiva is actually describing the glories of devotional service in the association of devotees, right? In the association of devotees, we can get inspiration in Bhakti Yoga by the instructions and guidance to practice Bhakti. Our love for Krishna increases manifold, which otherwise is very difficult when we try to pursue and practice, on an individual basis, right? So anyway, following Lord Shiva's instruction, then what happens is that prachetas, started meditating on the Lord, narrating the same set of instructions that Lord Shiva gave, and then under the lake for 10,000 years. So quick quiz question: how many? What is the total number of prachetas? Anyone?
10.
Very good. Yes. How many years they started practicing austerities? For how many years
You said 10,000?
Brilliant. Yes. Good. All right. So again, so let's talk about. I'll just skip a little bit on these. So then what happens is that Lord appears. Lord appears Lord appears in front of the prachetas. So in between the conversation, as you can understand in Srimad Bhagavatam, the conversation goes between the Sonaka Rishi and Sudha Goswami, and Sudha Goswami narrates the conversation between Sukadev Goswami and Parikshit Maharaj, and Sukadev Goswami narrates the conversation between Maitreya Muni and Vidura, right? So Vidura is asking Maitreya Muni, what happened to prachetas, right? What did they attain? And Maitreya Muni describes the prachetas perform austerities under the water for 10,000 years by chanting Rudra Gita. We just took a glance of it. And the Supreme Lord appeared before the prachetas in a very beautiful 800 form, right? He had dazzling helmet. He had Kaustubha Muni situated on the, he was situated on the back of Garuda, right? And Garuda, so with Garuda on the back, Lord entered directly into the water to give darshan to the prachetas. So it's not that prachetas had to come out of the water. Lord was so happy, right? So Lord and his associates can enter anywhere. So that way, it was not a difficult, everything is possible. And then let's look at the conversation between Lord and the prachetas. And there's a very famous verse, which is on which the whole topic of cooperation, basically, today's discussion is lies. So as we talked about, prachetas attend Vishnu Darshan, Lord's speech to prachetas. So Lord says, right, that he was very impressed with the friendship and the loving relationship among themselves, right? So that's the first comment that Lord makes after he sees the prachetas, and that verse was Varan Vinirdham Vanar Varam Vrinidham Vadramvo Yuyam me Nipanandana Sohardena Prithak Dharmas Tustoham Sohardenava. So Varam Vrinidham Vadramvo, my dear Prachetas, I want to give you a vara. Varam Vrinidham Vadramvo. I wanted to give you a vara or benediction. Vadramvo, let's there be all auspiciousness unto you. Yam me Nripanandana, O sons of the great king, let there be auspiciousness unto you. Sohardena Prithak Dharmas Sohardena Prithak Dharmas Tusto. That means while you are and tusto aham sohardena. While you are performing your dharma, while you are performing your bhakti yoga and various austerities, you have maintained such a loving friendship and relationship among yourself, right? Among yourself. So the Lord stresses on the word sohardena twice, right? Sohardena prithak dharmas, tustaham sohardena, right? So Lord stresses on the word sohardena twice, right? Now it is very important for us as a practicing devotees, at least for me, right, to cultivate our bhakti diligently and strictly, right, without any motivation and interruption. But it is also very important for us to maintain a loving and cordial relationship with other devotees while practicing bhakti. My bhakti is not just my private affair. Yes, at a personal level we can say that it is a private affair, but at the same time I should also be having friendship and connection with other devotees, because bhakti is also dependent on association with devotees, association of devotees is the Vaishnava Sangha. If a Vaishnava Sangha is healthy and in good spirits, I will also practice bhakti in good spirit, right? So this way the Lord glorifies the bhakti of prachetas in the spirit of associations. In this way, Lord emphasizes the need of maintaining good loving relationships among Vaishnavas. When we have good relationships among us, we can please the Supreme Lord very easily, as we can see. When Supreme Lord is pleased, we can get all the benedictions that we desire, that we deserve, and all the needs according to the Lord that has to be fulfilled will be fulfilled. So the Lord is pleased when devotees cooperate with each other. They love each other. They serve each other. It's not that I will serve the Lord. Our attitude should be we together will serve the Lord. Right? That should be our attitude. Now the Lord says that not only you are very glorious in maintaining good friendships, right? Those who remember you. So this is the what is called falasruti, right? Those who remember your prachetas also become very friendly with our other devotees. So I thought, if that kind of at least gives me some good quality about developing friendship or maintaining friendship and nice friendship with other devotees, then why not the prachetas, right? So I wanted to pick up this topic. So if you want to develop good qualities, we should basically remember the activities or seek inspiration. Basically, any good qualities, right? We kind of imbibe from others, right? Any good qualities that if we want to remember, if we want to imbibe and instill, right, inculcate within us, then we should seek inspiration from those people who are basically having those good qualities, right? Who has seen the path, walked the way, not only just talk the way, but actually walk the way. If we want to have, loving friendships with other devotees, right, we should remember the activities of prachetas, and so we are so that who are also very friendly among themselves, right? The real unity is being united in one's endeavor to render service to Krishna, right? The real unity. We see from the exemplary life of Prachetas how 10 devotees are united in their purpose, right, of rendering service to Krishna. The only commonality is that they were fixed with only one objective, that is offering service, rendering service to Krishna. But because sometimes we also lean to material consideration, right? There could be ego classes, there could be difference in opinions. Actually, to be honest, if we are truly serving Krishna and we are fixed with common objective, there shouldn't be any differences. But different devotees may want to serve Krishna in different ways, and that may lead to different differences. But as far as the principle of service is concerned, right, all devotees agree to that principle of serving the Lord. It's just that the different devotees might have different flavor, right? That is quite possible. Different flavors, different tastes, different approaches to serve. But the service attitude is normally something that we expect to be common. The attitude to serve is something which is found, which is the foundation, which is the base that unite us all together. Right? Now, there are many such examples. I think Rupanuga Prabhu gave a fantastic example, right, today. And I will also give another example of from great Ramayana. Right? So when Bibhishan, for example, came to surrender unto Lord Ramchandra, Lord Ram asked the monkey, the great monkeys, what is your opinion, my dear monkeys? Right? There are Hanuman, Jambuvan, Sugriva, Nala, Nila, Angada, all the great monkeys, all the great monkey warriors there. And Lord Ram asked them that, what is your opinion about accepting Vibhishan? Because Vibhishan Vibhishan actually has come here to take my shelter. Right? Different devotees gave different opinions. So Sugriva gives his opinion as a king, right? In consideration that Vibhishana must be having some hidden agenda with him, and after all, he is a brother of your enemy Ravan. So basically, when Ramji asked Sugriva that what is your opinion, O Sugriva? So Sugriva said that after considering the whole circumstances, the whole situation, I think Vibhishana might have some hidden agenda because he is the brother, he is the close relative of your darkest enemy, and he is a Rakshasa. So how a Rakshasa can be trusted? So because the Rakshasas are not trustworthy, maybe he could be a spy. So my suggestion is that let's not accept him in our group, and if the need be, we should kill him also, right? Because he is a Rakshasa. So that was the opinion of Vibhishan, right? Now, so Sugriva's opinion was that Lord Rama shouldn't accept Vibhishan. Now Lord Rama asked Hanumanji, right, of his opinion. Hanumanji said that I could see the face of Vibhishan, right, seeing the expression and the demeanor, right. I don't think that he has got any malicious intentions, right. He has genuinely come here to seek your shelter, and so we should accept him in our group. So Hanumanji's opinion was that Vibhishan should be accepted. Right? Now, two devotees, they're all thinking, they have different opinion, but they're all coming from a different point of views, right? But ultimately, their final motive is not bad, right? The final motive is not bad. So Bibhishan, so Lord Ram gave his final opinion here, right? He said that what to speak of Bibhishan, if Ravan wants to take wants to surrender and want to take my shelter, I will accept him, right? So that is the greatness of course, Lord Rama. Then immediately Sugriv said, "Oh my master, if this is your opinion, oh my dear Lord, so let us accept Vibhishan." So this should be the attitude of a devotee. Yes, I can have a different, frame of mind, different opinion, but but it shouldn't be that my way or the highway, right? There could be opinions, there could be other opinions, and not necessarily all the time, right? What I think would be accepted in the context of, when we run a sangha, right? So Sugriva have an opinion earlier according to his level of intelligence, but later Sugriva changed his opinion because he understood that what will please the Lord. So at the end of the day, if we collectively arrive that these are the things that will please the Lord, that is going to please the spiritual master, then that's about it, right? Individual opinions doesn't count there. So, and Sugriva, the reason Sugriva was not supportive of that was that Sugriva had a fear as a king that he was thinking about the welfare of all the time. Both Hanuman and Sugriva was, thinking of the welfare of Lord Ram, but he was thinking of service to Lord, and he was also thinking of service to Lord Ram, and that's why, he said no. So he said no, thinking that will be better, that in the best interest of Lord Ram. Hanumanji said yes, in the best interest of Lord Ram, and Lord Ram take the final decision, about what to be done, right? So, so after Sugriva said yes, Hanuman just said no. Hanumanji said yes. Both of them, although have the opposite in their respective opinion, but they had the service attitude. That was common across both of them, right? So both wanted to serve the Lord. Both wanted to serve Lord Ram. So Lord Ram accepted their emotions, not necessarily their opinions, right? Lord Ram accepted their emotions. So Lord is a Bhavagrahi Janardhan, right? He accepted one opinion, didn't accept, but doesn't mean that Lord, Hanumanji had Hanumanji became puffed up. Hey, Sugriv, Lord Ram doesn't listen to you, right? No, that was not the attitude. Everybody understood that, ultimately everyone is thinking what will be good for the Lord. So all the devotees, want to render service to the Lord. And that sense, there is no difference in opinion as such, right? But, for some devotees with their intelligence and maturity, right, whatever is available at their disposal, want to serve the Lord in a certain way, to a certain degree. At sometimes that may result in mistakes in the service, but the genuineness in the service attitude is considered by the Lord. So Lord doesn't, as a Bhavagrahi Janardhan, Lord only takes what is good in us. Lord rejects whatever, whatever is bad in us, in that sense, right? So, so Lord Ram didn't reject, Sugriva or Hanuman, right? And neither that Sugriva and Hanuman, when they were basically sharing their opinions, they had a fight that, who is superior and who is inferior in that sense, no? Okay, now similarly, as Rupanuga Prabhu already very nicely explained, that when the monkey army was trying to build the whole bridge to connect to Lanka, there was a squirrel also trying, to his best, in his best way, to his best capacity, to help and best, make that bridge. And Hanumanji was getting quite obstructed because of the small squirrel's movement, right? Because he was also throwing small stone, and Hanumanji is bringing big stones. And then Hanumanji got a bit, he was a bit annoyed with the movement of the squirrel, and he said that, hey, move out. You are not helping us in any way, right? What you are trying to do is ultimately is of no help. And Lord Ram was there. He looked at this whole episode and the whole incident, and he chastised Hanuman, saying that, oh Hanuman, both of you are sent to my eyes because both of you are performing service to the best of your ability, right? He take that, Lord Ram took that squirrel in his arm and very nicely, showing affection to the squirrel. He's saying that this squirrel is also rendering service to the best of his ability, and you are also rendering service to the best of your ability. So in my eyes, I do not see any difference between this squirrel and you, right? So that was a quite a great teaching of the Lord, right? So in the 11th verse, then and another aspect of the prachetas that was glorified by also by the Lord was that as Lord was also appreciative about their friendships and their unities, and secondly, Lord was also glorifying their submissiveness, right? Lord was also glorifying their submissiveness. Yad yuyam pituradesham agrahissa mudhanvita, because you have accepted the order of your father within your heart with great pleasure. Athova usati kirtir lokan anubhavishyati. Your glories will be celebrated throughout the universe. Oh my dear Prachetas, you are so submissive to your authorities. So that's the second learning that we can all I can learn personally, that we should be submissive to the authorities, right? Your father asked you to perform austerities, you didn't ask a question why, right? You straight away started the journey, right? And you spent 10,000 years. Lord, you are submissive, not only submissive to your father, then Lord Shiva, your guru, instructed you and asked you to chant Rudra Gita about 10,000 years. You just submissively accepted Lord Shiva as your guru. You didn't question why for 10,000 years, why not 100 years? Show me your potency, do the favor, right, etc. Lord Shiva can do favor. Many didn't ask, right? So there are two principles. A disciple has to be submissive to the guru, and a disciple also has to cooperate with the other disciples, right? These are the two principles that Lord is highlighting here, right? A disciple has to be submissively render services to the guru and the superiors while having loving relationships with the co-disciples, with equals and with his equals, with his other sadhakas, right? That is what we can learn from the prachetas. And if we think that we have these two principles well established, right? Any sangha will successfully run forever, right? Because this is what Lord is saying. The other thing that we can also understand is that, is see how beautifully Lord is appreciating the qualities of prachetas. Now, if Lord can appreciate the qualities of his devotees, why can't we be appreciative about appreciative about other devotees, right? We can always find out one or two good qualities among all the devotees that we have in and around, and we can be very appreciative about it. Thank you, Prabhuji, for doing this. Thank you, Prabhuji, for doing this service, that service, right? We all have got some capacity, some abilities, based on whatever Lord has offered to us, right? And we are, with those talents, with those abilities, we are performing our service, right? And as long as we are appreciative about each other, right, in a right way, in a right spirit, right, then that will be the basis, that will be the foundation for cooperation and trust, right? Because at the end of the day, all of us, we all are human beings, right? We all are, we all are in need of recognition, affection, appreciation, right? This is quite common. And if Lord understands and Lord is appreciating his devotees, then within the devotee community, we can be appreciative, with each other, right? As we, unfortunately, we are 10 times more, and this is against for me, not applicable for me. Probably I am 10 times more enthusiastic about finding faults in others rather than being half percent appreciative about others, right? So this is the nature of conditioning, right? But this is something that we all have to take a step in that direction, to be appreciative to each others, right? To be thankful to others. So after that, as per Lord's instructions, prachetas finished their austerities. They came out of the lake, and they married a daughter named Marisha. Marisha was the daughter of a sage named Kandu and Apsara named Pramalocha. And Marisha begot a child called, and from them there was a child called Daksha, who was the next Prajapati. Now, we talked about, how Lord showered his benediction to the great devotees. Lord said that ask for benediction, right? Prachetas, they haven't so far spoke a single word, right? So Prachetas will now, very nicely will offer, will submit their offering to the Lord. Huh? So let's look at some of the verses, because they're really nice. Thankfully that opportunity that I could read Pracheta, the whole life, the stories of the Prachetas, the pastimes of the Prachetas again. So the first prayer the Prachetas offer, right? Namo Namah Klesha Vinashanaya Nirupitodara Guna Havaya Mano Vacho Vega Puro Sarvaska Margair Agata Dhvane Namah. Namo Namah Klesha Vinashaya. The Prachetas are saying, oh Lord, you are the Klesha Vinashaya. You are completely vanquished of all our kleshas and distress. So Lord destroys all the difficulties devotees might face. Nirupitodara Guna Havaya. So it has been proved that Lord's name and qualities are extremely magnanimous. Nirupita Udara, very magnanimous and benevolent. Guna means the qualities, Avaya means the names. So the Lord names and the qualities are extremely magnanimous. Mano Vacho Vega Puro Javaya. We cannot reach the Lord by the speed of our mind or senses of words. We cannot sufficiently describe the Lord with our limited mind and senses or words. because Lord is beyond the conception of our senses, mind, intelligence, etc., etc. Sarvaksha Margair, although our sensual activities cannot understand the Lord, that's why Lord is called Adhoksaja, or beyond perception. With our material eyes, we cannot see
Once
the
upon a
Lord.
time,
With our
all the body
material
parts called a
senses, we
meeting.
cannot perceive. And that, and so, but when we engage these material senses, and that's the beauty, that's the glories of devotional service. When we engage our senses in Krishna service, Krishna will reveal himself to us, right? And that's why in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, they say, Rishikesha, Rishikena, Sevanam Uchate. When these material senses, when they don't have the capacity to understand the Lord in their material position, when they're engaged in various spiritual activities, those senses become spiritualized, right? And with that spiritualized sense, we can understand the Lord. Sevan mukhe jivado swayam eva sprattada atah Sri Krishna namadi vavet graham vavet grayam indriyi. So we cannot understand the glories of the Lord, Lord's names or the forms with our material senses. But Sevan mukhe jivado, if you engage those very senses in Krishna's service, then swayam eva sprattada, Lord will reveal himself to us, right? So that's the introduction of Pracheta's prayer to the Lord, right? And they pray further, right? Suddhaya Santaya Namah Swanisthaya Manasi Apartham Vilasadvayaya Namah Jagat Loyodayeshu Grita Maya Guna Vigrahaya. Suddhaya, pure. Santaya, completely peaceful. Swanisthaya, always fixed in your original position as Supreme Lord. There is no change in that position. Manasi apartham vilasadvaya. Whatever is presented by this material energy or Maya appears to be valuable, meaningful, purposeful to our eyes only because of illusion. Whatever is presented in this material world is temporary. Whenever we take shelter of the Lord, that illusory perception is completely vanquished, and we will be able to understand the nature of the temporary material world and the material objects to the degree we align ourselves to the devotional service of Krishna. And then they keep describing, the various, the glories of the Lord, the pastimes of the Lord, the different qualities of the Lord, right? And finally, they ask for the benediction. So we'll quickly skip to that, and let's go through the benediction side. So what do you think the Prachetas could ask for benediction? Any guess?
To be in the service of the Lord always.
Okay. All right, let's see. Good try. Varam vrinimahe thapinatha tvat paratah parat. Right? Now Prachetas are asking for benediction. But before asking for the same, the Prachetas described Lord's position. So we have to understand that who can give what, right? So Prachetas are very intelligent. So Prachetas are describing Lord as Ananta, unlimited, right? Natha tat parata parat, nahi antastvad vibhutanam, na so ananta iti giyase, right? So he's saying that being the super soul, you know all our desires, right? The Prachetas describe the Lord as Ananta, Parata Parat, right? So and then saying we seek an unlimited benedictions, O Lord, O Ananta, O unlimited one. We want unlimited benedictions from you, right? So it's like, if a beggar, right, goes to a donor, and donor is an ordinary person, right? The donor can offer how much? Maximum $100, 100 rupees based on the countries you are, right? But knowing the status of the donor, the beggar will set the expectation accordingly. But the beggar goes to a multimillionaire or the king can provide unlimited wealth, right? To the extent of giving a private palace. So depending on whom we are approaching for begging, we should set our expectation. We shouldn't go to the Lord and ask for anything. If that situation, if that moment comes to our life, we must be ready, right? That what benedictions. The problem with the demons are that they are they are motive bhrashta, right? They do not have the right intelligence to ask for the right boon, right? So when we seek, when we get an opportunity, right, to approach or get benediction or get mercy from a very exalted devotee or devotee of the Lord, so our level of asking should also be proportional to the status and the stature of that personality, right? So so the prachetas are begging for the boon from the Lord, and a Lord Ananta, for unlimited benediction. So let's see what benediction they want. Yavatte mayaya sprishta brahmama iha karmavi tavat vavat prasanganam sangatsyan no bhave. O Lord, the benediction we want is as follows. Yavatte mayaya sprishta brahmama iha karmavi. We may transmigrate from one body to other because of our karma. Under the influence of Maya, we may repeatedly wander in the cycle of birth and death. We have no problem with that, right? We have no problem. So Prachetas, very nicely set their position. This is why, this is who we are. Okay, what we want, tavat vavat prasanganam sangasyan no bhave. In whichever life we may be in, we seek the association of your devotees. So the benediction that the Prachetas wanted was association of devotees. That's the unlimited benediction. The question would be why? Why is it so? This next verse describes, a beautiful verse. Tulayama lavenapi na swargam na punarbhavan bhagavat sangi sangasya martayanam kim utasisha. So if you take a balance, same, like guru, like guru, like chela, like spiritual master, like perfect fitting spiritual master and disciple. What did Shiva told them? That if you put a fraction of a momentary association of that association of devotees on one side of the weighing machine, on the other side if you put liberation and heaven, etc., that the side, the association will be still heavier, right? So if you so they're repeating as it is. If you take the balance and put association of devotee on one side and put the heaven and liberation on the other side, the devotee association will weigh more. It is more valuable. So did they ask for anything? They asked for Vaishnava Sangha. So it again stresses on the point that why Vaishnava Sangha is so valuable, so precious, so it should be nurtured, right? It should be nurtured. There's so much of stress Prachetas are giving, right? It has to be nurtured. It has to be preserved. It has to be preserved, right? So Vaishnava Sangha is more valuable than liberation or any other heavenly planets, because in the association of devotees, there's a constant glorification of Krishna. When we hear that glorification in the association of devotees, our consciousness is completely purified. Our heart is completely satisfied. When we have access to that satisfaction by hearing about Lord's name, the pastimes, etc., all our other desires will be destroyed. So this is the real intelligence. The same prayers were made by Dhruva Maharaj. The same prayer is made by Prithu Maharaj, right? Now the Prachetas. So you see that there's a commonality in terms of how the great devotees of the Lord, how, what is the, their prayerfulness, right? When they pray to the Lord, how much they are longing to, how much they are longing for association, how much they are longing for Krishna Katha, right? So the fourth canto of Srimad Bhagavatam is repeatedly narrating that what is worth of aspiration for all of us, right? To be able to live in the association of devotees and hear Krishna Katha. This has repeatedly been mentioned, consistent. That's the topmost benediction, the entire, in the entire cosmic creation. To be worthy of part of Vaishnava association, right? We need to know the Vaishnav Sadachar, right? And that is why this particular topic of these, of these Bhakti retreat, that the association the Vaishnava Association in love, Vaishnava Association in cooperation. This is otherwise association without cooperation doesn't come to the standard of association at all, right? It's the complete cacophony, right? It's a complete cacophony. So thus the Prachetas become perfect in practicing Krishna consciousness by the association of Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, and later in their life, Lord Narada also come, right? When they went for their Vanprastha, Lord Narada also come, right? And Lord Narada gave them association and repeated the same instruction that Lord Shiva gave. And it's not that the Prachetas didn't know, they have perfected their life, right? They have perfected their life. Right? They have seen the Lord. In the following way, saying that, "Oh Narada, oh great Seja, we are thankful to you that you have appeared before us because we have forgotten what Lord Shiva has told us. So this should be the hankering. This should be the attitude of us whenever there is a Krishna Katha going on, even if we have heard before, we still should have that hankering to hear more, even if it is repetitive, because ultimately it's transcendental, right? So throughout the life of the Prachetas, we can learn so many things. A, the act of cooperation. B, from the Lord we understand that how we can maintain that very nice cooperative way of living just by appreciating each other, right? And then finally, even the Prachetas humility, right? Prachetas humility and their prayerfulness. What they ask for, what is worth asking for, that is also we can understand. And the level of humility the Prachetas demonstrate throughout their life, right? How to treat other Vaishnava, how to take association of other Vaishnava, especially when the great sages like Narada and Lord Shiva appears, how to take best advantage of those association is something that Prachetas shows us, right? Finally, I will talk about. I'm not getting into all this more because in the interest of time. So there are many other Prabhujis who have talked about the first particular comment that Srila Prabhupada made. Your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate to keep this institution together after I am gone. Right? Now, I'll just take 5 minutes to talk about, to reflect a bit on the history of Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition. You see, this is unlike the other traditions. The Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition is not very old, right? It started with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, and then we had the 6 Goswamis, and then Nityananda Prabhu did a massive amount of preaching across Bengals and various other parts of the world, of the country, and then the 6 Goswamis who revealed the various places in Vrindavan and other places, Rajabhumi. And then after that, Virbhadra and Janava Mataji, who took the preaching exercise vigorously, but there was ups and downs. There was ups and downs, especially after the next generation of great exalted Vaishnavas, after the 6 Goswamis, when they left, departed. We had massive crisis in this great tradition. We had crisis with Sahajiyas. We had crisis with the Nityananda Vanshis who kind of made who tried to make this whole Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition as an exclusive rather than inclusive, right? They said that only they have the right to become acharyas, these and that, all kind of nonsensical chapters that we find. If somebody is interested to go through those, they will get to know about it. And and almost before Bhakti Vinod Thakur, this whole tradition was almost dying. Nobody was interested because of all the nonsensical things that was going on, right? And then Bhakti Vinod Thakur was a reformer, right? He slowly revived the whole movement again. And then Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he was a crusader, right? He was a revolutionary, right? So he challenged all these different positions that all these different groups and subsects, etc., who created within Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition. Now, but you see, even what Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur revived the glories. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur revived the glories, but there was one massive one massive limitations in his disciples. They couldn't come together form a single sangha, right? And and propagate the teachings of Lord Chaitanya as one identity. We couldn't. This is a fact, right? We have so many Gaudiya Maths today, right? Srila Prabhupada tried to bring all his God brothers together. He couldn't. Now all of them were great exalted Vaishnavas, but they had their own ways to take up Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur's mission. But that's not something that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wanted. He wanted to see whatever the foundation that has created is one sangha that is going along. So it's, for that matter, it's also very important for us to see that what Srila Prabhupada has given to us, right? We have been able to maintain at least that much. If not, it shouldn't be the case that there are many ISKCONs, right? So that is very important in the context of living in cooperation, devotee association in cooperation, and it establishes the very fact that why association and the sangha, the essence of sangha, the spirit of sangha is so important, right? Otherwise, who knows in next 50 years what is going to happen, right? So there's a teachings of Queen Kunti. With Krishna in the center, there can be full cooperation between the trees, animals, human beings, and all living entities. The challenge then is to put Krishna in the center, because we embodied souls in the material world generally place ourselves in the center, not the God. That is the problem. Our false ego plays a big role, right? Our false ego plays a big role. The first teaching in any spiritual subject is that I'm not the body, I'm the soul. We all know that theoretically, but we do not try to live that particular. We do not live in the spirit of I am not the body, I'm the soul. If we can live in that spirit, all the 99% of the problems will be gone, right? There will be no false ego. There will be no contamination of mind. There will be no ulterior motives, because at the end of the day, we are all together for a common purpose. There is a very one of my very favorite verses from Srimad Bhagavatam: Sadharma charanam saktya vidarmach cha nivartanam daiva labdena santosha atmavich charanarchanam. So one should execute his prescribed duties to the best of his ability and avoid performing duties not allotted to him. So we all have some abilities, some talents, some capabilities. So as long as we are doing our prescribed duties to the best of our abilities and not unnecessarily poking around on what others are doing, on trying to do things which is not allotted to me, right? We should be satisfied. We should be knowing that we are in the right way. We are leading our life in the right way. One should be satisfied with as much gain as he achieves by the grace of the Lord, right? That should be our life. That should be our life mission, right? Whatever we get, we should be satisfied. And one should worship the lotus feet of the spiritual master. So that should be our objective. The foundation should be that what we should do to the best of our ability, and unnecessarily not try to do things that are not, that normally that doesn't come to us naturally and create problem. And the life's philosophy should be that Daiva labdhena santosha, whatever we receive by the grace of the Lord, we should accept it as Lord's mercy. And our objective would be to serve the lotus feet of our spiritual master. So with that, I would stop here. Apology, I think I take a little more time, but please forgive me. If you have any questions, please you can ask, or any specific comments. If I have made any mistakes, again, I didn't ask for mercy from all of you at the beginning of the conversation. So again, sorry for that. Please forgive me if I made any wrong comment, made any wrong comments. If I have not put things in right perspective, not presented things the right way, please forgive me.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Wonderful class, Prabhu. Very nice. Very nice presentation. Very nice explanation, Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Prabhu, for a wonderful
wonderful class.
It was a refreshing class late in the evening. You were saying that it will be tiring, but no, it was a very refreshing class. Very nice.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. So if we can get one big Hari Bol for Prabhu. Hari Bol!
Hari Bol! Very nice, Prabhuji. Hari Bol.
Prabhuji, I really loved the presentation, the pictures, especially the point that you made about the few moments of association of devotees on one hand and everything else, liberation on the other hand. That was beautiful point, Prabhu. Very, very, very well expressed. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Hari Bol.
Okay.
I need to practice what I preach.
Next up, we are going to have a play that's going to be presented by all the small kids at Bhakti Retreat. We will be putting that on in momentarily. So please stand by with us. Hare Krishna.
Once upon a time, all the body parts called a meeting. They were not happy with the arrangement of things. Each part claimed, "We are working so
Good. Good. आप लोग थोड़ा आगे जाओ, यहाँ पे जाओ.
Once upon a time, all the body parts called a meeting. They were not happy with the arrangement of things. Each part claimed, "We are working so hard, yet the stomach is reaping all the benefits." They all agreed that this is so unfair.
Unfair. Picking or choosing or doing so much of work. We use our skill to kind, clean, and deliver, but the stomach takes everything, and we're left empty-handed. Yeah, we're carrying everything too.
The eyes, the nose, and the mouth put forth their pleas.
I always look for the most attractive items, but it's just a flash in the pan for me because the stomach always gets it in the end.
I'm in charge of quality control. Without me, the stomach wouldn't know what is good and what is bad.
Yeah, true, and it's true. I get to taste a little, but soon it's gone. down there to the stomach. Taste and chew, that's all I do. But soon it's through. I'm fed up with this. Well, we are carrying the weight of the whole operation. We are standing long hours in the kitchen and walking all around and standing in long lines at the grocery store. Then, after the stomach is happily filled to capacity, we carry the stomach everywhere with us. We are expected to keep dragging the stomach all around. We all see that, right? Right? We must strike. Strike, 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 strike.
And all fell silent. And thus, the parts of the body went on strike against the stomach. But let's see what happens next.
Yeah, I can't kick this feeling of lethargy. Sifa! I'm beginning to see things differently. How long can we go on like this? God only knows. The lower half refused to work for the stomach, but was feeling very tired. I cannot even look at any more food. I simply held myself away from all fragrant edibles. In protest, I remained silent and refused to chew anything.
We're so angry with our stomach that we didn't even care that we were becoming weaker and weaker.
After that, the body parts decided to call another meeting. It seemed that the stomach, though not being fed, was still as fired up as always. It was as if the stomach was actually benefiting from the rest, while the other parts felt great fatigue.
I don't mind doing my part as long as I get some energy back. I don't know if I'm coming or going. Let's break the strike. Break strike.
What happened when I tried to enjoy myself? Look what mess I made of everything.
We must serve the stomach. It's the only way we can survive. Yeah, break. Serve the stomach, break the strike.
So, the strike was finally broken, and all the body parts again took up their positions in service to the stomach. The stomach is the source of energy which extends to every part of the body. Just as pouring water on the root of a tree energizes its leaves, twigs, and branches, similarly, the individual spirit soul is rightly situated in his constitutional position as servant to Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the cause of all causes, source of all sources, the supreme enjoyer and maintainer. If we refuse to serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, we become weak and suffer in this material world. But if we serve him with love and devotion, we become joyful and happy eternally. Always remember Krishna, never forget Krishna.
Wait, Papa, are you still muted?
He's not. Is he connected? Is he connected to the audio?
I gave up.
If you were to do weekday, what day would you be free? Would you be free on a Thursday?
Yeah, I'll do any day. I'm down for that.
If you do your lunch properly, it'll be good.
My name is Rishabh. I'm the Rose.
I'm the dog.
My name is Krishna and I'm the no. My name is Aditi and I'm the ant. My name is Martin and I'm the head and mouth. My name is
What background music, yeah. Thank you. I'm here. I keep the engine running. I turn around. I'm blocking you. What are you talking to? I'm calling it. What are you talking to? I'm good. Put the phone down.
Oh, I never downloaded it. Would you send it on?
I know how you feel, man, but you gotta get up.
It's got it. Don't goes my dad.
This is what it looks like.
5 minutes.
Being in a studio. It looks like a studio.
Did she share it with you? Shiva, do you have the drive?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another play after this. We're downloading. It's downloading.
Can all four of you come to help me with Prashant?
There's one more play. There's one more play. There's one more play. Yeah, there's 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. The play's downloading. There's one more play.
Can you just mute?
Oh, yeah. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's all I've been asking.
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, 5 minutes ऐसा play.
There's something downloading.
Download करो.
5 minutes. What?
Okay. What is it?
It's not structured. Wait.
Let me make my announcement. Okay.
Wait.
For my life, let me
Yeah,
make
I
an
know.
announcement. For my life.
Oh, this is that way. Wait.
Let's go, Rebecca. So
Wait.
Okay, Haribol, we have the next skit ready. Made by. Wait, who was it made by?
Bhavya.
Made by Bhavya. So please let's give him a warm Haribol.
Wait, give me.
Okay, now you can play.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Mute.
No, zoom in.
Wait. It's mute.
There you go. Sounds good.
Okay, I'm starting. Ready?
Okay, let me look at my calendar. I have this meeting that has to be attended. Maybe I can just log in and I can continue chanting my rounds as I don't need to speak. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let me log in. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakti Purna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare. I'm so hungry. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna
Five people left. To the right. To the right. One to the left, two to the middle. I got one to the left.
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna
Oh, magic bell.
मनहर जब तेरी बंद कर तेरा कर जल्दी से पापा बुलाओ जल्दी से
I'm so sick and tired of lockdown. We've been stuck inside for so long. I feel like I've been in here for like 50 years. I'm just tired of it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm so bored. I haven't seen that outside world in 2 years. 2! I haven't seen my friends in 2 years. I'm going insane.
I know, I feel you. I mean, I missed out on my 20s. My 20s are gone. I feel like I'm hitting 30 now and I don't know what to do with my life. Oh, I hate it.
There's a sun outside, but I haven't been sunburned. Why? Because I haven't gone outside in 2 years. I want to go outside.
Oh my god, I've seen the same 4 people over and over and over again. I'm tired of these faces. I need other human contact.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Now I know.
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Do this today.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Ram, Ram,
With our so-called busy lifestyle, we do japa in many different ways, which were shown just now. These are not the correct ways of doing japa. In Padma Puran, it is said, Nama Chintamani Krishna, Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha, Purna Shuddho Nitya Mukto, Abhinatvan Nama Namani. The holy name of Krishna is transcendently blissful. It is like Chintamani, which bestows all the benedictions. Krishna's name is Krishna himself. Krishna's name is pure, eternal, complete, and no less powerful than Krishna himself. When we are chanting, we are associating with Krishna, and Krishna is dancing on our tongue. So we should be very attentive and sincere while chanting. Hare Krishna, thank you for watching.
Bhaja Govinda, Bhaja Govinda.
वो इसको तो आपने स्पीड बहुत तेज कर दिया हरे कृष्णा
Papa.
Dancing jump, dude.
My sister told me to dance. She did this 2 minutes before leaving for Jersey. She made me do this. She made me get out of the car and do this.
Who's older? Your sister?
My sister.
No way.
Yeah.
She's how old?
She's
8 years older? Younger than you. Oh, sorry. I was like, huh? Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
She's 12. Papa, should I end the stream? Should I end the stream?
I heard my name.
Yeah, he said you act like an 18-year-old. You act really mature. Yeah, he said.
Why were you watching Yogi's TV show?
That's never happening. He never said that. He called you 11-year-old.
Show yourself and show the Hey, show ya. Hey, show ya. You make those videos like this all the time.
YouTube पे कुछ लगा देना. It's already there.
Oh, okay. Well, continue. Yes. Yeah.
What was it?
Yes.
One thing or the game changer?
Your voice is again. Well, I think it was.
Oh my lord.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Jayo Radhe Jayo Krishna Jayo Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohana Jayo Radhe Jayo Krishna Jayo Vrindavana Sri Govinda Gopinath Madana Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindi Jamuna Jayo Jayo Mahavan Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindi Jamuna Jayo Jayo Mahavan Keshi Gata Bangshi Bata Dada Shrakanana Jaha Shabalila Kailo Sri Nanda Nanda Keshi Gata Bangshi Bata Dada Shrakanana Jaha Shabalila Kailo Sri Nanda Nanda Sri Nanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan Sri Nanda Jasoda Jaya Jaya Gopagan Sri Damadi Jaya Jaya Denu Vatsagan Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kitira Sundari Jayo Purnamasi Jayo Abhira Nagari Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kitira Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhira Nagari Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavanamad Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Dvijara Jaya Jaya Gopishara Vrindavanamad Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Dvijara Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jan Jaya Rama Gatha Jaya Rohini Nandana Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Basi Jata Jan Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Teja Hara Pailo Govinda Charan Jaya Dvija Patni Jaya Naga Kanyaga Bhakti Teja Hara Pailo Govinda Charan Sirasa Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vatsala Sri Gaurahari Vajabhakata Vatsala Sri Gaurahari Sri Gaurahari Sahi Goshta Bihari Nanda Jasomati Chitahari Kela Holo Damodara Ishaye Kana Bova Mandire Bashi Karaha Bojana Nandirani Deshi Bashi Giri Baradari Baladeva Saha Sokha Boise Sari Sari Shukta Shakhari Vaji Lalita Kushmanda Dalidana Dugda Tumi Dadi Mocha Kanda Mudabora Mash Boda Roti Kabritana Saskuli Pistaka Kir Kuli Payasana Kapura Amrita Keli Ramba Kirashara Amrita Rasalanga Dwadasha Pakora Luci Sinisar Puri Ladura Sabali Bhojana Korena Krishna Hoye Kutuhali Radhikara Pakayana Bibida Bhanjana Paramayanande Krishna Tore na bojana. Chale bale la dukai, Sri Madhu Mangala. Bagala bajaya, Deya Hari Bolo. Radhikari Gani Hari, Nayane Rakone. Ripta hoye kai Krishna, Jasoda Bhavani. Bhojanande Priya Krishna, Subhasita Bari. Sabe mukha prakaloy, Hare Sari Sari. Asta mukha prakaliya, Jata Sakagane. Anande Vishrama Kore, Baladeva Sane. Jambula Rasalane, Tambula Masala. Taha Hare Krishna Chandra, Sukhe Nidra Gela. Vishalaka Shiki Pucha, Chamara Dulaya. Apurva Saya Krishna, Sukhe Nirayaya. Yasomati Anga Priye, Danishtaya Nito. Sri Krishna Prasad Radha, Gunje Hoye Prito. Lalithari Sakti Gana, Avashesha Paya. Mane Mane Sukhe Radha, Krishna Guna Gaya. Hari Lila Ekamatra Jahara Pamoda. Bhogarati Gai Thakur, Bhakti Vinoda. Bhagavata Vatsala, Sri Gaura Hari. Bhagavata Vatsala, Sri Gaura Hari. Sri Gaura Hari, Sahi Goska Bihari. Sri Gaura Hari, Sahi Goska Bihari. Nanda Dasomati Chita Hari. Nanda Dasomati Chita Hari. Raja Govinda Govinda Gopala. 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 রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে দামোদর রাতি বর্ধন বেশে দামোদর রাতি বর্ধন বেশে হরি নিষ্কুট বৃন্দা বিপিনেছে হরি নিষ্কুট বৃন্দা বিপিনেছে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে বৃষবানুদারি নব শশী লেকে বৃষবানুদারি নব শশী লেকে ললিত সাকি গুণ রমিত বিশাখে ললিত সাকি গুণ রমিত বিশাখে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল মোহিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে করুণম কুরু মাই করুণ বরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে সনক সনাতন বর্ণিত চরিতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে রাধে জয় জয় মাধব দৈতে গোকুল তারুণী মণ্ডল Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, বড় করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব গোসাই 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 পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই কতে গেলে আপদূরে যাহারণী কতে গেলে আপদূরে মন দয়াল প্রভু খেবা কথায় পায় মন দয়াল প্রভু খেবা কথা সাথে পাওয়া গঙ্গার পরশা হলে সাথে পাওয়া দর্শনে পবিত্র করো তোমার দর্শন পবিত্র করো তোমার হরিস্থানে অপরাধে হরে হরি হরিস্থানে অপরাধে হরে হরি স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি তোমার স্থানে অপরাধে নাহি তোমার হৃদয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম তোমার হৃদয়ে সদা গোবিন্দ বিশ্রাম गोविंद को है ना मोरो वैष्णव परा गोविंद को है ना मोरा वैष्णव परा प्रति जन्मे करी आशा चरणेर दूरी प्रति जन्मे करी आशा चरणेर दूरी নারথমে করো দয়া আপনার বলি নারথমে করো দয়া আপনার বলি বড় করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব গোসাই বড় করুণা করো বৈষ্ণব পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ নাই পতিত পাবন তোমা বিনে কেহ Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
We have a separate team.
For online dating.
So online team, what would you like to be called?
We have to don't answer just like that. So make that rule like you see.
And someone's
The team captain has to say the answer. The answers won't count unless they're said by the team captain. Okay, rules are. So,
Hare Krishna.
devotees, please respond in Zoom if you want to play.
Can we do the answers? Maybe we might be able to.
Type in the chat at least.
Don't actually. No.
You're gonna freeze my computer.
No, I'm not. No one's online.
Okay, it's fine. So people on Zoom will be watching this game in full. No Google, no internet. Okay.
Hey, we have internet.
Okay,
I have internet on my phone.
only the team captain.
Horns.
Hare Krishna. Only the team captain can say the answer. So you guys can all discuss, but only the team captain can say the answer.
Wait, who's the team captain?
Okay, so you pass the answers to
What team are we on?
You pass it on to
Okay. Alright, so are we ready to start?
Is that the way?
Bhakti retreat 2020. There's no slash at the end. There's no slash.
Wait, what? Let's go. You don't cheat, okay? You don't cheat.
Okay, so now we're starting.
What do you do there?
Team 1 first, Team A. Krishna.
Are we team 1?
No.
Choose.
Look, that's super.
Okay. Going in top.
What were the 6
questions asked by the same
You know the answer.
Hey,
I know this one. We're talking like that.
You can't say.
You can't say explain the answer.
We can
You
still.
have the answer. Everyone discuss.
I have the Jeopardy. I have the Jeopardy.
Those are 6 questions asked by the stadium now. You get 3 out of the 6 questions. Zoom people responded.
was not expecting no choice. So they got shocked.
Jeopardy is not normal.
Normally there's a choice.
Okay, Hare Krishna, Zoom devotees responded, and they're going to be team 3 and their team 1.
Oh, wow.
Team okay.
Wait, they could be cheating. They could be cheating.
Yeah, they could be cheating. You put everything on the other team. You smart little.
Too complicated, so you just team 1, team 2, online is team 3.
But I thought they were going to be balloon.
I'm the moderator.
Okay, how was the answer?
What you're going to have to do is you guys can negotiate between each other, and then one devotee can say the answer when it's their turn. I'm not sure. Devotees, whoever's going to be your team leader, please raise your hand. If you don't raise your hand, then you don't have a team. We have the Hare Krishna Prabhu as the team leader for the Zoom devotees.
Oh, no.
Okay, if you... Okay, so we're just going to have 2 teams. You both will...
Give me mine.
Okay, 3 teams. Okay, they can... Okay, team 1 first. What would you pick?
What am I doing?
Hey, which number?
Control shift T.
Team 1.
Oh.
Huh?
Yeah, Hare Krishna?
Control shift T. Alright, that's one. Control shift T.
Okay, John Lee is the spokesperson for Zoom. Okay, so that's team 3.
Oh, there is a Zoom. So you discuss on
Who is monitoring them? That they are not okay.
Oh, I am. Don't worry.
So you guys have to make a promise and a swear to Krishna. You will not be cheating. Because you're online and
we
you're
cannot swear to Krishna.
They didn't ask
okay? I swore to Krishna. John Lee, can you please swear to Krishna? You will not be cheating. You will not be
animation. You will not.
Okay, she promised to Krishna. Okay,
Let's
get started. Everyone? Okay, so team 1, what would you pick?
Okay.
I need this team to be quiet and this team to speak.
Our first question was just there.
Yeah, that was
Okay, Mahabharat 500.
Oh, come on, that's mine.
What were the names of Karna's foster parents? If you get one parent's name, you get 250 points.
Okay, I don't know. You actually do this?
You guys should be quiet. Guys, be quiet. Don't give them the answer. They're gonna win then.
This looks like his name's right.
We have one parent name.
One parent name.
Radhe.
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, because you did it. Because it was on.
Okay, so you get 250 points. Wait, we didn't we already have the answer, so now you can.
We can't see it.
What's hot? I don't even know what's hot.
Yo, team leader, do you have your answer? We have a time limit.
She's sharing it again.
8, 7.
Okay.
Navya, your screen.
You have one parent or 2 parents? One. Okay, tell me the one answer. Very good. Okay, 250 points.
Second parent.
Is it not available?
You can't do that. Are you? Soumya, you can't do half. Soumya.
The answer is Radha and Aradhita.
No.
Bhavya, Bhavya, can't do half answers. So either do 0 or all.
So, guys, you only got one, and it's not given the option for half. So, for now, we're counting it from 0 because there's no option for half. We'll put it on
Suraj's words are the law.
No. Team B, please tell me which one would you pick? Only Team B can speak.
Go for 300.
Go for 300.
Oh my God! You always
answer this question. If you can get this question,
Is that
I'm
expected?
going to get it good.
Yeah. I'm just seeing if there's an API.
Okay, you have points. Okay, now Team C, everyone be quiet so the virtual people can talk.
Wait, do you have your count? Do you have your audio on?
John B. You're representing the team, so which one would you like to pick?
Well, but that's a key point. From jump. This is the
500. But with the 6 questions asked for the sake of the money, if you get 3 out of the 6 questions, get 250 coins.
You can't have 250 business.
Okay.
Few more dollars.
Okay, never mind. The 250 does not count. So you can only answer all of it or none.
Oh, sorry. He's amazing. Just like your father. Huh? Just like your father. He's amazing. No, I guess he's good. Don't do half boys. Seriously? Because I've grown up with my parents.
Yeah, because
The Robson was like also my mom.
you have to mute yourself.
Even till now, I don't have the courage to talk to a full conversation because I'm very so bold.
What are the activities and pastimes that Krishna played in this world? That is number 2. Number 3 is how to ultimate good. What is the ultimate good? You need all 6. The 250 doesn't count. They said no. They are so quiet. Okay, fourth. How can you postpone Kali Yuga? That is number 4. They got 4 so far.
What are the
incarnations of Krishna? That is number 5.
Hare Krishna, could you please repeat? What are the incarnations of Krishna? That's the 5th one. How many did you guys get so far? Okay, so they got 5. Hey Krishna, did you hear the 5 that they got? Is it frozen? Can you type it in the chat, please?
Okay, yes. Just type it in the chat.
Type it in the chat.
Yeah, so could we please have your answers in the chat? It's easier for all of us.
Sorry, probably to help please for the wait. Just bear with us. You know how it is.
Okay, we have two. We have two so far.
Okay, two.
She's right here.
Okay, so we have two questions so far, 2 out of the 6. She's writing it out in the chat right now.
What is 3 so
Okay,
far?
3.
He's 3.
Okay, Prabhuji, we gave you a lot of time.
So we're gonna be
there's only gonna be there's 4 questions. There's only gonna be 30 more seconds left to answer the questions. So then we will move on to team the 1 again. So please answer questions if you have.
Okay, yeah. We can't hear you. Okay, we have 5.
5? We just need one more question.
Not from you, not from you, not from you.
I'm sorry.
Please. You have to talk right here.
Okay. Okay, they go all 6. They go 6, now we'll see if they're correct. And I hope you guys kept your promise to Krishna that you did not cheat. Okay, what is absolute ultimate good for everyone? What is the essence of all scriptures? Why did Lord Krishna appear himself? Please describe the pastime of Lord Krishna. Please tell us the purpose of the 10 best noble incarnations. Where has Olympic taken children of Lord Krishna and brought this world?
Okay, we'll just give it.
Okay. So 500 points. Okay. Team 1. It's fine. Let it go. Team 1. Which one would you like?
We can't do anything about it.
Mahabharat 400. What did Guru Dakshina?
What Guru Dakshina did?
No, you can't say anything. Just Christine.
Guys, go for the challenge.
You don't know the answers. You never know. Okay. We're giving 30 more seconds.
We need specifics.
This cannot be just a generic answer.
Specific.
Okay. Eklavya's right thumb.
Team 2
has gotten what?
No, because we're not counting them anymore.
Okay, team 2. Pick your
Guys, quiet.
Hare Krishna,
Please.
Guru Raj, what? 500.
Name every single book, Maharaj.
Name every single book. Guru Raj. No one can help, okay? So no one understands. Every single book. I'm sorry. We're still in the 6-year-old.
Side comments about it. Let's just answer the question. Let's be straightforward.
Okay, finalized answer. First, tell me how many books Guru Raj has written. Never mind. Do not tell me how many books. Just say the name of
This is a very controversial issue. Some books aren't translated.
This is also a very controversial book. Okay,
Okay, we'll give our best. We are not curious.
Okay, perfect. Okay, now start making cookies. Hare Krishna, when you get this done, are you going to answer now? Okay, let's start like, everyone be quiet, listen from talk.
Okay, everyone, very good.
Everyone be quiet.
And I think that number is just not help you.
Can you just say one by one?
Quiet everyone, then we get very good.
Start
Now
one.
one. And then you want to send you want to?
And stop with yes.
Three. Monkey, my money.
Okay. Now then one more and you'll be good.
Secrets of marriage sex.
Okay.
You guys are making so much money.
Okay, please.
You got six.
You can't see.
Yeah. Okay. Partner Golok 9. Only one more. One more. We got 9 more.
Okay, they got it. Okay, so far team 2 is winning.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada 500 for the online team.
Not yet.
Oh, no.
Prabhuji, they got all.
That has not been printed. But do you have the book?
John, could you please put your thing in the chat, what you want to do?
Srila Prabhupada 500.
They didn't put it yet.
John, put it in the chat.
I did.
500.
Dhananjay Prabhu, thank you. Guys, go for the challenge. Go for the challenge.
Team 3 has gotten the answer. Now they're at 1,000.
Nanda Utsav. Nanda Utsav.
Nanda Utsav. Okay. Team 1 again. Do the Okay, let's go. Running the 4 defects of a conditioned soil.
You have 2 minutes. Okay, Hare Krishna. Can Team 3 put their options in the chat? Oh wait, sorry. 1 second. Team 2, what do you guys gonna do?
Team 2, what are you going to pick? Hold on, it's gonna come.
The scores. Team 1 scores. That is your answer. What did they just do?
Team 1 score has
They have it.
Okay, now Team 2, what would you like to pick? 400.
No, you.
Okay.
What year did Srila Prabhupada travel to the West, and what was his age when he did so?
Okay. Everyone is back.
Oh, go ahead. Can you just deal with the question, please? Like, we don't have time to like discuss if the question is correct or incorrect.
Cody, can you confirm that this is answers to two of both questions? Do you have the answer? No cheating. Wait for a minute. I don't want to see any thumbs out. Krishna, I put the answers in the chat. What is it? I wrote 1965. How old is he? 19. Wait. What year did you say?
1965 was the year, and he was 69 years old when he traveled.
Okay, now can we have the online devotees pick what they want to do? Online team pick a category. You have to go close. You can't go close and say what you want. Team C, please pick and type it in the chat. Which one would you like? Mahabharata, Srimad Bhagavatam, challenge to Prabhupada and Bhakti. The challenges are not that hard. No, it's not your turn yet. It's Team C. The online team.
What are the scores?
Prabhuji, actually, Dhananjay Prabhuji, that was the question for Team 2. You have to pick a new question. Zoom. The question fully right. He named all four. Prabhuji, that two questions wasn't one question. So that, yeah, whatever. It was a 2 and 1. You also earn the same amount if you answer this question. Online devotees are not responding. We have to speed this up, please. If you guys be quiet, we might not have drama between every single question. Online devotees are not responding. Online, I need you to respond on the chat. What is the category that you will be picking? And you can speak too, but no, don't speak. You can't hear that. Oh wait,
can you repeat that? We online didn't hear.
She's saying, okay, we want you to pick what topic to do. We couldn't hear you. So hard. Okay, please, type something in the chat. Bhagavatam 400. Okay. What canto and chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam talks about the prayers of Krishna? Please be quiet. This is just for the online team. No cheating, remember that. I know you're online and you have your advantage. Please don't take advantage. Maybe towards Krishna. Canto 1, chapter 7. Let's see. Oh my God, what the heck? Okay. Yes, correct. Evil. Okay, see? So now
They're also wrong. We went
No, Prabhuji, we just responded. It's fine. Okay, team 1, what is your question? Which one would you want? Should I minus it then? Challenge 400 for team 1. What are the 3 polarities of material existence? I feel like everyone knows this, so please let's not make it. We want all the terms. We want it very descriptive. Adi Adhikari. Okay, Adi Asik, Adi Balik, Adi David. Okay, now, team two.
Can everyone please be quiet? Where is Tamara this meeting is going?
Okay, team two, please pick Muhammad.
Hear it from here.
Hello. Okay, you have the answer ready? Okay, only a team captain can say, so say.
I didn't hear the team captain say. Yeah, I hear the team captain. What is it? Shotgun.
Evil. Okay, now, to the online team, please do not take too much time this time.
Okay, please pick what you're talking about.
Okay, now pick which of the columns you want to. Is Mahabharata, Okay. Where is Raja's favorite place to sit in his Vrindavan home? Where is Raja's favorite place to sit in his Vrindavan home? Online team, I've heard the answers. Please do not make sure. Okay, how do you vote? You got that right. It's swing. As you can see, every time he gets cut out, it's always on the swing.
Mama, he should come first.
Yeah, he has one down, so he's on the swing. Okay, team one again. If Sheila Nardi speaks, how long does it leave her body?
What did you go?
Yeah. He knows all the answers. It's too much. Muni's mother was bit by a snake and left her body. Now, Team B. What? Challenge 300. What are the two daughters of Pushtavan?
No. This is how it works.
No looking up anything.
That's not how it works. You can't pass in Jeopardy.
Two daughters.
Can we steal?
Whoa! Get off the phone, off the phone. No phone down. Are the three in the back not participating?
Hey, Bush.
Have you gotten the answer? What are the two daughters?
If you guys don't know the answer, they can ask.
If you don't know the answer, they can still ask it.
He's texting someone. He's texting his friend.
You cannot do phone a friend. It is not an option. So you know what is an option? This team can steal your question if you don't answer in 2 minutes. Okay, so are you guys working out while they take the question? Okay. But listen up. If you get this question wrong, you get minus the amount of points. Okay. You pass? Okay, so no one is touching it. No one knows the answer. No one knows the answer? Okay, we're gonna move on in 5, 4, 3. It's Mandavi. Everyone memorizes procedures every day, right? Okay, now team C again. Team C. Please type in the chat which one you would like. Please settle down. We're almost done. Okay, so now no, it's not the same question. If you read it carefully, question, it's just the number. So, but they might not be listening from you. Don't know. Virtual chat, please answer this in the next 30 seconds. Everyone settle down, please don't leave. We're making the teams uneven. I do not like uneven. I feel like quitting now. Settle down. Are we not playing anymore? No. I guess wait, everyone stop leaving. Wait, don't say that. Let's just let them play. Okay, wait. This can be a live auction. You can take any question you want, and any group can take any question. So now, who would like the challenge 200? Okay, challenge 200. Click on the challenge 200. Click on it. Who? Just click on the challenge 200. Click on it. What do you say? Okay, so who can define these first? Define karma, akarma, and vikarma. Anyone can answer this. Anyone? Okay, have to go. Karma is okay, after God rises back to me of your team, which is team 1. Okay, now, who would like the Mahabharata 200? Anyone can say. Okay, what would you do? You already asked. No, he asked before. This is maybe you can get 100, but if you get 200. It was his first. Okay. Team B gets a point. Okay. Shiva got 200. What about Shiva who has 200?
Everyone, please. Before your hands be requested, please be quiet, everyone. Everybody has to stop again. Hare Krishna, please.
Right, you're correct.
All right, you may have to stop the game because nobody is listening. You cannot upload this to the
With the online group, Okay, Mahabharata what? Okay, so are we all agreeing that we're stopping the game? All agree? Yes. Okay, who still wants to play? Raise your hand if you still want to play. No one wants to play. Okay. Jeopardy is done. So now the way
Just like a sad yay. Like, you get bragging rights. Hare Krishna online devotee, sorry for the inconvenience, people here. It's not going well, so.
Hare Krishna. Love ya.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can't
Love
hear
ya.
you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So I think you guys should just continue the game without the online devotees. I don't think it's going very well.
No, the in-person just stopped. Yeah, the in-person devotee stopped as well.
Oh, okay, then that's fine. Yeah, it's okay. We'll stop. It's cool.
Okay, then I think we're calling it off for tonight then.
Yeah. So shoot then, so you can take over.
Okay.
Or I need to take over. I don't know.
All right. Haribol, thank you everyone for participating.
Great game, guys. You guys did a really good job. I know it was chaotic, but you guys still managed really well.
Hare Krishna. Thank you everyone for joining us on day 2 of Bhakti Retreat 2021. That will conclude our activities for today. Thank you very much for joining us. Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Guru Maharaj ki jai, Guru Ma ki jai. Hare Krishna, Hari Bol. Good night, Hare Krishna.